Down the streets of the lower district, the young man known as the main character hurried along. This was precisely the name his parents had given him, intending for him to become the protagonist of the world. Upon arriving at a shop, people who knew him immediately greeted him. "Oh, it's the main character, he's here!" As always, because of his name, he was teased, something that had been happening since childhood. But he didn't mind too much, as he genuinely wanted to become a protagonist. Asking the shopkeeper not to tease him, he inquired, "You have the game, don't you?" Laughing, the blonde-haired shopkeeper replied, "I knew you'd come, so I saved one for you." The main character was looking for the remake of the Night Saga series, Night Saga Remake. The game's story revolved around the conflict between the human faction and demons, where players could choose to play as the human hero Locke or as Zephyr Ragnaros, the Dark King's second son, traveling the world to achieve their objectives. Having completed the story of Night Saga over 10 times in his childhood, the main character knew everything about the characters, items, locations, and events. Furthermore, this was the first game released after the advent of virtual reality gaming systems. Leaving the shop, the main character headed home. Taking the small chip from the game case, he donned his virtual reality helmet and inserted the Night Saga cartridge. Sitting in his virtual reality chair, he pondered for a moment before remarking to himself, "Should I play a little? For about 8 hours, maybe?" Soon, the main character felt himself falling into a universe that transported him through matter. Upon opening his eyes and feeling the warmth of the sun on him through the tent's fabric, he wondered, did I log into the game? Well, in the game, waking up in bed is the real start. However, looking at his own body, he questioned which character he was inhabiting. Suddenly, he heard someone from outside the tent. "Don't tell me you're still sleeping, you idiot." A white-haired orc opened the tent, speaking to the young man within. "Hurry up! Don't you know you have an appointment this morning?" The protagonist stood up excitedly upon seeing the graphics of the character before him, who looked rather confused by his words. Seeing the orc puzzled by his statement, the main character realized something. Apparently, he could have actual conversations with the game characters, something that hadn't been mentioned in the advertisements. Striking up a casual conversation, the protagonist asked the orc's name, who sighed at the question. "You've forgotten already? My name is Carrick." Informing him that everyone was waiting for him, Prince Shutra, Carrick left the tent, urging him again to hurry. Recalling the game, the main character remembered that Shutra was the name of the Dark Lord Shutra Ignis's 9th son. However, without even choosing a character yet, he wondered why he was playing in Shutra's timeline. Putting that aside, he tried to open his status window. Immediately, his character window appeared, showing his character's picture, white hair and pointed ears. Confirming he was playing as the character Shutra Ignis, and seeing he was level 1 with all stats at 5 points, he wondered if he was forced to play as this character first. Normally, all characters had 10 points in each stat. He couldn't understand why the prince only had 5 in each. As he proceeded to select skills, he discovered he already possessed 2, Conqueror, of unknown level, and the main character's buff, level 1. Upon encountering such a buff, the young man wondered if it was the one he had always hoped to find. But before he could check it, Carrick re-entered the tent, hurrying him. Exiting the tent and following the orc, the main character was astonished, to the point of being dumbfounded. 2 lines of orcs awaited him. Sensing a warlike atmosphere, he asked Carrick what was happening, telling Shutra to stop talking nonsense. The orc urged him to move forward, reminding him, "We need to deal with those red lightning bastards." Upon hearing about this group, the protagonist somberly gaped. Without even going through a tutorial, the main character was led by the orc to his first quest. The Red Lightning Orc tribe had formed an army, and together with the 7th prince and 8th princess, they had put down the rebellion. Following Carrick, the protagonist asked confusedly, "Only 10 people will join me on my first foray?" Finding the young man's behavior strange, Carrick reminded him of what he'd said the previous day. "It's just for reconnaissance. We don't need that many people." Seeing the boy deep in thought, Carrick even asked, "Did you eat something strange? You seem a bit different today." Ignoring the question, the main character waved his hand and opened a window by thinking. Excitedly, he saw a mini-map appear. With it, finding the right path would be easy. Looking closely, he discovered a secret path and wondered if there would be an event if he took it. As Karak was looking at the paper map he had painstakingly drawn, he heard Shutra's voice. "Follow me. I know a faster way." Though confused, the group of orcs entered the forest, following Shutra. However, they soon saw the scenery change. The journey became difficult as they encountered a wall that they had to climb. The protagonist did so as well, though with difficulty due to his lower stats. Soon, returning to a forest, they found a stone gate. Apparently sealed, it had 2 handles. Upon seeing the stone door, Carrick asked in surprise, "How did you know about this place?" "Prince, are you a mage?" Panting, the protagonist denied it. Looking at Shutra, Karak noticed how exhausted he was. This state was caused by his level 1 stamina, which was terribly low. As he wondered if they could open the door, the protagonist felt a surge of energy overflow within his body. Surprised, he was stunned, until he looked at his own body and a notification that read, "Your level has increased." having leveled up simply by walking left him quite surprised. Upon opening his character window, he discovered that all his stats had increased by 2 points, and he had gained 2 skill points to distribute, something incredibly powerful. While Shutra was still dumbfounded by what had happened, he saw the orcs push open the stone door, and Carrick called him, "Aren't you coming? We need to hurry!" Although he didn't know what was inside, since he wasn't alone, the main character felt it was very worth investigating. Furthermore, thanks to the main character's buff skill, if he were to fall into great danger, it would turn into a fortuitous encounter. This was precisely what it meant to be a protagonist. As they passed through the stone door, the group discovered a dark cave. Carrick, being experienced, commented to the others that the place looked like a tunnel dug by dwarves. Surprised, Shutra asked if dwarves still lived in the Dark Realm, but Carrick denied it, reminding him that they had only lived there a long time ago. While discussing the dwarves, the group found a light emanating from various shiny items, wooden chests filled with gold, jewels, and battle equipment. Sensing great luck, the orcs quickly grabbed what they desired, even rubbing their faces on the shields and axes they were thrilled to obtain for free. One of the orcs celebrated, "Those stupid dwarves left all this loot behind while fleeing." As the orcs carried the items, the protagonist examined some of them in a corner. He couldn't equip any of those beautiful and powerful items, as either his level, strength, or magic power was too low. Still, he wanted to keep some of those items and wondered if he could store them in an inventory. Murmuring the word "store" over a sword, Shutra made it disappear. Seeing the sword in his small inventory, he was satisfied. With his map constantly open, the protagonist ended up spotting several red dots, as if enemies were approaching. He hastily shouted to the orcs from his post, "Everyone retreat!" Before the orcs could react, the wall beside them began to crack. A strong explosion occurred, bringing down the wall and the orcs behind it. With the fall of some green orcs, red beings emerged. Leading a group from the Red Lightning tribe, the warlord Kaichan smiled mockingly. "Did you really think I wouldn't know you were coming here?" Immediately, Kaichan ordered his orcs, "Attack them!" Prepared for battle, the Red Lightning orc tribe gained the upper hand, striking their adversaries with their sharp swords. With superior agility, they penetrated the enemy formation, attacking while laughing with excitement. The protagonist, behind the group of orcs, was dumbfounded. However, with some animation, he wondered if he should at least land a few finishing blows to gain some experience points. One of the orcs accompanying him cornered a red orc right in front of him. Raising his sword, Shutra attacked, but the sword shattered upon hitting the Red Lightning tribe member's limb. Seeing the broken sword, the protagonist's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. The orc that was struck turned, glaring at him fiercely. Being pursued, Shutra ran for his life desperately. However, in the midst of his run, he tripped over a stone. Like a ripe fruit, he fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, his health points dropped completely, leaving only 1 point out of 15 total. At the same time, the red orc approached, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Trying to shield himself, Shutra cried out in fear, closing his eyes simultaneously. However, upon opening his eyes again, he saw Carrick protecting him. Carrick hastily reminded him, "What are you doing, Prince? You need to dodge." The protagonist was surprised by Carrick, but watched him fight bravely against the Red Lightning tribe member. Seeing his own hands tremble, the protagonist tried to remind himself that this was just a game. Unable to bear being there any longer due to the mental pressure, he opened the menu. It was so terrifying that he was afraid to continue playing. However, upon opening the menu, which contained character information, along with many other options like equipment, stat windows, inventories, and skills, he couldn't find an option to exit the game. It was then that he realized, "No way, I'm trapped here now?" Terrified, he fell to the ground. As battles unfolded on both sides of the cave, the main orc of the Red Lightning tribe, Kaichan, approached. Raising his fearsome staff, he cast a spell to make stones rise. Brandishing the staff, Kaichan launched the stones towards Shutra, making them fly rapidly. Grinding his teeth, the protagonist feared meeting his end at that moment. However, he couldn't dodge and the stones struck him. Shutra was thrown against a wall by the force of the impact, shattering it with his body. Feeling intense pain, the protagonist gasped for breath. With his vision fading, he saw Kaichan charge towards him once more. The red orc raised his staff, launching another attack, which he couldn't even see before his health points dropped to 0. Upon opening his eyes again, the main character found himself in a dark, completely flat place. Looking around, he could see nothing. It was then, remembering what had happened, that he gritted his teeth in fear. "Don't tell me this is the afterlife!" Suddenly, a flash of light blinded him, and as the light appeared, a sweet voice was heard. "You are a being of destiny in this place. Advance and conquer, then make them submit and rule." A beautiful woman with golden hair extended her hand towards Shutra, commanding him. As the protagonist was still trying to understand what was happening, the flash of light blinded him once more. Thus, that person disappeared. In the cave, the battle between the green and red orcs grew more intense with each passing minute. However, the red orcs, with their agility advantage due to their smaller size, managed to outmaneuver the other orcs with swift movements, attacking them from behind, above, or from angles they couldn't anticipate. Seeing the superiority in battle being established, Kaichan smirked maliciously. He mocked Carrick and the others. "To think you'd come here with so few people. I can't tell if you're ignorant or just stupid," he bellowed to his men. "No need to waste any more time. Finish them all." It was at this very moment that a young man stood up after enduring 2 attacks. Around him, an energy of light surged, catching Kaichan's attention, who mused to himself, "What is this? Some kind of awakening?" Surprised, Kaichan watched Shutra rise even after his attacks. The protagonist had acquired the psychokinesis ability. Confused by the notification, he wondered when he had obtained it. It was then that he noticed something upon opening his status window. He had gained an auxiliary class, Conquest Knight. Seeing Shutra still alive, Kaichan roared, changing his tribe's plans. "What are you doing? Attack this bastard right now!" Carrick gritted his teeth, witnessing the prince in danger. As the red orcs charged towards the prince, Carrick and his companions stepped in front of them, shouting, "Protect the prince! Do not let him get hurt!" Surprised, the protagonist saw the clash intensify once more, with him at the center of the 2 tribes' dispute. While wondering what to do, he looked at his character information. He had never seen a class called Conquest Knight in Night Saga. He wondered why it had appeared now. Regardless of the reason, he sprang into action, plunging the broken sword into the ground with a surge of light. An enchantment echoed in his mind, as if he had known it for a long time. With a determined gaze, he recited, "The power of conquest is the power of the king, under the king's banner." As he recited the incantation, the light energy overflowed from the sword embedded in the ground and spread to his tribe's goblins. The ability cast by the protagonist provided a buff to all allies within a certain range. Filled with energy, the green orcs felt their powers surge. This power gave them the confidence to confront their enemies, eliminate every last one of them. The orcs of Shutra's tribe attacked, and with singular blows, they defeated the Red Lightning tribe's orcs one by one. The force they exerted was overwhelming, and like an avalanche, they swept over all enemies in front of them, whether with punches or kicks. Kaichan was astonished to see the enemies suddenly become so much stronger. Even surrounded by allies, he seemed fearful. Stunned, he commented, "This is utterly absurd." The green orc seemed unstoppable, rapidly closing in on him and his personal guards. It was then that he noticed the young man at the back of the cave with the sword stuck in the ground. He must be the source of that power. Kaichan would not allow him to wield this ability for long, and hurled several magic-infused stones at him. However, the protagonist felt no fear. This time, Karak moved in front of him, blocking the stones with his own body, which was so hard it shattered them. Support and defense were united. The orc would not allow his prince to be harmed. Granting Karak all the stat bonuses he could, Shutra ordered him to advance. Without mercy, the green orc charged at his adversary. Kaichan saw the energy-infused orc approaching rapidly, at a speed impossible to evade. Gobsmacked, he couldn't even process what to do. In a single blow, Karak finished Kaichan once and for all. When Kaichan fell to the ground, it drew the attention of all the members of his tribe. A cry of fear rang out among the Red Lightning tribe members, who fled swiftly, but Shutra and Karak's companions would not let them escape easily. At this moment, a notification appeared for Shutra. The merits of a great general belonged to their king. His level increased manifold, thanks to the feats shared by his subordinates. While the young man excitedly watched his level climb, Karak observed his companions. Looking at his own hand, the orc wondered what this power was. With a serious gaze, he looked at the prince, who was acting strangely, playing with the air while smiling. It was then that he thought, "Don't tell me it was the prince." Later, when the orcs returned to the village, they celebrated around a bonfire. Inside a hut, the main character opened various configuration windows, but no matter how much he searched, there was no exit game button. To try and resolve the issue, he first attempted to calm himself. He finally managed to consider 2 possibilities. The first was that he was trapped in a virtual reality due to a bug. In that case, a future update might resolve the problem. The second possibility sounded rather insane, but it was what he was beginning to believe. This place wasn't a game, but reality. The main character had seen such things happen in numerous novels and comics. He was either in a game world or a world similar to them. The setting was so realistic that he could only describe it as real. Here he found characters he could genuinely converse with and, most importantly, there were no sensors for wounds or intimate parts. Worried, he wondered what he should do if this was indeed another world, if he could return if eliminated. However, he quickly pushed that thought from his mind. Looking at his own body, he was glad he wasn't an orc or an ogre, and being a prince, he believed he would be raised in the lap of luxury. While he was still calming himself, the protagonist heard someone call him. It was Karak. When they went to an isolated spot, Karak suggested they spar? As the prince seemed confused, the orc explained, "You are the prince and the commander I must serve, so wouldn't it be beneficial for your future if I knew your swordsmanship level?" While he was still considering whether to accept the duel, Carrick tossed him a wooden sword. Warning that he would go easy, Carrick told him not to worry. Jokingly, the protagonist chided him. "Look at this guy. Is this how you talk to your prince?" Shutra took the initiative, charging at Carrick while ordering him, "If you're going to fight, do it properly." The orc watched the young man approach intently, but when Shutra's attack landed, both noticed something strange. Testing again, the protagonist struck Carrick multiple times with the wooden sword, but not a single scratch appeared. The orc felt as if an egg were being thrown against a solid rock. Testing his prince, Carrick countered with a single sword swing and unbelievably sent Shutra flying. The protagonist fell to the ground, sitting up shortly after. Concerned, Carrick asked if he was all right. Despite complaining to the orc, the protagonist gained significantly from the spar. He acquired the basic swordsmanship level 1 skill. Seeing the skill acquisition notification, he was surprised, wondering how it had happened. However, on second thought, he remembered something similar occurring earlier when he was hit by Kaichan's psychokinesis. He felt as though he learned skills by experiencing them, by receiving direct attacks. Karak intended to end the spar, but Shutra interrupted him. "You bastard, who said it's over?" The young man stood up, gripping the sword firmly and smiled bravely. "I'm just getting started." This time, Shutra advanced with confidence, holding the sword by his side. Carrick was surprised by the attack. When he tried to defend himself, he felt a greater force than expected. In their brief exchange, he observed that the boy's movements had definitely improved. He wondered why the boy had seemed so poor before, and if he had suddenly gotten better. Testing the waters, Carrick swung his sword from bottom to top. An attack the protagonist dodged by leaping back, not being hit in these last exchanges. A confident smile appeared on Shutra's face. "How was that? Can you handle it now?" Changing the subject abruptly, the protagonist asked Carrick what level he was. Thinking for a moment, the orc revealed that he was level 21 the last time he checked. With a few things in mind, the protagonist opened his own status window. Being level 7, he found himself somehow able to withstand the orc's attacks. It had to be said that everyone in this world possessed levels, but unlike the protagonist, they couldn't check them in a status window or anything similar. They needed to use an ability called level measurement magic to find out such information. In short, being able to see detailed statuses and strengthen them with additional points upon leveling up was a huge advantage. Using this advantage, Shutra advanced against Carrick once more. Excitedly, he exchanged sword blows with the orc. Being able to grow stronger was thrilling, and knowing he could reach far beyond anyone else was even more motivating. In the game Night Saga, the Dark Realms storyline revolved around the protagonist Zephyr becoming the Dark King to defeat his rival brothers. Many episodes occurred until the game's end, but the most important among them was the forced event of the Hunt Day. This event, which happened every 517 years in the Dark Realm, was the main event where Zephyr dealt with all his brothers at once to achieve his purpose. Zephyr's brothers also included Shutra Ignis, the prince whose body the main character had taken possession of. Currently, it was the year 512, so there was still some time until the year 517. The protagonist's goal would be to prevent this event within the remaining time, no matter what. The best scenario for him would be to become stronger than Zephyr, but that might be quite difficult. As the protagonist pondered, sitting in the forest, Carrick approached. "Prince, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you for hours." Surprised, the protagonist asked if something was wrong. Carrick frowned in confusion. "What do you mean something wrong? Did you forget about today's appointments?" Confused, the main character heard Carrick state that everyone was waiting for him. Some flags were hoisted within the orc village. Sitting at a table for tea, Shutra forced a smile. Looking at the pair in front of him, he commented, "You guys really came early." On the left sat a girl with dark purplish hair sipping tea, while next to her was a muscular man like an orc with hair as blonde as a lion's mane. That man, the 7th Prince Chris Moonlight, said upon hearing Shutra's manner of speaking, "Speak comfortably. We are siblings, aren't we?" The young lady beside him, the 8th Princess Caitlin Moonlight, also said, "Brother, this is still our first time meeting in person." Even so, Chris still acted friendly. "It's all right. Just call us brother and sister comfortably." These two siblings were born from the 4th queen, Elaine Moonlight, the queen of the lycanthropes. They were the ones the main character had the most difficulty facing when playing Night Saga. However, Chris and Caitlin were eliminated a year before the Hunt Day, at the hands of Zephyr and the other sons of the Dark King. The reason was the secret behind Caitlin Moonlight's birth. She was not the Dark King's daughter, but an illegitimate one. Breaking the main character's chain of memories, Caitlin woke him up asking, "Why did you fight them and not follow the plan as I told you?" Hurriedly, the protagonist tried to state that he didn't know they would emerge out of nowhere. Shutra was surprised when the young lady stood up, walking towards him, Checking the boy's body, she wanted to see if he was injured anywhere. Annoyed by the concern, she warned him, "You're the weakest of the brothers, be more careful." Surprised to see her worrying about him, the protagonist wondered if the Dark King's children could get along so well. When Caitlin sat beside him again, Chris said, "Next time you do something so dangerous, you'll be grounded." Nodding at Chris's concern, the protagonist wondered if these two weren't too nice. Looking at the two, he tried to recall what he knew about the game. Thanks to their overflowing vitality, lycanthropes had many aura users. The main character wondered if he could use aura if he used the same method he used to learn swordsmanship from Carrick. He broke the silence for the first time, stating he had a favor to ask Chris. With shining eyes, he pleaded, "Can you hit me with aura?" Chris was shocked by the request, while Caitlin was disappointed in her little brother. A cry of surprise echoed from both within the tent. In an unknown place in the mountains, sounds of battles could be heard at sunset. Various orcs were being flung upwards, while powerful explosions occurred. Orcs from the Red Lightning tribe and Green Orcs fought, filling the battlefield with atrocious acts. A large red orc charged fiercely, even taking down members of his own clan. Various orcs from the Red Lightning tribe pursued him, but furiously he turned, finishing them off as well. The crazed red orc's arm was struck by one of the Red Lightning tribe's orcs. However, feeling no pain, he looked with an intimidating gaze at the one who dared to attack him. Before those eyes, the small orc with a fang necklace feared for his life. The next instant, the large orc punched the ground, causing an earthquake that sent everyone flying. Enraged, he bellowed, "Leave no one alive. I will reward whoever defeats the most enemies." The Green Orcs heeded the call, charging furiously. Like a green avalanche, they decimated the battlefield. At the same time, Shutra's body appeared in the same empty dark space as before. He once again encountered that woman he had seen earlier. However, this time there were other people there as well. A knight with fiery hair, a shadowy being in a black cloak, and a man in a mantle in the darkness. All seemed like characters who hadn't been released in Night Saga. As he wondered what was happening, the silver-haired woman approached him. A great light fell upon the protagonist, blinding him once more. When he awoke, he felt the sunlight on his face and a soft bed beneath him. Confused, he sat up, wondering if he had been dreaming inside a game. Startling him, Carrick appeared beside him, questioning, "You're awake." With the fright, the protagonist yelled at the top of his lungs. He irritably thrashed on the bed, complaining. Seeing him so agitated, Carrick praised how well he looked. The orc was still confused. "Why did you ask the princess to hit you so heavily? I figured this would happen after you begged her to hit you, even against her will." Glancing sideways at the boy, Carrick noticed something. Around Shutra, a faint energy overflowed like a mist. Looking at that energy and the notification that appeared, the protagonist discovered he had acquired aura. Carrick, dumbfounded, asked, "If you get hit by aura, you can acquire it?" Answering mysteriously, the protagonist stated that he was partially correct. The orc also asked if he had been the cause of what happened in the cave, impressed to learn the truth. Changing the subject, the protagonist asked if anything had happened while he was asleep. Orc Carrick revealed to Shutra that the main forces of the tribe had achieved victory against the Red Lightning tribe. Surprised, Shutra asked, "Main force? It was just the three of us, me, Chris, and Caitlin, who came to suppress the Red Lightning tribe." Carrick emphatically denied it, reminding him that the Red Lightning tribe wasn't small. Curious, Shutra asked who was in charge of the main force. Carrick revealed the truth. The ogre known as a one-man army, General Bandal. Upon hearing Bandal's name, Shutra almost jumped out of bed. General Bandal, as his appearance suggested, was one of the strong and irrational ones. Because of this, he was the subordinate the main character used most when playing as Zephyr. Suddenly, he realized something. This could be a great opportunity. Bandal wouldn't become Zephyr's subordinate until the year 515, so he wasn't yet his subordinate. Licking his lips, the protagonist wondered if he could make Bandal his subordinate. Knowing everything about Bandal, from the gifts and food he liked to his special abilities, the main character knew the most important condition to attract him: defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Knowing all this, he figured he could manage to make Bandal his subordinate before Zephyr did. Having plenty of time until such a thing happened, the protagonist concluded that he still had leeway. Thus, he set his first objective, to make Bandal his subordinate. Sometime later, the protagonist met with his siblings at the Catral camp. They couldn't believe it when they saw him conjure an aura sphere, mastering the basic aura emission technique in a single day. Having placed all his points into aura, Shutra happily watched the results appear. However, distributing points into aura wasn't reckless. Aura increased all physical abilities equally, so on average it was more efficient to level it up than to focus on psychokinesis. Still gaping, Chris muttered, "Could this be possible because he's a Gandharva?" Curious, Chris asked if Shutra could also map out the tunnels. Despite not having a skill for it, he possessed the minimap, so he confidently replied, "That's simple. Can you lend me some paper and a pen?" Some time passed, and the trio entered one of the tents. On the table, Shutra laid out a map of the entire region with the various tunnels. Impressed, Chris exclaimed, "No way! This is even more detailed than the maps Perhaps I have. Excitedly, he placed his hand on his brother's shoulder, praising him as a genius. Since the Red Lightning tribe had been eliminated, Caitlin commented to her siblings that the others didn't know they had knowledge of the tunnels. Chris understood what his sister meant. They could use the tunnels to catch the rest of the enemies off guard. Thus, the sibling duo asked Shutra for one more thing. The protagonist once again went to the forest. Alongside Shutra, while guiding a few other orcs, Karaki asked, "Are we on another reconnaissance mission?" Shrugging, the protagonist stated he had no choice, as he couldn't disagree being the weakest of the siblings. Still, Karaki was relieved they had received reinforcements, all thanks to the merits they had obtained. Midway through their journey, some people interrupted Shutra's walk. He encountered none other than his sister Caitlin and another girl, both wearing hoods to conceal their identities. Surprised, he asked why Caitlin was wearing a hood. Hastily, she told him to be quiet. Concerned, she revealed, "We'll follow them in secret because we don't know what might happen, but I'll only step in if something truly dangerous occurs, as the merits need to go to you, Shutra." Laughing shyly, the protagonist agreed. The young blonde girl accompanying Caitlin introduced herself. Her name was Sarah, a helper. Having greeted each other, Caitlin let Shutra continue the reconnaissance mission, advancing through the forest. Soon, Shutra and his group arrived at the cave where they had encountered the Red Lightning tribe orcs the previous day. Silently, they entered the cave, with Caitlin and Sayira accompanying them. Upon reaching halls they hadn't explored before, they discovered the chests and boxes were empty. Karaki commented, to Shutra's surprise, that the dwarves must have taken everything when they moved out. Confused, he inquired about the swords they had seen earlier. The only conclusion Karaki could reach was that the swords and axes weren't valuable to the dwarves, who could make more. Little by little, they reached other chambers, and soon Karaki noticed something, commenting to his prince, "I think something's coming our way." Having heard a sound, Shutra shared the same opinion. Opening the minimap, the protagonist discovered a horde of enemies approaching, alerting the group. Immediately, he opened his inventory, where he found a potion. Shutra had already anticipated they might encounter someone, so he had prepared a light magic item in advance. Grabbing the potion, he warned Karaki, "When I give the signal, have everyone close their eyes." Despite being confused, the orc nodded. The duo looked towards the end of the corridor they were in and saw an endless darkness. However, soon, countless eyes appeared. They weren't enemy orcs, but stone spiders advancing in a swarm to attack the intruders. These monsters, familiar to the protagonist, moved in groups and possessed a potent, paralyzing venom. Seeing the spiders, the protagonist shouted, "Now everyone, close your eyes!" As the orcs obeyed, the protagonist hurled the vial towards the spiders. The vial shattered upon impact, spilling the glowing liquid within. As if activated by contact with the air, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the entire cave as if a sun had emerged. The brilliance fell upon the spiders, whose many eyes were immensely affected. The spiders squeezed their eyes shut, hissing in pain. Stone spiders were creatures of darkness. Exposing them to light rendered them immobile. Immediately seeing the immobilized spiders, he yelled, "All units, attack! Defeat the spiders!" The orcs charged at his command, investing against the monsters. An incredible battle ensued, but thanks to the advantage Shutra created, the goblins soon overpowered the spiders. The protagonist watched the orcs fight while observing the minimap. He knew that just as stone spiders fought in swarms, there was always a boss among them, and with the minimap, he found it. Hastily, the protagonist called to Karaki, "Follow me, we're going to take on the boss." Karaki and Shutra pushed through the orcs and spiders, following the path the young man indicated. Soon, the duo encountered a giant spider that spanned the entire cavern corridor. Roaring, Karaki leaped onto it. His axe blow landed heavily on the spider's stone back. However, the orc was surprised. No damage was dealt, only sparks and smoke were created. The protagonist gaped at how hard the spider's shell was. He knew spiders were weak against fire, but he didn't know how to use fire magic yet. The spider began to stir, and with eyes emerging on its stony back, it roared at the invaders. The protagonist quickly warned Karaki, "Use fire attacks, it's weak against fire." However, the orc had no way to conjure fire there. It was at this moment that someone whispered to Shutra, "Raise your sword." The protagonist did as instructed, and impressively the sword burst into flames. Surprised, he saw magic for the first time in person. Reaching out, Caitlin asked if that fire was enough. Shutra didn't have time to thank his sister, as the spider attacked him, but without any fear, he braced for the incoming spiky leg attack. The protagonist's eyes were intensely focused on the target, but the next instant, the spider's attack landed where he stood, obliterating the ground and sending rocks and dust flying. Emerging from the dust cloud, Shutra charged forward, wielding the flaming sword. Brandishing the sword in angled slashes, he struck between the spider's eyes, leaving a trail of fire as he arrogantly passed it. The flame attack incinerated the monster. As the giant spider was defeated, the protagonist watched from the side. Little by little, it turned to charcoal, while the experience point blessing transferred transferred to him. A glow appeared around Shutra, evolving his level. Upon opening the status window, the protagonist discovered he had reached level 9, something that happened quite quickly. Caitlin asked if he was all right, as she had seen a light. Explaining that the light was like a blessing, the young man asked his sister not to worry about him. Confused, she asked if he received a blessing from Gandharva. To avoid raising suspicions or needing to create detailed explanations, he decided to simply agree with her thoughts. Caitlin was also confused about something and asked how he had fought so well against the spider, as if he had faced one before. Scratching the back of his neck, the protagonist laughed sheepishly, stating he had read about it in a book. Obviously, he wasn't going to say he fought the stone spider while playing the game they were in. Interrupting the siblings' conversation, Karaki called the prince to show him something. Shutra looked where Karaki was pointing and found a metal door in the middle of a stone wall. The group approached the iron door and opened it, releasing a chilling air. Only Shutra, Karaki, Caitlin, and her assistant Sarah entered the hall. With a surprised look, the protagonist stared at what was inside. In the center of the round hall was a magic circle with what appeared to be a portal. Karaki grew curious upon hearing his prince comment on what was in the center of the hall and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Hastily denying it, he thought for a moment before replying that he had only made a guess. Although not entirely certain, the protagonist believed the drawn patterns looked like they were made in the style of dwarves. The protagonist had never seen a dwarf while playing as Zephyr, but he had encountered them a few times while playing as the hero. Thinking that the portal worked by infusing magic into it, the protagonist approached the crystal ball glowing atop a stone pedestal. Analyzing the crystal ball, he confidently stated to Caitlin, "Sister, I think this might be a portal." Caitlin was confused by her brother's words, but Sarah corroborated. "Looking at these patterns, it seems the prince's words are correct." Trusting Sarah, Caitlin asked if they could tell where the portal connected. Sarah didn't know yet, but believed there were inscriptions somewhere nearby giving hints. Soon, Karaki found a panel on the wall. "Prince, there are some figures here that seem to have letters." Curious, Caitlin and Shutra approached. The writing didn't look like the language of the Dark Kingdom, so the group believed it was in the Dwarven tongue. Karaki asked young Caitlin if she could read what was written, but she hastily denied it. Caitlin asked her assistant Sarah, but she also denied it sadly. However, someone among them read what was written. Zishuka Mountains, Portal 2. Apparently it says here it's connected to Portal 3. Surprised, everyone looked at Shutra. The protagonist was confused, wondering aloud how he could read the Dwarven alphabet. He had obtained the passive skill Dwarven Script just by seeing the writing on the wall, surprising him. Karaki asked the prince if he could indeed read it, and it seemed so even to him. While Caitlin asked her brother when he had learned the Dwarven language, Sarah asked what was below the portal's destination. With his hand on his chin, Shutra stated he thought the portal activated by infusing magic into the crystal. The protagonist asked if his sister could put some magic into the crystal, but she wanted to leave the mission to him. "Me? Why? Do it yourself." However, claiming to still be clumsy with magic, he refused. In the end, Caitlin agreed to use her magic and touch the crystal in the center of the hall. The crystal glowed intensely, even more than before, illuminating the entire room. As the light intensified, a three-dimensional hologram appeared. The group quickly recognized the location before them, the Zishuka Mountains. There was a glowing point on the lines tracing the mountain, likely the location where they were. Another glowing point appeared to be the other portal connected to the one they were at. The group soon imagined that a dwarven hideout was there. Karaki thought this was a good thing, as the main force of the Red Lightning tribe was in front of those mountains. Shutra gave a thumbs up, agreeing. If they went to the other portal, they could attack the Red Orcs from behind. However, as Caitlin wanted to discuss the details with their other brother Chris, they decided to end the expedition there and return. When they returned to the Orc village and told Chris what they had found, he shouted in surprise, "To think there was a portal in that place! Shutra, you are truly a lucky charm." Laughing heartily, he gave his brother a few hearty slaps on the shoulder. Excitedly, Chris stated that if there was anything Shutra wanted, he just had to ask, as he would give him anything within reach. Shutra was impressed by the offer, but Chris, as captain and elder brother, wanted to reward him. Hearing Chris say not to refuse the offer, or he would be disappointed, the protagonist gave a restrained smile. He then asked, would it be alright even if it was a rather irrational matter? Chris became even more curious to know what he was going to ask upon hearing his question. Restrained, the protagonist asked, could you teach me the Divine Beast Fist? The request was so unexpected and irrational that Chris felt his world crumbling. Since he couldn't use weapons because his level was too low, the protagonist thought it would be different with skills. The Divine Beast Fist was a powerful martial art of fists and steps, passed down from generation to generation in the royal family of lycanthropes. Simply put, it was an S-rank martial art. As it was an irrational request, he knew there was nothing he could do if Chris refused. Crossing his arms, he shook his head. I think I'm asking too much, right? It's okay. I expected this from the start. However, unexpectedly, Chris replied to make him happy. Very well, I will teach you. However, Chris warned, I won't be able to teach the secrets of the technique. The protagonist became excited, but Chris changed his statement. I will teach you the aura, instead of the secrets. When asked if this would be a sufficient gift, he saw Shutra fall silent. Seeing him quiet, Chris thought his brother hadn't liked it, but Shutra quickly shook his hands, denying it. No, I liked it. I absolutely loved it. With his hands on his hips and a familiar smile, Chris asked, Shutra, from now on, can I think of you as another little brother, besides Caitlin? The protagonist was confused at being called a little brother. Such words carried deep meaning. It was visible in Chris's eyes. However, this was not a bad offer for him. Extending his hand, he shook Chris's hand, accepting the offer. Satisfied, Chris and Caitlin smiled, as did Shutra, who hoped they could work well together from now on. With the handshake, a notification appeared for the protagonist. An alliance has been formed with Chris Moonlight and Caitlin Moonlight. Current alliance status, normal. Soon the sun began to set, and the sky darkened over the garrison tribe of the Red Lightning. There, various orcs guarded a tent. One orc grinned maliciously as he looked at someone. It's not like you wanted to come here from the beginning, is it, princess? In front of him was the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, bound by magical chains. Of all Shutra's stats, charisma was the lowest, 17 points, compared to the 21 in which the others stood. Initially, all his stats grew by 2 points when he leveled up, but at some point, charisma began to increase by only 1 point. He wondered what the reason for this was. In the original Night Saga, appearance and charisma were separate stats. The appearance stat numerically quantified how handsome someone was. The charm stat, on the other hand, represented how much others could like the character. Since it was already difficult to have growth as good as what he was experiencing, the protagonist didn't pay much attention to it. What excited him most was being close to reaching level 10. In Night Saga, when Zephyr and Locke reached level 10, the level of their unique skills, Descendant of Darkness and Chosen, respectively, increased by 1. While excitedly wondering if his skills would improve if he leveled up, Shutra heard Carrick call him. Informing him that everything had been arranged, he asked the young prince if they should continue their journey. Looking excitedly at the orc, Shutra agreed. Seeing the smile on Shutra, Carrick asked if something good had happened, but the boy changed the subject. Soon the two approached other orcs. A full army of orcs was waiting for them. In front of them, Shutra announced, "All right, let's go." The army proceeded towards the mountains, and there they entered the cave connected to the tunnels. To advance through the tunnels this time, the orc army would fight alongside various lycanthropes to deal with the stone spiders once again. While they fought, Shutra's group headed for the portal hall door. Chris, Shutra, Carrick, Caitlin, and Sarah made their way to the crystal. There, 2 lycanthropes were analyzing the crystal, and Chris asked if they had finished. One of them smiled and replied, "Yes, as your highness said, this portal is connected to the Jishuka Mountains." Crossing his arms excitedly, Chris asked if the portal would work. The lycanthrope confirmed and praised the work of the dwarves who created the portal. Hearing the confirmation, Chris called his teammates to move forward. The 2 lycanthropes immediately activated the portal with the crystal, infusing magic into it. The crystal shone like a moon, and soon a portal to the mountains appeared before everyone. Shutra and Carrick were surprised to see the portal. The protagonist couldn't believe he was seeing a portal in person. Seeing Shutra lagging behind, Caitlin quickly urged him on as she approached the portal. He ran towards his sister, passing through the portal after her. The 5 team members emerged in a rocky, mountainous area. From where they stood, Shutra was surprised to look down. Below the mountain where they were was a valley with dozens of orc huts. Upon finding the enemy garrison, Chris became excited. Judging by the size of the place, Chris stated that there should be 5,000 enemies. Given this, he wanted to prioritize a sabotage strategy if they were to attack the enemy from the rear. Revealing that General Vandal would attack from the front and distract the enemy, Chris stated that they would infiltrate and burn the enemy's food supplies. After Chris revealed the plan, Sarah asked if there wasn't something strange. Chris ended up agreeing with her. There were few orcs at the base, which made him wonder where the rest had gone, worried that they might already be launching an attack. At that moment, Shutra heard a continuous noise and looked to the side. In the distant valley, he spotted a crowd, as if a battle were taking place. Chris then instructed his brother, "Shutra, focus your aura on your eyes." Although confused, he did as the lycanthrope asked. Soon, a white energy appeared in Shutra's eyes. As if he had managed to zoom in, the protagonist could see the battle. Observing the battle like Shutra, Caitlin recognized one of the sides as the Red Lightning tribe, but asked who they were fighting against. Chris stated it wasn't Vandal's troops, as there was no scheduled battle. They also saw that the scale of the battle was too small to be against their troops. While they continued to talk, Shutra kept focusing his aura on his eyes. Soon he saw among the red orcs some women. With white hair and riding beasts, they fought fiercely against the orcs of the Red Lightning tribe. Surprised, he commented aloud, "Dark elves?" Everyone looked at Shutra, surprised by what he had said. Caitlin asked why he thought the orcs were fighting dark elves. Stating that those people were small and rode drakes, he thought they were dark elves. Observing what was happening from a distance, Chris stated that the other group was retreating. Wondering if the elves' commander had been captured, the group saw the dark elves hastily retreat, fleeing. Carrick loudly asked what had happened, if the battle was over. Ignoring the question, Shutra was more interested in why the dark elves were there. Upon returning to base, Shutra, Caitlin, and Chris received a transmission from Vandal. On the holographic screen, the Great Orc spoke, "I heard the story that you found the elves' portal. As expected of Prince Chris, how did you know there was a portal there?" Chris told the truth, denying having found the portal and giving the credit to the 9th Prince, Shutra. Timidly, the protagonist stated he had been lucky. Talking with General Vandal, the protagonist heard from the orc that he would eventually receive a reward from the Dark King's castle for this. Changing the subject, Chris stated they had seen a small battle in front of the Red Lightning tribe's camp, asking if Vandal knew about anything. Vandal was aware and commented that the Dark Elves had started a battle against such orcs. Confused, Chris asked if the elves could possibly be reinforcements from the Dark King's castle, but the orc stated that after some reconnaissance of the Dark Elves, things got a bit complicated, although initially the Dark Elves intended to join them. Returning to the important topic, Vandal revealed there was a problem. It seems the captain of an independent unit of Dark Elves has been captured by the Red Lightning tribe. Curious, Chris asked if this was the reason for the desperate fight of the small group of Dark Elves. Curious, Shutra intervened in the conversation, asking who the captain of the independent unit was. Worried, Vandal revealed that such a person was someone they all knew, the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, one of their sisters. Upon hearing Vandal, Caitlin and Chris were dumbfounded. Felicia Doomblade was the daughter of Sylvia Doomblade, the 3rd queen and former Dark Elf princess, and the twin sister of Sylvan Doomblade. In the game, Felicia and Sylvan belonged to the faction of the 4th princess, Anastasia Nekrian, so the impression that they were enemies was strong. Confused, the protagonist wondered why Felicia would appear there, musing if she was trying to interfere to gain merit. Concerned, Chris asked the general if the Red Lightning bastards knew that the Dark Elf was Felicia. However, this was something the orc didn't know yet. They needed to confirm it. Chris wanted to know what they would do from that point on, whether there would be any negotiations. Vandal stated they would save the princess if they could, speaking with the Red Lightning orcs if an opportunity arose, but with no intention of giving up. Chris was satisfied with Vandal's answer, who continued, "I will try to gather more information and contact you if anything comes up." Thus, the trio bid farewell to the general, who ended the contact. Upon discovering that his elder sister had been taken prisoner, Chris broke out in a cold sweat. Caitlin bravely asserted that they needed to save their sister if she was still alive, but Chris didn't think it would be easy. "If we try to save her, we'll be the ones getting hurt." Caitlin was surprised by her brother's fear. However, she was unwilling to give up. "I'm going to save her. I have to. She's my sister." Silently, Chris frowned. Shutra watched him open his mouth again. "I know, but..." Sometime later, some lycanthropes were summoned to guard a tent. Chris and the others were there, showing a map. "The plan is simple. When General Vandal distracts the main force, we will attack the camp from the rear. After that, I will penetrate the center of the camp and cause as much chaos as possible. Caitlin and Shutra will lead their units and complete their missions." Shutra asked if he was talking about rescuing their sister. Chris confirmed, "Yes, we will burn the food storehouse and the armory, and rescue Felicia at the same time." However, with a worried look, Chris asked them to retreat if the situation became dangerous, as they couldn't lose lives to rescue just one person. Upon hearing how Chris treated Felicia, Caitlin flared up irritably at her brother, but with the authority of a commander, he told her to be quiet. However, Caitlin refused. "Felicia is our family. How can you say that?" Seeing how the two siblings argued, the protagonist wondered what was happening. He felt as if Chris wasn't very enthusiastic about rescuing Felicia, as if something had happened between them. That night, under foggy skies in the Stone Mountains, the sounds of marches could be heard. Raising their sharp axes, the orcs shouted, "Advance, warriors! Let's eliminate the Red Lightning bastards!" On top of a hill stood Chris, with some orcs accompanying him. From the portal's exit, he observed the Red Lightning tribe's settlement. The orcs peacefully guarded the camp, tranquil, expecting nothing to happen. At that moment, Chris frowned, using his power. Hundreds of meters away, an explosion occurred outside the settlement. All the orcs there were thrown upward, engulfed by flames. Immediately, Vandal and the other orcs charged like meat trucks. With eyes red with fury, Vandal roared, "Eliminate them all!" At the same time, Shutra observed the settlement from another mountain. Karak, confused, asked if they weren't going to advance since the attack had begun. However, Shutra asked him to wait for the signal. The battle began intensely, with the green orcs catching the Red Lightning unprepared. Vandal stayed behind, observing the battle. With a watchful eye, he waited for the right moment. Suddenly, he shouted, "The time has come! Retreat! After setting fire to the wooden walls of the camp, the green orcs under Vandal's command retreated. Observing the situation, Chris ordered the orcs and lycanthropes with him to prepare. He also nodded for Shutra and Caitlin to complete their mission. Joining the siblings, Chris advanced with the entire army towards the rear of the Red Lightning tribe. Needing to deal with the burning base, the Red Lightning orcs were dumbfounded to see a new attack. Orcs and lycanthropes attacked, launching punches like stone hammers, destroying and demolishing everything in their path. Accompanying his younger brother, Caitlin pleaded, "Shutra, be careful." Heeding his sister's request, the protagonist opened the minimap. He immediately commanded Carrick and the orcs ahead of him. "Go left. Run straight ahead and you'll reach the storehouse." Carrick led the charge, bellowing, "Eliminate them all!" Carrick was the first to strike the enemies, brandishing his weapon over a Red Lightning orc. A red orc as large as Carrick attacked him, clenching his fist for a punch. Caught by surprise, a look of fear appeared on Carrick's face. However, something thrown by Shutra flew and hit the orc who tried to attack him. The protagonist had used the throwing dagger skill, saving Carrick. Surprised, Carrick asked the prince when he had learned to throw daggers. Setting the question aside, Shutra advanced alongside Carrick, urging him to move quickly. He hid the fact that he had only acquired this skill the previous night. Seeing a food storage ahead, Carrick asked if they just needed to burn it. Before Shutra could order them to burn the storage, he wondered where Felicia was, fearing she might be caught in the flames. Therefore, he stated that they needed to find their sister first. Opening the minimap, he quickly scanned the area. To him, Felicia was recognized as a neutral character, so she would be marked as a blue or purple dot among the reds, who were the enemies. Soon, Shutra found something. Looking back, he directed Carrick in the direction he was pointing. The protagonist quickly entered a tent, looking around for Felicia. Soon he heard someone call his name. "Shutra?" Looking in the direction of the voice, he found a dark elf with white hair. Chained, the young woman was kneeling on the ground. Felicia Doomblade gasped upon seeing the young man. "Shutra, how did you get here?" The young woman with red eyes, pointed ears, and a braid holding back her loose hair was quite surprised to see him. However, asking her to leave the explanations for later, he rushed to the chains, trying to free her. Knowing it was dangerous there, he stated, "We need to get out of here as fast as possible." Shutra didn't just want to save Felicia. He wanted to make her favorable towards him. His plan seemed to be working, as Felicia was already looking at him with surprise and interest. Managing to get her out of the tent by unchaining her, Shutra asked her to follow him. "Let's go meet Brother Chris and Sister Caitlin." Surprised, Felicia asked if the two had really come there to rescue her. Confused, Shutra wondered why she was asking such an obvious question, and, with doubt, asked if there was perhaps a reason why they wouldn't want to save her. Stammering, Felicia changed the subject. Just as Felicia was about to talk about the power struggle within the family, Carrick shouted, "Prince, they're coming back!" Rushing towards Carrick, Shutra asked her to follow him. Agreeing with him, Felicia asked with a raised eyebrow, "Since when did you start calling me sister?" Looking at Shutra's back, Felicia was startled to see something flying towards him. "Shutra, behind you!" Hearing Felicia, the protagonist looked back, but he couldn't dodge the attack. The light pierced his body before he could even do anything. A wet cough escaped Shutra's mouth, as did excruciating pain. An explosion occurred around the protagonist and a fireball appeared. Before Carrick and Felicia, Shutra vanished amidst the flames. Speechless, Felicia stammered, Shutra!" In this moment of stupor, a red orc attacked Felicia. The young woman moved quickly despite her irritation. However, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something amidst the flames. Something exploded, hitting the orc that tried to attack her, leaving her wide-eyed. Seeing the silhouette through the smoke, Felicia couldn't believe her eyes. Shutra walked into view and, with his acquired skill, mana control, and fire bow, created a bow that shot flaming arrows, the very ones that had hit him. Looking in one direction, Shutra pulled the fire bowstring, launching several arrows at the red orcs in front of him. With a smile on his face, the protagonist seized the opportunity he'd never had before. On a battlefield, he used his newly acquired skill to eliminate enemies, unleashing a volley of arrows. Upon hitting the red orcs, the fire arrows exploded, using real magic for the first time. He didn't tire, pulling the fire bow to launch arrows continuously. Even the level 1 arrows were impressive as they hit their targets, bringing happiness to the young player. Suddenly, Shutra was startled when something fell behind him. Looking closely, he realized that what had fallen near him was an ice attack. An archer mage from the Red Lightning tribe had shot an ice arrow. Looking at the archer, Shutra realized he was trying to aim at Felicia, who was running towards him, worried. However, unexpectedly, Shutra pushed her away. "Don't come near me!" As she was pushed, Felicia showed a confused expression, but then she saw a rain of ice arrows fall upon Shutra before her. With eyes that gleamed with longing, he murmured the reason he didn't want his sister near him. "These arrows are mine." A dozen ice arrows fell on Shutra, exploding into snowflakes. A frosty mist appeared, covering the entire camp. but it soon began to dissipate, revealing Shutra's silhouette once more. Just as he had thought, Shutra had acquired the ice arrow magic. However, Shutra's smile soon vanished as weakness hit him. He fell to the ground, seeing a large ice spike in his body. Having been hit by one of the arrows and unable to destroy it, Shutra's HP dropped to 13 out of his original 95, putting him in critical condition. He gritted his teeth, afraid of being hit by another arrow. But then someone appeared to help him, calling him an idiot. Looking back, he saw his sister Felicia with her arms crossed, annoyed with him. Blushing slightly, he snapped, "Who asked you to save me? You're the weakest of all the siblings. Who are you to save someone?" Shutra was surprised, realizing Felicia had misunderstood his intentions. While Felicia asked when he had learned magic, Shutra looked at the tower where the orc who had hit him was. He realized Felicia had defeated him in the time he was boasting. Suddenly, Shutra felt ice on his chest as Felicia pulled the ice arrow from him. In the next instant, he felt a comforting warmth and saw a green glow. Felicia had placed her hands on the wound on his chest, using magic. Quickly, with the magic Felicia used, the wound on Shutra's chest closed. In seconds, not even a scar remained. His skin was closed. At the same time his wound healed, Shutra received a notification. He had acquired the heal skill. Looking at his own chest, Shutra was impressed with the renowned genius mage Felicia Doomblade. Worried, Felicia asked if he could stand up now. Stammering, he agreed, thanking his sister. Before he could get up, however, they both heard heavy footsteps. A violent red orc with white hair and furious eyes advanced like an out-of-control train. Confused by what it was, Shutra, who was more knowledgeable, explained, "That's a blood ogre, a mutant subspecies of ogres." Surprised, Felicia asked fearfully if they needed to get past it to escape. Before Shutra could answer, the ogre's shadow was already upon them. The sibling duo ran desperately as the ogre pursued and roared at them. There was no way to fight that thing. With an axe in hand, the red ogre attacked the duo of brothers, who fortunately managed to dodge the blows. Shutra, looking back, questioned in panic, "How can he be so big and so fast at the same time?" Beside him, Felicia asked, "Hold him off for a while, I can defeat him with magic." The protagonist's eyes widened, asking his sister how he was supposed to do that. While they were talking distractedly, the ogre attacked again, causing the ground to erupt and Shutra to fly forward. Recovering, Shutra warned Felicia, "All right, I'll draw his aggro somehow. You prepare the attack." Felicia was confused, asking what aggro was but understood what her brother meant. The protagonist looked for Carrick, shouting, "Let's do the same thing we did last time. Get ready!" Shutra immediately opened a window upon approaching Carrick, his inventory. There in the inventory was a dagger. Materializing the dagger, he prepared to use a spell. The dagger filled with power and shot towards the ground. Shutra stuck the dagger into the ground, releasing the accumulated energy which went towards Carrick as Shutra roared, "Under the king's banner!" All the energy was absorbed by the orc Carrick's body, strengthening him. With so much power inside his body, Carrick even felt his confidence grow. He roared fiercely, preparing for battle. The red ogre was startled by Carrick's roar, who furiously charged, raising his cleaver. Carrick's cleaver fell upon the ogre's axe, creating a spark with the impact. However, the cleaver advanced, and the ogre could do nothing but use his own body as a shield and suffer. Carrick didn't stop, launching another attack, this time to the side. The attack hit the ogre squarely, like a knife stuck in a meat board. The ogre gritted his teeth, trying to withstand the attacks. As soon as the ogre raised his axe to counterattack, an illusory Felicia appeared above him. The young dark elf was alert, ready for a surprise attack. She stopped in front of the ogre's back, extended her hands, and cast the spell. Immediately, a gooey liquid appeared under the ogre's feet, making him slip as if stepping on a banana peel. The ogre fell heavily on his back, almost causing an earthquake. Seizing the opportunity, Carrick leapt onto him. With eyes full of fury, Carrick shouted, "This is the end!" Like a comet, Carrick fell upon the red ogre, driving him into the ground with his cleaver strike. The ogre could no longer endure and, due to a sequence of blows, coughed one last time. Creating a crater with the ogre's body, Carrick emerged as the victor of the battle. Beside him, Shutra observed the final outcome of the fight. Even with other enemies remaining, he had seen the most problematic bastard defeated. It was at this moment that a golden light enveloped Shutra's body, surprising him. As the light appeared, so did a notification window. He had leveled up to 10, finally reaching the level he had been waiting for. What Shutra had expected happened. One of his skills, the main character's buff, leveled up. Smiling slightly, he read the other notifications. Thanks to the level 2 main character buff, a new passive skill has been added. Smiling, he decided to open the gift box and check what he had obtained. Shutra's new skill was called Battlefield Blessing. The accuracy of ranged weapons aimed at him would slightly decrease. Shutra was excited to see the skill, which could save him from many incidents. This skill was very common in games and movies, having been seen by many people. It was how a character would run in one direction, and bullets fired at them would never hit, always just passing very close to their body. With this skill, Shutra was confident he could recreate the effect of the main character's buff. Suddenly, Shutra heard a girl's scream as several red lightning orcs emerged, returning to the camp. Waking her brother, Felicia screamed while fleeing from them. "Shutra, what are you doing? The enemies are coming!" To distract the orcs, Felicia turned, gathering a large amount of wind around her. Pointing at the red orcs, she chanted, "Oh wind, spin and rage!" A tornado appeared at her command, tossing the orcs into the air. Even from a distance, feeling the power of the wind, Shutra was dumbfounded. What Felicia had displayed seemed like magic, but it wasn't magic itself. He quickly figured it out by looking more closely at the various spiritual butterflies in the wind. Those were spirits, definitely. Even though they were a species of corrupted elves, Felicia showed why they were still called elves. Extending her hands, the dark elf created a magic circle, showing her talent not only as a mage but as a spiritual summoner. With such power, she created a sphere of wind, trapping the orcs who still dared to pursue them. From the ground, watching his sister fly and use magic and wind spirits, Shutra blushed slightly, excitedly wondering if her attack could hit him. In the starless night, a burst of light surged across the sky. As the specks of light fell, the orcs looked up in surprise. Gazing at the sky, Carrick asked the prince if that was the fire signal. Shutra nodded, reminding Carrick that a yellow signal meant an order to retreat. Carrick was confused, asking why they would retreat. Shutra didn't know either. He wondered what was happening, fearing someone was in danger. Carrick immediately asked the prince to give them an order. Thus, Shutra did. Carrick, gather the troops and retreat. I'm going to check on Caitlin. Carrick was confused by the prince's plan. What do you mean? Then I'm going with you. However, Shutra refused, remembering there must be a reason for the retreat order, and asked Carrick to follow his command. As Carrick was worried, Felicia reassured him. I'll go with Shutra. Adjusting her hair, she lightly commented, I can't live with debts hanging over me, so I'd like a chance to repay you. Seeing how the young dark elf claimed to still have some business to attend to with the damned Red Lightning Tribe orcs, Carrick agreed. Bidding farewell and asking the prince to be careful, Carrick advised that he would wait for him at the top of the mountain. After saying goodbye to Carrick, Felicia accompanied Shutra, asking doubtfully, do you really need to go to where Caitlin is? Shutra wanted to check on the situation because they didn't know why the retreat order had been given so suddenly. Felicia surmised, but couldn't believe Caitlin could have been captured. Hoping nothing had happened to Caitlin, Shutra stated they would all return together if she was all right. Looking at her brother, the young elf asked why he cared so much about Caitlin. Without batting an eye, Shutra replied, well, she's my sister, so of course I care. He just hid the fact that he was also worried because they had formed an alliance. Crossing her arms, Felicia analyzed the boy in silence. She murmured to herself what he had said. Of course he cares, doesn't he? In one area of the camp, there were some watchtowers and tents and a lot of smoke. Red lightning orcs were rushing about, but something was stopping them. Caitlin was running among them, hitting them one by one with her fists. Against another group of orcs, Caitlin extended her hand, launching fireballs that exploded on impact. However, the monsters kept coming, and they roared upon seeing the young woman. 2 red orcs advanced towards her, and she retreated, running backward. Using aura to conjure magic, she created an ice staff. Wielding the staff, she cut through the orcs, sending them flying. Shutra and Felicia, who had just arrived, were astonished to see Caitlin fighting and winning alone. Felicia smiled, mocking her little brother. See? Just as I thought. He realized, rolling his eyes, that there was nothing he needed to worry about. Surprised to see her brother, Caitlin questioned why he was there instead of retreating. He ended up hastily replying, I came to rescue you. I mean, to help you. But it seems I don't need to do anything. Noticing her brother's misunderstanding, Caitlin turned to look at him. However, Caitlin found a woman beside him. In the blink of an eye, Caitlin jumped onto Felicia, hugging her with immense affection. Felicia, thank heavens you're safe. Being hugged so fervently, Felicia looked away shyly. Of course I am. Honestly, you worried too much for nothing. Seeing how close the two were, Shutra was happy. Opening the region map, the protagonist observed the various red dots appearing. Warning the sisters that the enemies were returning, he stated they needed to retreat quickly. Asking Shutra to take the lead, the sisters stayed in the rear, delaying the enemy. Sometime later, several orcs were back in the teleportation hall. Soon, Shutra, Felicia, and Caitlin's group also passed through the portal back. Upon discovering that it was Shutra who had found the portal, Felicia crossed her arms, impressed. Caitlin reaffirmed what she had told her sister, stating that Shutra had made a great contribution to this expedition. Observing the boy talking to Carrick, Felicia quietly asked, when did he change so much? At that moment, Chris appeared, greeting everyone. It seems you've returned safely. Excited to see her brother, Caitlin showed that they had rescued Felicia and brought her back safely. Coldly, Felicia greeted Caitlin's brother and her own brother. It's been a while, Chris. He was silent for a moment, staring at her before replying, "It's been a while, Felicia." After some time, the siblings group gathered in a more secluded area of the cave. There, Chris revealed that the news reported that General Vandal's side had also won, and that Yakuzan had surrendered after seeing his own camp in flames. Confused, Shutra asked who Yakuzan was. Beside him, Caitlin revealed that was the name of the Red Lightning tribe leader, asking if he had forgotten. Joining the conversation, the elf Felicia asked if Yakuzan had surrendered, but Chris corrected her. Not exactly, he just fled somewhere else. If he gathers allies, he could still fight in some way. Having said that, Chris stated the next step. Tomorrow, we will attack Kairam's forces, Kai-chan's older brother. If they join Yakuzan, it will be a problem. Finishing what he had to say, Chris handed the floor to Felicia, asking how she had been captured. Felicia scratched her arm, answering embarrassed. "I was studying ruins in that area, so I heard about a battle, and on my way to try and help, I ended up being captured." Frowning, Chris asked if she was telling the truth. With a climate of animosity, Felicia retorted the question, "Why? Don't you believe me?" The two fell silent, staring at each other. Sighing, Chris turned his back on his sister. "You've had a difficult day. Let's end it here." As Chris bid farewell to Caitlin and Shutra, Felicia lowered her head, watching him from behind. Orcs and werewolves gathered in the cave. Some slept, others cooked and ate together, while others tended to their wounds. On the other side, the main character observed all the skills acquired during the battle. Looking at them made him happy. However, the only one he could use in combat was his aura. As he tinkered with the skills, someone called him. Felicia, who had changed her clothes, entered the chamber where he was, asking if they could talk for a minute. When Shutra asked what she wanted to talk about, Felicia bit her lip slightly. She then walked up to him and, surprising him, pulled him by his shirt. The protagonist was surprised because, looking him in the eyes and with a soft voice, Felicia asked, "Do you want to take off your shirt?" Facing Felicia's gaze, the protagonist blushed completely. He tried to look somewhere that wasn't wrong to look and asked, stuttering, "Why?" With a serious look, the elf questioned him, "Don't you want your wounds treated?" The sudden understanding was like a shock to Shutra. Placing her hand over Shutra's wounds, Felicia released a healing energy while explaining that what she had done before had only been a quick first aid. This time, she was casting a healing spell to treat the internal wounds he had. Sitting on the ground, his hopes crushed, Shutra waited for Felicia to heal him. Suddenly, Felicia asked why his body had glowed earlier. Revealing that it happened sometimes, Shutra changed the subject, stating he had a favor to ask of her. Felicia's gaze became more serious when Shutra stated, "This is a favor that only you, Felicia, can fulfill." 3 new skills appeared on Shutra's skill tree: healing, poison healing, and disease healing. The young man was quite satisfied to obtain such skills. Thanks to Felicia granting his request, he learned to use 3 healing skills. After finishing the conversation with Felicia, Shutra met with Caitlin. He would finally be learning the Feral Fist with her. The Feral Fist was a martial art that was the symbol of the lycanthropes. Among the lycanthropes, the werewolf fists were the foundation of the divine Feral Fist. For that reason, Caitlin had personally offered to teach him such a style. Caitlin explained the technique. The Feral Fist also uses both external and internal aura. Today I'll start by teaching you basic aura control using the internal aura. At the same time, she brought her hands together, creating a sphere of aura. Under Caitlin's instructions, Shutra closed his eyes and focused on the internal aura. Very quickly, he began to feel the aura, the power of life. Such power coursed through his veins, throughout his whole body. The aura was infinitesimally close to the power of the soul, and when pushed to its limit, it became the power of the soul itself. When such power became constantly awakened, Shutra opened his eyes. The young man's body glowed and a notification appeared. He had acquired the level 1 passive skill, Protagonist's Body. The acquisition of the skill was quite surprising. Looking at the skill's information, Shutra discovered that it drastically increased the training efficiency of skills learned physically. When the skill evolved, the skill traits for its levels would be unlocked. Mouth agape, Shutra came across another overwhelmingly powerful skill. Besides this skill, he also received Extreme Magical Body, which increased the efficiency of magical power, and the Hero's Blood, which increased the efficiency of trained divine power. Such skills were as good as the passive skills of Zephyr and Locke, the main characters. In addition, there was the matter of the skill traits that could be released. This seemed to be a system where new functions were added with each level, something completely new. Shutra couldn't help but smile excitedly. Confidence overflowed in him, who was originally called main character, as he now knew he had become a protagonist. Caitlin woke the young man, however, asking why he was staring into space and telling him to stay focused. As soon as he apologized, Caitlin stated that they would return to Feral Fist training from the beginning. As soon as he acquired the Feral Fist skill, Shutra executed it, making the aura appear on his fists. Caitlin was really impressed to see him execute the movements of the technique so quickly. This was incredible. Despite his hands being empty, Shutra felt that he was holding something. This was the power of the Feral Fist. Just as they were about to proceed to the next step, a werewolf ran to interrupt the pair, looking for the princess. "We have a big problem." The siblings' attention was drawn by the hurried call. They met with Chris, who promptly revealed Kairam's forces have disappeared. At the news, the group became confused and surprised. To Chris, Kairam must have discovered their strategy. Upon hearing her brother, Caitlin asked if he had a new plan. Pointing to a spot on the map, he stated, "According to the information provided by General Vandal's side, it seems that Yakuzan and Kairam will meet here." Hearing from Chris that there was a high chance the location was correct, Shutra took the floor, stating that they needed to make a decisive move. Chris nodded and declared, "We will join forces with General Vandal. We will face the Red Thunder tribe in an all-out war alongside the main army, in the main camp of the forces suppressing the Red Lightning tribe." A meeting took place the next day. Vandal, upon meeting with Prince Chris, praised him for the good work. Greeting the general for the first time in a long time, Chris praised him. "You are the same as always, General." Vandal also greeted Princess Felicia, next to Chris asking how she was. However, she cut the small talk, worriedly asking where her subordinates were. Vandal reassured her, stating that they were all fine. Shutra watched the general's interaction with the pair. Vandal had been the character he had used the most in Night Saga. Perhaps that was why he felt that even his face was familiar. In an attempt to interact, Shutra approached the general, extending his hand. "Good to see you, Vandal. I am Shutra." Vandal looked at him for an instant and extended his finger toward him, greeting him this way. "Good to see you too, new Prince Shutra." That night, Shutra dreamed of a woman identical to Felicia. A golden power enveloped her, making her divine. One of her red eyes, however, had turned blue like the sky. In front of Felicia was a knight, with dragon-like armor that covered her whole body and hair on fire. The woman who looked like Felicia noticed the presence of that woman, who stared at her with her sky-blue eyes. In front of the two was Shutra, curiously watching them in front of him. As soon as he saw them, Shutra felt that there were two different energies that represented them. In the first, conquest. In the second, war. It was upon encountering such an image that the young man woke up, confused. He remembered the dream. Shutra was sure he had seen the woman who looked like Felicia before, but he had never seen that woman with red armor. In this moment of confusion, Karak opened the tent, calling the young prince to start moving. Upon leaving the tent with Karak, Shutra came across the orcs, who were already organizing the items they would take to battle. In this war mission, Shutra had been assigned to the left flank, Vandal would be in the center, while Chris and Caitlin would be on the right flank. The Dark Elves, with their superior mobility, had been assigned to stay in the rear, in a separate department. When the advance began, time flew by in the blink of an eye, under the red sky. When Shutra realized it, he was already in front of the battlefield, facing thousands of enemy soldiers. Shutra stood among the orcs and werewolves, facing the army of red orcs, commanding the allied army. Vandal stepped forward shouting, "Everyone, assume combat positions. Let's teach these bastards what it feels like to feel pain." The great red orc raised his axe, roaring, "All forces advance!" Under Vandal's command, green orcs and werewolves advanced furiously. The orcs of the Red Lightning tribe stood ready in front of their army, carrying axes and wooden shields, waiting for the clash. They smiled maliciously. Suddenly, in the middle of the red orc army, a large explosion occurred. Vandal looked back, dumbfounded, trying to understand what had happened. Vandal and the green orcs stopped, as they came across something much bigger than them. There was a furious mammoth with volcanoes on its back in the Red Lightning army. Dumbfounded, Vandal recognized such a monster, the swamp mammoth. From the volcanoes on the mammoth's back, explosions occurred. It shot several explosive rocks that fell on the green orc army, exploding. The powerful and inevitable explosions threw the green orcs in all directions, causing a tremendous amount of damage. Shutra and Karak were shocked by the devastating situation. Dumbfounded, Shutra stated, "We were deceived. These bastards knew everything from the start." With several mammoths in their army, the Red Lightning tribe secured the upper hand in the battle. The swamp mammoths, as the name suggested, were monsters similar to mammoths, but their sizes could not be compared to normal monsters. In short, this was a true monster that honored its name. In front of this red monster with furious eyes, Shutra still did not despair. However, suddenly new enemies appeared. Lizardmen, with their sharp claws and long swords, emerged from behind the allied army. The green orcs looked back with frightened eyes. Shutra gritted his teeth upon seeing new enemies. The green orcs had to deal with the new enemies, who savagely caused chaos within the army, breaking their formation. A lizardman spared no effort and jumped toward Shutra, showing his sharp claws and fangs. However, Karak appeared at the last second. Attacking the lizard from behind, Karak promptly shouted to Shutra, "Pay attention! One wrong move and we will all be defeated here." The protagonist nodded, knowing he was right. He was not in a game. Chris used his fists to invade the Red Lightning orc army. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Damn it, don't tell me they already knew everything and prepared to play with us." Caitlin quickly approached her brother, stating that it might be better to retreat, to seek a new opportunity in the future. Chris couldn't believe she was suggesting such a thing. Making a mistake at such a moment would cause them to suffer great losses, possibly even being annihilated in battle. But Caitlin made him realize by reminding him that, at the rate the battle was going, only more casualties would happen. She firmly asked, "You need to make a decision. Now is the right time to retreat, brother." Even against his will, Chris bellowed, getting the attention of the troops. From the top of the hill where he was, he proclaimed, "Those who can use magic will stabilize a defensive line in the rear and buy as much time as possible. The rest will quickly form groups to retreat. Survive and return no matter what." In the center of a canyon was a village formed by the orcs. There, they were being healed by the dark elves who had joined the group under Felicia's command. Chris hit a table, blaming himself. "I was too complacent. I should have been suspicious, even if just a little," but Vandal didn't blame him. What was done could not be changed. The general saw the only options as withdrawing the troops entirely or requesting reinforcements from the king's castle. Gloomily, Chris agreed. He knew he couldn't drag his subordinates to their graves in vain due to a desire for glory. Before they made the decision, Felicia interrupted them. "I have an idea." Taking the floor, Felicia stated that the reason they had gone to that area had been because of the exploration of the ruins. The destination of the exploration is here, on the edge of the Jishuka Mountains. Shutra knew how Felicia was an excellent mage, but even in Night Saga, she was not a character with a focus on combat. Her traits were geared towards research and exploration of ruins. Felicia opened the map in front of them and, exploring it, came to say, "For a long time, I have been looking for a ruin in these mountains, the ruins of 1,500 years. The lair of the earth dragon Enkidu. Enkidu, a dragon born from lava, employed countless guardians to protect its lair and its treasures. According to Felicia, among the guardians were the dwarves who lived in the Jishuka Mountains, who manufactured countless weapons to protect the lair." The group's attention was even more gripped when she mentioned the dwarves. Creation, the thunder-forging anvil. Not only could it control the chimeras created to serve as guardians, but it was a weapon capable of casting magic on a war scale. Felicia struck the map with conviction and showed her desire for the anvil and its guardians, declaring, "If we want to win, finding this lair is our only option." Under Vandal's gaze, Princess Felicia reminded them that she had gone to that place precisely to find such a lair. The general asked if she knew the exact location, but she denied it. Sighing, Chris solidified the information as useless. He also reminded them that they did not know what the enemy's strategy would be, so he did not want to risk the lives of many in search of a treasure. Felicia gritted her teeth, annoyed by his decision. At that moment, someone stated with conviction, "The thunder-forging anvil is definitely here." To Felicia's surprise, it was Shutra who had taken the initiative. The protagonist had seen the anvil when playing as the hero Locke. Using that memory, he declared, "When I was studying the dwarves' crypt, I found a story. I trust Sister Felicia." The young woman's eyes widened upon hearing the word sister. Using the opportunity created, Shutra imagined he could score some points. Chris, however, wanted to go against the idea. "Shutra, it's not about who trusts who right now. We can't waste time here." The protagonist gritted his teeth, annoyed at how persistent Chris was. He then pointed to a corner in the mountains. A similar legend has been passed down by the Gandharva tribe in this place. With conviction, he pointed out, "The entrance to the ruin is probably in this vicinity. If I go and look around, I'm sure I can find it. I will take responsibility for what happens if I fail. So please trust me this time." 6 ghost mounts crossed the sky. The flying horses summoned by Felicia carried Shutra, Felicia, Caitlin, and the others. The protagonist had managed to convince them to go in search of the ruin. Karak, worried, shouted to Shutra, "This is not a joke! Stay strong, Prince!" But Shutra was very confident that he would not fail, as he had played this game for a long time. Extending his hand, he opened the map of the location. At the speed they were traveling, he believed they would reach the entrance to the ruin in an hour. With the mini-map, it would not be difficult to find the place. However, he believed the real problem would be guiding the group. Frowning, he tried to think of a plan. However, he let time pass as they traveled, waiting for the right moment to act. When it was time to speak, he stated monotonously, "I looked closely at the tunnel maps when we activated the portal. There seemed to be a certain consistency. If I combine the characteristics of this terrain with those of the tunnels, I think I can approximately figure out the location of the anvil." While he wondered if his acting had worked, everyone stared at him. They asked in doubt, "What did he just say?" In the end, Felicia spoke up. "Go ahead, Shutra. I understood what you said, so take the lead." Surprised that his explanation had been plausible, Shutra asked everyone to follow him. Despite agreeing, Felicia frowned, puffing with envy. Soon, everyone was dumbfounded when they arrived at the location indicated by Shutra. It was just a stone mountain, the end of the line. Confused, Karak asked, "Are you sure the entrance to the ruin is here? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like the right place." Smiling, the protagonist questioned when he had said he would take them to the entrance of the ruins. Confused, Karak just stared at what he would do. Looking at the stone wall, the protagonist turned to Caitlin. "Sister, can you break this?" Shutra stated that he would be counting on her. Not so confident, she said she could try. Observing the size of the wall wall, Felicia exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you saying the thunder-forging anvil is in this stone cliff?" With a smile, Shutra confirmed, "According to my calculations, we need to break here to find the Guardian's dungeon." While pointing to the wall, stating that Caitlin needed to destroy it, Felicia confronted him. "You idiot. How is she supposedly going to break this with her fists? Do you think she is some kind of siege weapon?" Hearing Sister Felicia, the protagonist scratched his head. It was Felicia, however, who acted. Extending her hand, she began to gather a large amount of energy from the atmosphere. With a confident smile, she stated while forming a sphere, "For ruin explorers, destroying and exploring are practically prerequisites." The sphere of wind was launched against the wall, exploding the gorge. Fissures spread across the stone cliff, which began to collapse. Soon, a large explosion happened when the entire wall fell. In front of the group, a hole appeared in the wall. Upon seeing the cave, Felicia was dumbfounded, incredulous. Stone pillars and a large hall were revealed before her, who murmured, "Did we really find it just like that?" Upon entering the stone hall and finding a coffin, they believed that the thunder-forging anvil must be inside it. Curious, Karak asked if they just needed to break it, but Shutra stopped him. "We can't break it recklessly. If we do something wrong, we might damage the anvil inside." Hearing his brother say that there must be a mechanism to open the box, Felicia watched him in silence. She analyzed the surroundings, noticing the statues that surrounded the tomb, and commented, "Don't these statues look strange? Of the 9, 3 are holding weapons, while 6 are not." Caitlin agreed with her sister and asked if they should give weapons to the others. Felicia doubted it was that simple. She realized that the weapons wielded by the statues were made by dwarves, so they would probably need to place dwarf-forged weapons in the hands of the others. While they wondered where they would get such weapons, Shutra presented himself holding some. "It happens that I have 6 of these swords with me." He had collected the swords he found in the first cave investigated with Karak. He couldn't believe that those weapons, which he couldn't equip due to his level, would now be useful. Karak, confused upon seeing the swords, asked the prince how he had stored them in his backpack. Annoyed at how perceptive Karak could be, the protagonist smiled awkwardly. "Does it really matter? More importantly, help me. They are heavy." Soon, all the swords were positioned on the dwarf statues. A glow appeared in the air, and the eyes of each statue lit up. Just like in them, a light appeared in the coffin, illuminating the entire hall. The lid began to open, revealing the interior. The group approached, eager to find the anvil. They were dumbfounded when, as the coffin disappeared, a large anvil was truly revealed. The thunder-forging anvil. Felicia saw the large anvil and put a hand to her chin, confused. "Wait," she said. "According to the records, a final activation procedure is required." She told Shutra and Karak to stay put, while the others were to move to the 3, 6, and 9 o'clock positions around the anvil. From their various locations, Felicia intended to infuse mana into the disc below the anvil, moving clockwise and slowly increasing the amount of mana. Soon, everyone was in their designated spots around the giant anvil. Felicia was the first to release her wind magic, asking everyone to focus and do the same. Their mana flowed toward the anvil in the center of the hall. Once the circle was established, Felicia shouted, "Shutra! Increase the amount of mana you're releasing." Shutra obeyed, and Felicia reminded everyone not to let their guard down. The anvil was soon encased in a crackling layer of mana. Shutra gritted his teeth, giving it his all. With the massive amount of mana being released, a bolt of lightning shot toward the sky. The mana was completely consumed, and a powerful wind swept through the room, changing the scenery. In the wind, countless dwarves appeared around them. They were joined by mammoths, other gigantic beings, and even flying creatures. Shutra then heard a voice in his mind. "Listen, my returners." He looked up, and a shadow immediately covered him. He was dumbfounded to see a gigantic dragon in the sky. That was the guardian of the great Enkidu's lair. The protagonist knew that this was a gatekeeper dragon from the game Night Saga, which existed between the Dark Realm and the human realm. The instant he saw the creature, Shutra snapped back to the anvil hall. He still remembered the image of the black dragon and realized it wasn't a guardian, but perhaps the earth dragon Enkidu himself. When Shutra got to his feet, Felicia asked if he had also had a vision of a giant dragon with lava flowing through its veins. Karak joined in, saying he had seen one too. The trio realized they had all had the same vision. Felicia wasn't sure what it meant, but looking at the energy-filled anvil, she figured they would find out once they used it. Felicia approached and touched the anvil. The clear mana surrounding it immediately transformed into a dark power that exploded like a flame. Like a powerful attack, the shadowy power tried to possess her. Shutra quickly tried to stop his sister. As he pulled her away from the anvil, he felt something different. The dark power exploding from the anvil enveloped them both, pushing everyone else away. Worried, Karak and Caitlin shouted at the pair in danger. Shutra screamed so loud that the color drained from his eyes. The mana from the earth dragon Enkidu conveyed a feeling of conquest. This was the trial for the uninvited. This was the conquest, an act of governance. The mana from the anvil was doing just that, trying to govern the duo. Caitlin and Karak watched, worried and confused, as the energy slowly diminished and then extinguished. In Shutra's hand, the anvil had changed shape, becoming a hammer of shadows and powerful mana. Caitlin was shocked to see one of Shutra's eyes transform into pure dark mana. At the same time, something was happening at the camp in the canyon. Someone was watching them from the mountains above. It was a red lightning orc with a spyglass who laughed as he observed the people below. "Heh, you idiots," he said. "You think we wouldn't notice you hiding here?" He then asked a person next to him what to do, attack immediately or something else. He was asking Yakuzan, the great chief of the Red Lightning tribe, for the final order. Yakuzan looked back at his large army and commanded, "Everyone, get ready. We're going to wipe out the remaining bastards." Under the orc chief's command, the entire Red Lightning tribe, accompanied by their giant mammoths, began to move. The green orcs were patrolling in the temporary camp they had set up until they were surprised by a glow in the sky. A rain of fireballs was happening, targeting the camp. The fireballs caught the orcs unprepared, exploding among them. The orcs could not avoid the attacks and suffered from the explosions. While they worried about the meteors, red orcs and enraged mammoths emerged, invading the gorge. The red orcs' ambush had begun. Stepping out of a tent, Chris was shocked to see what was happening. He gritted his teeth in worry, as neither Caitlin nor Felicia were there to help. Given this situation, it was extremely likely they would be annihilated. Explosions continued to happen in the gorge, which Yakuzan was observing. He smiled maliciously, scoffing, "Damned fools, you came without knowing the region, and look at you now." Yakuzan ordered the various orc shamans near him, "Finish off everyone else." However, the shamans began to tremble. Their hands didn't want to move. And why? Energy suddenly fell upon the mammoths. Their eyes changed, focusing on a new target. The red orcs present in the ambush noticed a change happening. The mammoths began launching their fireballs against the red orcs, a twist in the battle. Yakuzan and the other orcs above the gorge watched what was happening. Stunned, Yakuzan wondered what was going on and why the mammoths were attacking them. Chris, who was preparing for battle, saw the mammoths change in behavior. Like Yakuzan, he was shocked, not understanding what was happening. However, a thought crossed Chris's mind. Shutra's group really had found the anvil. Just as he thought, Shutra was now holding a magical hammer of dark energy. Seeing the energy hammer constantly deforming, he wondered what exactly it was. Someone approached Shutra answering, "That is the thunder hammer, equivalent to the anvil. It seems Enkidu has chosen you." Being carried by the assistant, Felicia explained to Shutra. The protagonist was confused, and while he didn't know what to do, Felicia instructed him, "Use it! What are you waiting for?" The protagonist held the hammer firmly. Enkidu's mana had already taught him how to use it. The moment Shutra felt himself in a lifeless sphere, he learned that he should conquer, subdue, and force obedience. Domination was necessary. This was the method to use the anvil that created thunder. Raising the hammer above his head, Shutra imagined what he wanted to do. Let's start by dominating the swamp mammoths. As soon as Shutra hammered the great anvil, a pillar of energy shot up into the sky. This same energy reached the mammoths, beginning to control them. The mammoths began to focus their cannon attacks against the red orcs, destroying the great army that had been assembled to ambush the group led by Chris. Screams of despair spread. The red orcs didn't know why they were being attacked. Amidst the swamp mammoths' attacks, the red orcs realized that another front had emerged to attack them. Bandel had charged into the enemy army like a runaway train, crushing every single enemy with his heavy fists. Bandel observed how the mammoths were attacking the Scarlet Lightning tribe and figured that the prince and princess had succeeded. Bandel commanded the green orcs and raised his voice. "Now is the time. Eliminate everyone. Don't let anyone escape." The green orcs charged into the fight, taking advantage of the Scarlet Lightning tribe's broken spirit. Their attacks became increasingly forceful. On top of the gorge, Yakuzan watched his army begin to lose. He hastily asked a shaman, "What is happening? Why are the mammoths acting like this?" However, the orc shamans had no answer. They only knew that a large amount of mana was controlling everything. According to the shaman, the best thing would be to retreat and wait for another chance. But that possibility was not something Yakuzan wanted to accept. While he was thinking about what to do, an explosion happened near him. Chris, like a comet, had fallen onto the gorge to attack the Scarlet Tribe's rear lines. With a fierce look, he stated, "It looks like this is the end for you. If you surrender, I'll make sure you don't suffer as much." Yakuzan was shocked to see the Beastman. Furiously, he raised his axe, trying to use his large body to pressure Chris. "I'll finish you off right now." Chris's eyes gleamed as he faced the enemy. With the art of the Beast King's fist, Chris charged. using his claws to pierce through and eliminate Yakuzan with a single blow. Seeing the army's leader fall before Chris, the Scarlet Lightning tribe shamans were terrified. As soon as the chief was eliminated, they tried to flee. Waving his hand to clean it, Chris looked around, realizing they only had a few remaining flies to deal with. Chris acknowledged that, if not for Felicia and Shutra, they would have been in serious trouble. He looked up at the sky, hoping nothing bad happened to them either. The battle was being watched on a holographic screen. Karak seemed shocked to see the current scenario, where the mammoths were helping. Gasping from exhaustion, Felicia confirmed what Karak still didn't know. Thanks to the anvil, it was possible to control all the treasure guardians. Felicia was ready to change the subject and talk about what they could do with the anvil's power. When her words became more spaced out and weak, she staggered. Felicia's assistant quickly held her, worried about the princess's condition. Felicia gritted her teeth, asking them not to worry about her, as she only needed some rest. Since everything had been finalized, they thought about organizing everything to leave. However, upon looking around, they discovered something unexpected. Shutra had disappeared. In a forest area, Shutra continued to evolve. He looked at his character information, seeing how much he had improved, and thanked Enkidu's relic. Among the notifications, Shutra discovered that his conquest level had also increased. This last notification caught his attention, and in the character information, he discovered a skill with a crown symbol, Conquest, which was now at level 2. Under that skill, another one had also evolved, the King's Banner skill. Discovering that both skills had leveled up excited Shutra. Although he didn't fully understand what it meant, he knew it was a good thing. Also discovering that he had obtained a skill called King's Knights, Shutra wondered what it did. This was a skill that sounded like some kind of summon. While Shutra was observing his information, he heard someone call his name. Looking around, Shutra met Caitlin. The protagonist scratched his head, approaching his sister as he apologized. "Oh, I left without saying anything." Before he could apologize, Shutra was hit with a big knuckle chop. Caitlin strongly scolded him. "What were you thinking? Disappearing without saying anything, Shutra?" Still, because he was safe, Caitlin let the matter go and asked him to hurry back, as they would have to camp in the forest for the night. His sister's comment confused Shutra, as he thought they would return straight to the base. Caitlin, however, revealed to the protagonist that there had been a problem. While Shutra remained confused, Caitlin explained, Felicia lost consciousness. Currently, Felicia was passed out, lying on the hard ground with a look of suffering. Caitlin revealed that she believed, due to everything that had happened, Felicia was still very exhausted. Felicia's assistants were trying to use healing magic to wake her up. Caitlin recounted that after collapsing, Felicia had said she would be fine after resting, but they didn't know exactly when she would wake up. Caitlin was worried because, without Felicia, they couldn't even summon the phantom steeds. Therefore, they needed to continue monitoring her condition. The protagonist nodded to everything Caitlin said and internally wondered if Felicia would be all right. The night lingered in the forest outside. Inside the temple, Karak was sleeping like a rock, as were the others, while Shutra leaned against a pillar, wide awake and thoughtful. Shutra wondered if his stamina had been recovered after leveling up. Strangely, he didn't feel tired at all. While Shutra was considering whether he should stay awake until the next morning, he noticed something. He looked around and remembered the ruins they were in, as well as the hidden weapons and treasures that should be nearby. There should also be traps and guardians, but since he had the hammer, Shutra felt confident in looking for them. Eyes on the hammer, he wondered what would happen if he used the governor's power in the ruins. The anvil's power only worked outside, but inside the ruin, it manifested absolute power. In other words, he had already obtained an entrance pass to anywhere in the ruins. Karak continued to sleep peacefully when Shutra began to move. However, someone started waking Karak up. It was Shutra himself, asking the orc to accompany him. The duo walked through the ruins, lit by torches on the walls. Karak was worried about walking around as something bad could happen, but Shutra reminded him, "I'm the governor of this place. What are you worried about?" As they opened some doors, Shutra asked Karak to think about how many weapons must exist in that ruin. As soon as they reached a new room, Karak was speechless. He spotted a huge winged monster sleeping as a guardian in that location. Shutra was able to identify the monster just by seeing it, a griffin-shaped golem. Karak could only think of it as an extremely powerful monster. Hearing the young man say that if they had walked around carelessly, they could have been attacked, Karak became worried. Karak preferred not to fight that monster, and with him in the lead, the duo tried to avoid the griffin golem. Soon they entered a new room and immediately found enormous quantities of treasure. Gold chests, armor, weapons, and all kinds of jewelry. Karak picked up a giant armor, impressed by it. Shutra wasn't as excited, but praised it to make Karak happy. By using a special energy in his eyes, however, Shutra was able to see a small layer of mana on that armor, which turned it into magical armor. Shutra offered the armor to Karak, who gasped, Can I really keep it? The protagonist agreed, as it was too big for anyone but the orc to wear it. Karak hugged the armor as if it were something precious to him. Shutra walked toward a table, finding some golden coins. Picking them up and seeing a dragon emblem, Shutra recognized them as ancient coins. These were items that would be best kept in the inventory first. While gathering the coins, Shutra told Karak to put everything of value away for now. Shutra then noticed the presence of a chest that emanated gold. Curious, he approached and opened it. At the same moment, Shutra felt an evil energy coming from a corner of the room. An extremely malicious energy was exhaled from a stone door that had just opened. However, that hidden space caught Shutra's attention. The protagonist's eyes shone, as he definitely felt there was something valuable there. The protagonist proceeded to the new secret chamber, discovering a flame that had appeared in the center of the room. At that moment, a dark voice arose in Shutra's ears. Yo! Amidst the flames, a form seemed to emerge. Shutra recognized the mana exuding from that body. Even though it was the first time he had seen it, its name surfaced in his mind. He murmured, Enkidu. Those were Enkidu's gauntlets. Earthquake. As Shutra observed the gauntlets, it spoke to him. Oh, valiant knight of conquest. Slowly, Shutra approached the gauntlets that called out to him. The protagonist reached out to touch them but was repelled. Several notifications popped up before him. Your level is insufficient. Your mana is insufficient. Your mental form is insufficient. Your strength is insufficient. Surprised that he couldn't hold the gauntlet yet, Shutra didn't know what to do. Enkidu's gauntlet suddenly began to shine, and a voice emerged. Permission granted. A new notification appeared. Earthquake has recognized you as its master. The gauntlet, with the face of a dragon, continued to shine, undergoing modifications. The notification confirmed, the user of Earthquake has been changed to Shutra. The protagonist's hand began to glow, and as the glow disappeared, the gauntlet formed around his fist. The brightness forced him to close his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw the gauntlet on his fist. He was surprised. It really recognized me as its master? Shutra's strength, mana, and stamina points each increased by 10 points. The protagonist was impressed, as this was a large amount of stats obtained just by equipping the item. Shutra already imagined what would happen if his level increased further, as the equipment bonuses adapted to low levels. The thought of the gauntlet becoming even more powerful excited him. Looking at the information for Enkidu's gauntlets, Shutra discovered that the item was even better than he expected. Karak joined Shutra in the secret chamber and, surprised, asked what he was doing. Shutra was startled by Karak's appearance and turned around hastily. How long have you been here? Karak revealed that he had seen everything that happened with the gauntlet that appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist, after hiding the gauntlet, scratched the back of his neck, a little awkward. He didn't want something like the inventory to be exposed to others. Karak, however, knew that important things could cause problems if they were known to everyone. Smiling, he beat his chest and swore, "Don't worry, I won't say anything and will take this secret to my grave." While Shutra was touched by Karak, the rock-headed orc looked around, asking if they should head back now that they had taken everything they needed. Seeing how the stubborn orc wanted to leave, Shutra smiled, acknowledging his loyalty. As they returned, they passed through several corridors with small piles of gold coins. Something caught Shutra's attention, and he told Karak to stop and wait a minute. Shutra pointed for Karak to look in the same direction. A glow emerged amidst the gold, and with a smile, Shutra stated that it was exactly what they needed. Sometime later, a potion was poured into Felicia's mouth. The elf's body shone intensely. Felicia slowly began to wake up, opening her eyes. Shutra was holding his sister in his lap, the potion in his other hand. "Felicia, you're awake?" Felicia didn't understand why she was seeing Shutra. Caitlin quickly approached, extremely relieved. Felicia still didn't comprehend what was happening. Wiping away a tear, Caitlin revealed, "Shutra brought a mana recovery potion." Confused, Felicia asked where he had gotten such a potion. The protagonist pointed to the surroundings, reminding her, "Did you forget where we are?" Felicia, stunned, remembered, "We're in the ruins." With a confident smile, Shutra boasted, "And don't forget that I'm the governor of these ruins." Shutra asked Felicia not to worry and to rest, because as soon as she woke up again, her mana would be completely restored. Despite Shutra's words, Felicia's gaze was dark. Muttering, she thanked him. With rosy cheeks and looking away while twirling her hair around her finger, Felicia mumbled, "I said thank you." Sometime later, the sun began to rise behind the mountains, illuminating even part of the gorge where Chris's group was located. Bandel was the first to notice and shouted excitedly, "They're finally back! I knew the prince and princess would succeed from the start. Good job, everyone!" Bandel greeted the group that had just returned. Clearing his throat, Chris approached. He continued to clear his throat as he searched for the right words. Blushing, as it was his first time, Chris complimented, "That was an impressive job, Felicia." Felicia, however, just looked away. That was nothing. Despite Felicia's actions, Shutra felt his heart warm. Chris didn't know what else to say, so he wished Felicia a good rest, as they would be cleaning everything up. Shutra was confused to hear that there were more things to do. Chris reminded Shutra that there were still remnants of the Scarlet Lightning tribe, and that it would take about half a month to eliminate them completely. Discovering the situation, Shutra realized that they had practically won a half-month vacation. At that moment, someone approached Shutra, correcting him. "Vacation? Dream on!" Shutra blushed as he heard the whisper practically in his ear. Anxiously, Caitlin reminded Shutra that they had something to do together. The next day, as the sun shone over mountains and forests, a great impact could be heard echoing. Shutra received a strong blow to the stomach, which sent him flying. With a serious look, Caitlin warned, "Shutra, if you don't put effort into it, you'll suffer." Even with Shutra trembling, she told him to get up. The protagonist was almost in tears. He had prepared himself, but this was brutal. He hated the feral fist art training. What Caitlin had previously mentioned was nothing but the feral fist art training. In the first 5 days, Shutra felt like he did nothing but get beaten up. It was only after a week that he managed to start seeing the traces of Caitlin's punches, attacks he couldn't even keep up with before. The 11th day of training arrived faster than expected. This time, Shutra had improved tremendously and was already keeping pace with Caitlin's movements. Caitlin was excited about this. "You've started keeping up with my pace?" The protagonist smiled while, defending and counterattacking. After so many beatings, it's about time. Perhaps thanks to the daily special training, Shutra's feral fist art, as well as his aura level, both reached level 5. When night fell, Caitlin wiped the sweat from her forehead and praised, "Good. At this point, you should be ready to begin the Beast Lord's fist art." Shutra was excited to see that the training level would increase. Caitlin did not fail to reveal how impressed she was. She had never seen anyone learn so fast before. Shutra smiled excitedly. He was going to learn the secret technique of the lycanthropes, the Beast Lord's fist art. Caitlin held Shutra's hands, affirming, "From now on, I will teach you a new way to use aura." Caitlin was even more enthusiastic than Shutra. "Don't miss anything I teach and follow my steps carefully, understood?" Despite being worried, Shutra confidently nodded. The two joined hands, and a faint energy began to pass from Caitlin to Shutra. The energy expanded like a tower of power. The protagonist closed his eyes, feeling Caitlin's strong aura. The aura guided him, winding, similar to the feral fist art, but also different. Little by little, the aura became deeper and deeper. Aura was the very force of life. When pushed to the extreme, it became a type of soul power. Just like conquest, to conquer and impose obedience, a fierce and dominating power was needed. Feeling himself in an infinite ocean, Shutra let himself go, learning what aura was. The aura Caitlin used to transmit the teaching to Shutra became increasingly stronger, to the point of pushing everything around them away. With a glow in his chest, Shutra received a notification. His aura level had increased, as had the level of the feral fist art. Caitlin, observing him, complimented him. He had really managed to use the aura and the Beast Lord's fist art. The protagonist looked at his own hand, at the aura that enveloped it, as well as at Earthquake, which remained, invisible. Then Shutra clenched his fist hard. With a simple movement, the leaves around him flew due to the impact of the blow. Shutra had also evolved to level 14, which boosted his confidence. As he declared that this was where his journey began, someone with a red body watched him from behind a tree. None other than Bandel, who looked quite satisfied. The next morning, a meeting was taking place at the camp. Shutra sat at the table, eating a good breakfast with Caitlin. He wanted to go, ask his sister something about Felicia. He wanted to know why things between Felicia and Chris were strange. Caitlin was surprised by the question. Felicia would be a key ally for Shutra, as would Chris. However, if the relationship between the two was problematic, that could be an issue. Caitlin didn't know exactly how to answer, as it wasn't like an incident had occurred between them. This made Shutra even more curious, but even Caitlin wasn't sure. Perhaps it's something between Chris and Sylvan. Shutra was surprised to hear Sylvan's name mentioned. Caitlin, crossing her arms, also reminded Shutra not to utter Sylvan's name lightly, just because he wasn't present. After apologizing, Shutra remembered who Sylvan Doomblade was, Felicia's twin brother. He was an extremely problematic opponent when played with Zephyr. Just as he was about to ask what the problem was between Chris and Sylvan, Chris walked into the tent. "Oh, you two are here." As soon as Chris entered, the atmosphere became awkward. Shutra and Caitlin, who were talking earlier, greeted their brother in a somewhat subdued manner. Chris didn't notice anything, and excited, asked them both to pack their things. The matter was resolved faster than expected, so we will be leaving this afternoon. Curious, Shutra asked where they were going. Chris couldn't believe the question, and reminded him that they needed to report the entire mission. Outside the tent, before setting off on their journey, Bandal greeted Shutra. "You all worked hard during this mission, princes and princesses." Addressing Shutra, Bandal affirmed that he hoped they would meet again in the future. Shutra returned the greeting. "I'll be looking forward to that too, Bandal." Leading the group, Chris asked if they should leave now. They could only have one destination. "Let's go! To the Dark King's castle." A castle with gigantic towers rose amidst the shadows. The crimson sky brought a slight sense of terror to the place. In the castle's great hall, before the red carpet, there was a single throne. Wearing immense armor, the being remained in the shadows. The journey to return to the castle was quite simple. First, the group would move to the long-distance teleportation circle, and then use transfer magic to return directly to the castle. The estimated time to reach the teleportation circle was 3 days. Halfway there, they needed to set up camp for the night, as they did not stop at inns. Sitting in front of the campfire, Shutra was thinking about the king's castle. Since they would arrive at the location the next day, he was starting to get a little nervous. The protagonist used a stick to write on the ground the names of the 3 factions the castle was divided into. The second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, the king's second son, and his worst enemy. The first prince, Baikal Ragnaros. And finally, Anastasia Nekrion, the 4th princess. In the fight for the throne, the order of birth meant nothing. The one who accumulated the most achievements and demonstrated superior abilities always came out on top. Among the 3, Baikal and Zephyr were full-blood brothers, and their abilities were extremely similar. They had inherited the blood from their mother's side, the Draconic clan, and both possessed immense power as a result. Still, if one of them were chosen as heir, the elder son Baikal, who was naturally moderate, would probably be the better choice. Shutra did not want to make a choice now, as he knew that, on a certain day, everything would change. The protagonist was preparing for that day in the best possible way. First, he intended to increase his level until he could unleash the full potential of the Earthquake Gauntlet and thus maximize the use of the new strength he had obtained. Having plenty of time, Shutra decided to check the King's Knights skill. An order of knights had been created in his name. Shutra originally thought that this skill was some kind of summoning, but it seemed to be more of a recruitment system. Reading the skill information, Shutra was surprised. There were bonuses, knight training, and even summons. The skill was extremely comprehensive. While Shutra was smiling frighteningly with happiness, Karak approached. "So you were here." The orc scolded Shutra for still being awake. "Why are you still standing instead of sleeping, Prince? If you want to leave early tomorrow, you need to rest." Karak rushed Shutra to go to bed, but the protagonist was too excited, finding the orc's appearance at that moment perfect. With an excited look, he asked, "Do you want to try a new experiment with me?" Karak felt a shiver upon hearing the question, and wanted to know what it was about. Under the bright full moon, Shutra decided to test the new skill. He drew a sword and placed it on the shoulder of Karak, who was kneeling. "Mighty orc warrior, I name you as my knight." A glow descended upon Karak, activating the skill. The orc felt something different in his body. Somehow he realized that his loyalty level to Shutra had increased. Now, becoming the commander of the knights, Karak, at level 24, was marked as a first-rank soldier. The protagonist was extremely excited about the result. He placed his hand on Karak's shoulder, who was still stunned by the strength he felt flowing through his body, and stated, "Karak, don't you want to become the strongest orc in the world?" Shutra's eyes shone with anticipation. Looking to the future, the protagonist could already see. "Just wait. I will make you the most powerful orc emperor in Night Saga, someone who can even play with dragons." Seeing how much Shutra was dreaming, Karak worriedly asked if he was feeling all right. In the middle of the forest, the next day, the group found a stone tower. Inside the tower was a teleportation center where a magic circle remained active. Chris took control of the situation, asking if they should leave now. The protagonist nodded, excited by the prospect. Shutra stepped onto the magic circle, which glowed as everyone positioned themselves. He felt his body being taken over by a different energy. A tower of light shot up into the sky, like an inverted lightning bolt, taking the group through space. Shutra felt his body moving at a speed he couldn't control. When he could see what was happening again, he had already reached his destination. Falling to his knees, he tried to understand where he was. Caitlin approached Shutra with concern, asking if he was okay. Despite being startled, the protagonist nodded. As soon as they arrived from the journey, someone recognized Felicia and excitedly called out to her. Several other elves surrounded Felicia with enthusiasm. Surrounded by so many elves, Felicia smiled happily, talking to them all. Shutra was surprised. That looked like some kind of idol fan club. Are these Felicia's subordinates? On the other side, several beastmen and werewolves greeted Chris and Caitlin. The protagonist smiled, seeing that no one there would welcome him. On the other hand, some elves were talking to Felicia, whispering while looking at Shutra. They laughed, whatever they were commenting on. Shutra soon understood what was happening and where he was inside the castle. The protagonist sighed as this was not far from his expectations. Shutra turned to Karak and declared animatedly, "From here we're going to start things step by step this time." The Dark King's castle was extremely frequented, yet some areas looked abandoned, full of cobwebs as well as forgotten boxes. This was the place where Shutra would be staying. Barak had just finished unpacking the items from the trip. The orc remembered to tell Shutra that the official events would begin the next day, and until then, they were free to do as they pleased. Despite being called free time, Shutra didn't think it was any different from being left to rot in a forgotten place. While frustration hit him, Shutra heard someone knock on the door of the room he was in. A woman with chin-length hair entered the room, greeting him. "It is an honor to meet you, sir." She also introduced herself, Flora Sevensward from the Dark King's Castle Real Estate Administration Office. "Curious," Shutra asked in a monotonous voice. "What brings someone of such an important position to come to such a dilapidated place as this?" Flora was direct, revealing that Shutra's public merits had increased, and he was now eligible to choose a new residence. Shutra was surprised, as this was exciting news. Sometime later, Shutra met Isabella, a woman with her hair in a bun and a pair of glasses, an employee of the Public Merit Office. Upon arriving at the location, Shutra asked if he could really choose a new place to stay. Isabella nodded, and with a wave of her hand, opened various information displays. She revealed that due to his latest achievements, Shutra had reached level 5 in merits, with 15,000 points accumulated. Thanks to this, he could now access more facilities within the king's castle, in addition to receiving a higher monthly salary, from 5 to 500 gold coins. Isabella congratulated Shutra, as he was the first prince to achieve so many merits in his first mission. Not interested in these formalities, Shutra asked her to directly show the available residences. As soon as Barak arrived at the residence Shutra chose, his jaw dropped. Standing before a grand mansion, he couldn't believe it. "Is this really your new residence?" A woman was already waiting for Shutra, although he had arrived earlier than she expected. Flora Sevensward, this time, was there specifically to start serving as butler and headmaid. Barak was confused and whispered to Shutra, "Didn't she say earlier that she was from the real estate agency or something?" Shutra revealed to the orc that he had hired Flora using merit points. Merit was like a currency earned for achievements, although Barak didn't need to understand the details. The next day, at the Dark King's castle, the first appointments were about to happen. Wearing a suit, Barak was a little uncomfortable. He kept feeling the urge to go to the bathroom and worried that he was too anxious. Shutra, in a white suit, just told him to hurry up, as he was also getting nervous. As soon as he entered the room, a young woman complimented the duo. "Wow, you two look amazing." Shutra was surprised to see Caitlin in a large ball gown, accompanied by Felicia in a small white dress, who answered on Shutra's behalf. "Who do you think chose their outfits?" Felicia observed her brother, letting out a compliment. "Well, I guess all the effort was worth it." Caitlin also complimented him, and he, blushing, returned the compliment to the two girls. The unexpected compliment made them smile, and as usual, Felicia looked away. "Humph, of course we are." Chris, wearing a leather jacket, joined them, commenting curiously, "This is your first ceremony, isn't it, Shutra?" He clenched his fist firmly in support of the prince. "Today you are the star. Show the whole castle who you are." Excited about this, the protagonist nodded. Soon the doors of the hall were opened to the princes. There were some who might think Shutra's achievements were simply luck, but soon everyone would see him with their own eyes. Shutra was going to show them again the prince they once repudiated. With a crowd on both sides of the hall, the 4 princes approached the stairs leading to the throne and knelt before the king. Chris, the 7th prince, was the first to present himself. They were standing before the great governor of the Dark Realm, King Mitra. A butler next to the king spoke on his behalf, asking them to begin the report of the prince's and princess's achievements. The protagonist felt the pressure of personally meeting King Mitra, the father of all the king's children. He had forgotten that this was a being that should never be underestimated inside the castle. In front of Shutra, Mitra was like a giant. His oppressive aura made the young man look like an ant. The pressure Shutra felt was something he never imagined could exist. A gaze was focused on him, and standing before Mitra made his body tremble, to the point of seeming about to break. It was at that moment that, deep within Shutra, a woman murmured with an outstretched hand, "Conquer, for you are also a king." Shutra felt a blessing in his chest. In front of Mitra, the woman's voice resonated inside him. Overcome even this gaze, this suffocating pressure, and subjugate it to your will. The energy strengthened Shutra's whole body, who gritted his teeth and, with an inner glow, raised his head, confronting Mitra's gaze. In Shutra's eyes, the power to conquer arose. Throughout the entire meeting, Mitra kept his eyes fixed on Shutra with an equally golden gaze. He spoke for the first time, calling directly for Shutra, something that shocked everyone else. From Felicia to Caitlin and Chris, everyone looked at Shutra stunned. Curious, the protagonist kept his gaze on Mitra, who declared a single sentence, simple but full of meaning. I look forward to seeing your future conquests. Around the hall, many people were also speechless. From living beings to undead, they asked each other what was happening, as the king had never called any of the princes or princesses by name during an audience before. Everyone wondered why the king would mention the 9th prince, who had never been present before. That was an apparently ordinary declaration addressed to Shutra, but it was also something no one had ever heard from the king, and that made it invaluable. Shutra delivered a fitting response. I will do everything in my power to live up to your majesty's expectations. Thus, Shutra Ignas concluded his first audience, leaving a powerful impression on everyone who saw him. The next day, Barak's shouts were hastily trying to wake him up. The protagonist woke up reluctantly, asking what had happened. Barak showed him a letter they had received from the public merit office. Confused, the protagonist opened the letter and was surprised by what he read. Curious, Barak asked Shutra to read it aloud. As he read, Shutra was unsure how he should feel. The protagonist revealed that King Mitra, his own father, had given him a mission. Sometime later, in another part of the castle, Chris observed the same letter, telling Caitlin that Shutra was going on a mission to subjugate a Cassius herd, a monster extermination operation. Upon hearing about the mission, Caitlin realized that her brother would be going to the Anger Plains. Curious, Shutra asked if that wasn't the place where the centaurs lived. Caitlin confirmed, revealing that she and Chris had trained in the Anger Plains before. Chris said that the subjugation had become an almost annual event. Despite wanting to go with Shutra, Chris revealed that he already had something scheduled for the same date. On the other hand, Caitlin was excited and confident that Shutra could handle it alone. Still, the siblings warned him, from now on, people will start paying attention to you. Some will try to get closer, while others will be on alert. You will need to be careful of those around you. Shutra already expected this to happen. Even Zephyr himself had commented that he had never been called by name in an audience. Chris volunteered to help, asking Shutra to call him if he needed anything. Before he left, Chris also asked him to visit Felicia, as his sister had something to deliver. Shutra then went to another region of the castle. The moon on the horizon was still full, but hidden by the crimson mist. The protagonist was ready to travel and had gone to the teleportation hall with Barak. There, he found Felicia in front of 2 giant lizards. If you're going to travel through centaur territory, you'll need good pairs of legs. Felicia was handing over the 2 giant mounts to Shutra and Barak. Approaching the young man, Felicia extended her closed hand to give him something else too. The protagonist was surprised to see the Dark Elf's tears amulet. Shutra couldn't believe she was giving him one of the sacred treasures of the Dark Elves, something that would normally only be obtained by defeating Felicia herself. After handing over the item, Felicia explained, Dark Elves are a proud race. They never forget the kindness they receive, nor the vengeance they need to execute. Felicia then hugged Shutra tightly and asked, take care of yourself and return safely. The protagonist was surprised, even scared. He never thought Felicia would act like this. Before he could reply, Felicia lightly pushed him away and looked off to the side. It was nothing. She herself had realized how strange the gesture was. With Barak and the mounts beside him, Shutra stepped onto the teleportation platform and waved goodbye. I'm leaving. Stay healthy until we see each other again. Thus, Felicia watched Shutra disappear into the teleport and nodded to his request. On the Anger Plains, a bolt of light struck a tower, ending the teleportation. Shutra, Barak, and the 2 lizards had just arrived. Still confused, Barak asked, did we arrive? Shutra, who was also experiencing this for only the 2nd time, agreed. Someone who was already on the plains greeted Shutra upon seeing him arrive. With goat feet and ears, fur-covered legs, and small horns, the short-haired woman with a long tail introduced herself. I am Karma, the ranger designated to guide you. The protagonist greeted her, introducing himself, although she already knew who he was. Shutra observed Karma's body, the human upper half and the beast lower half. She was a satyr. With everything ready, Karma began to guide them. Running nimbly, driven by her fast legs, she led them through the desert. As Shutra and Barak followed her, she explained, it will take 2 days until we reach the centaur settlement. I plan to travel with as few breaks as possible. Is that all right? The protagonist, agreed, and then Karma, curious, approached him. Are there no other soldiers? Revealing that the mission had been assigned suddenly, Shutra explained that, for now, only the two of them were traveling. Since they knew they would receive reinforcements later, Karma showed no concern and revealed that the battle would basically be a group fight. Thinking about the situation, Shutra understood that weapons would be the problem. As it would probably be a mounted battle, he concluded that it would be best to get a spear. Suddenly, the trio stopped advancing upon hearing a noise coming from the rear. When Shutra asked what the sound was, Karma asked him to wait while she checked. She quickly darted off, running through the desert. Upon reaching a higher point, where she had a better view, Karma was surprised by what she saw. Several wolves, a horde of Cassius, were chasing a centaur. The beasts had bright eyes and menacing teeth. Little by little, they were approaching the centaur, who was fleeing alone, one of the eye. Wolves managed to catch up and jumped to bite him. The young centaur screamed in fear. In the last instant, Shutra appeared mounted on the lizard and made the creature headbutt the wolf far away. The animal collided with a rock, destroying it and scattering debris in all directions. The lizard turned around, and Shutra positioned it in front of the centaur to protect him. Shutra and his mount faced the Cassius wolves, accepting the welcome that arrived earlier. On Shutra's fist, a gauntlet with a dragon's face shone, revealing itself. Shutra was consumed by an ardent desire to fight. Protecting the centaur, Shutra provoked, "Come at me, mutts!" Shocked, the centaur asked Shutra who he was, if he was the prince. A larger wolf took a step forward and snarled furiously. It was fearless and charged at Shutra. The protagonist realized that this was the chief of the wolf pack. While Shutra prepared to face the large wolf, Karma and Barak tried to get closer to free him from danger. Showing that he was fine, Shutra made them watch his performance. The protagonist climbed onto the eye, saddle, and standing up, was aided by the lizard to jump toward the wolf. The dragon's gauntlet shone gold with the preparation of the blow, the beast lord's fist art, which Shutra had practiced for a long time. Gauntlet and wolf prepared for the confrontation. The wolf opened its large mouth, showing sharp teeth. With the strength gathered in the gauntlet, Shutra gritted his teeth, preparing his strongest attack. The explosion fist skill was unleashed, breaking the air in front of Shutra with flames created by the friction with the air and the wolf's body. Barak and the satyr were shocked. With a single blow, Shutra destroyed the wolf leader all at once. The beast's body fell before the protagonist. All the other wolves, seeing their leader defeated, were scared. Grunting, they fled far away. Looking at the gauntlet, Shutra wondered if it had just amplified the aura he used. The blow was much more destructive than he imagined it would be. The attack was extremely satisfying, as Shutra could see that he was at least on Caitlin's level. Clapping her hands, Karma praised Shutra, who incredibly managed to defeat a Cassius in one attack. The centaur, saved by Shutra, thanked him immensely. The centaur, named Quick Wind, revealed himself to be an escort sent to guide Shutra. From then on, he would take them to the centaur settlement on the Anger Plains. As they continued their journey, they did not notice, however, that the wolf Shutra had defeated glowed with an energy that left its body. Upon arriving at the centaur settlement, they found countless circular tents of incredible different sizes. From the top of a hill, they had an incredible view of the place. There were 4 centaur tribes on the plains: strong wind, heavy rain, and stormy night, located in a triangular region, and in the middle, furious flame. Among them, the furious flame tribe was the most powerful. Its chief also served as the high chief, uniting the other tribes. Shutra was soon greeted by someone, Wild Eyes, the high chief of the centaurs. Any Night Saga player who played the Dark Realm chapter would recognize this name, as he was in an inevitable encounter. Wild Eyes, however, was not an ally, but an enemy. Barak approached Shutra, whispering, "As his name says, he has a sinister look." Shutra reminded Barak that he was the 9th prince. The look of slight contempt from Wild Eyes was not ignored. Shutra faced him. "I would like to hear your assessment of the current situation." Shutra followed Wild Eyes to a tent, where the centaur showed him a map. Wild Eyes stated that the situation was not good. The Cassius horde, which should be in the north, had arrived much earlier this year. He revealed that scouts were now observing the area, although some judged that part of the horde had simply gotten lost. Wild Eyes concluded his speech by revealing that, in 3 days, the warriors of the 4 tribes would finish gathering, and thus, united, they could crush any beast in their path. Shutra observed the character who, in the game, was impossible to ally with, and imagined that this time it would be different. After agreeing with what Wild Eyes revealed, Shutra asked if there was anything else. The centaur ended up asking out of curiosity, "9th Prince, is it true that you crushed a Cassius with a single punch?" The protagonist smiled upon hearing the question, revealing that the information was correct. He held out his fist, confident. If you want, I can show you how I did it later. Shutra intended to make Wild Eyes an ally, just as he did with Caitlin and Chris. The centaur chief merely nodded slightly, stating that he was looking forward to seeing. Night soon fell, and as some centaurs trotted through the settlement, they noticed the presence of Shutra, the ninth prince. The rumor about Shutra crushing a Cassius had already spread, and everyone wanted to take a look at the young man. Barak, accompanying Shutra, ended up commenting, "Just like the incident with General Bandal, you've become quite popular." The protagonist was very confident in boasting, "Of course, it's all thanks to my natural charm." Regretting his comment, Barak instructed Shutra to go and rest. The protagonist occupied a tent with an open roof. As he slept to the point of drooling, a light appeared, so intense that it woke him up. Shutra was shocked to realize that the intense light was coming from the earthquake gauntlet. Getting up, he wondered when the gauntlet was equipped on his arm. The voice of a woman surrounded by light entered the protagonist's ears, calling him Ninth Prince, Shutra Ignas. The protagonist ended up looking at the woman, enveloped in spiritual energy, with plant tattoos on her legs, who floated towards him, asking for help. Still speechless, Shutra asked the woman who she was. She ended up introducing herself while her green hair still fluttered. "I am the fragment of the observer ankle, the green wind." Shutra was speechless when he heard the name Green Wind. This was one of the natural spirits revered by the centaurs and satyrs. In the world history of Night Saga, the reason the Anger Plains remained green and prosperous was the power of the green wind. Before the protagonist could realize it, he found himself on the plains, where green grass stretched to the horizon, and the only presence beside him was the green wind spirit. In the distance, a temple was visible, which Green Wind introduced as her home. This was where the fragment of her creator, the observer ankle, resided. Green flames and lights could be seen on the temple, from the exterior to the interior. Shutra observed the temple and what Green Wind revealed, and he paused for a moment. He remembered that the observer ankle was one of the 6 ancient dragons, and he gasped at the information. Ancient dragons were divine beings that players could never encounter in Night Saga. Shutra had only recently received the earthquake gauntlet from Enkidu, and now he was having an encounter with the observer ankle. The protagonist did not believe this was just a coincidence. Green Wind was urgent. "Prince, we don't have time. The monsters from the north are approaching my home. Their goal is to steal the vegetation of the Anger Plains. They will destroy my home and devour my spirit." To Green Wind, only Shutra could protect that place, which left the young man quite confused as to why, since his level wasn't even high yet. Green Wind reminded Shutra, "You already possess the power of Enkidu, don't you?" Stretching out her hand to Shutra and releasing the power of nature, she reassured him. "Don't worry, Ankle's fragment will grant you a much stronger power. First, show this token to my offspring." Shutra woke up from the vision he had, returning to the tent as Green Wind disappeared. Looking at his own hand, Shutra observed a mysterious power. The energy was exhaled from a small piece of wood. When Shutra went to another tent and told what had happened, Wild Eyes was shocked. Green Wind is in danger? The protagonist revealed more. There is a small temple to the north. If what Green Wind said is true, the Cassius will attack it soon. There is no time. We must gather the troops and move immediately. Clearing his throat, Wild Eyes refused to march based on a single story. To convince him, Shutra showed the piece of wood with the forest energy. That was the divine relic of the Green Wind. With a serious look, Wild Eyes believed Shutra and asked the young man what he should do. The next day, as the sun rose, several centaurs began to march. They carried spears and bows ready for battle. Amidst the centaurs, Shutra rode his lizard. Using a map, the protagonist quickly managed to find the small temple. The temple of the Green Wind was surrounded by a mysterious energy, the same one Shutra had seen in his vision. The temple was so deep in the forest that, if not for the system map, it could not be found. As they approached, a centaur drew the chief's attention, not to the temple, but to something else. On the horizon, a horde of monsters had appeared. The Cassius managed to find where the Temple of the Green Wind was much faster than Shutra expected. Shutra could see that something was definitely going on, but he wasn't yet aware of what it was. Seeing that the monsters were in a greater quantity than expected, Wild Eyes asked Shutra if he had a plan. The protagonist remembered that Green Wind had told him to obtain the power of Ankle's fragment. Therefore, that item must be inside the temple. Thus, Shutra announced that he would go ahead and ask the centaur chief to keep the enemy away. Moving forward, Shutra called Karak and Karma to accompany him. On the other side, Wild Eyes raised his sword and shouted, Do not let any of them approach the temple. With great courage, he commanded, "Prepare for battle!" Under the command of Wild Eyes, the centaurs and satyrs advanced bravely. A squad of archers had positioned themselves and drawn their bows for the attack. A rain of arrows fell upon the Cassius wolves. The squad, armed with swords and spears, charged with a thirsty look. They brandished their weapons, finishing off the wolves wherever they passed. Shutra and his group managed to use the confusion to bypass the situation and head towards the temple. Midway, Karak drew an axe, knowing that the prince only needed to reach the temple. Karak moved in front of Shutra to attack and clear his path. The great warrior orc spun his body, preparing to attack the wolves in the way. Karak's attacks proved powerful, and with every swing of the axe, a wolf was struck down. Karma did not stand still, and drawing a small dagger, she also cleared the path, defeating some Cassius. The protagonist praised the duo's work, and while they defeated the wolves, continued to advance with their help. When Shutra was approaching the temple, however, he saw a large club coming toward him. The protagonist managed to dodge by jumping with the lizard. A large ogre had appeared, and due to the attack, Shutra lost his balance, falling with his mount. The ogre roared furiously and ran towards the protagonist with heavy steps. The protagonist blamed himself for letting his guard down. However, before he was hit, Karak stepped into his path, blocking the ogre's second attack. Karak, even with some wounds from the combat, protected Shutra and asked if he was all right. With a calm look, Karak asked, "Get up, your highness. This is no time to rest." Yet, the ogre roared furiously, not allowing Karak to be distracted. The ogre brandished its club once more, forcing Karak to protect himself with a cleaver. Karak gritted his teeth to withstand all the continuous attacks. Shutra ended up scoffing at Karak. "What's this? You were acting so proudly. Don't tell me you can't handle it anymore." The protagonist drew a dagger and plunged it into the ground, causing energy to rush toward Karak with the activation of the king's banner skill. With Karak strengthened, Shutra shouted, "From now on, let's focus on attacking." Karak obeyed Shutra and brandished the cleaver to attack the ogre, hitting it with great power. The ogre couldn't understand what happened. It only felt terrible pain. However, thanks to its size, the monster resisted the attack. Karak continued the attack, using the power of the buff provided by Shutra, and hit the ogre once more. This time, the blow was deep and caused the orc's enemy to drown in its own suffering. Karak raised the cleaver for a final, devastating attack. When the blow came down, he showed all his strength, sinking the monster into the ground and destroying everything around it. A large curtain of dust spread throughout the region. As soon as they defeated the main enemy, Karak cleared the way for Shutra, who ran toward the temple while thanking the warrior orc. The protagonist quickly approached. As soon as he entered the temple, he discovered that the place was dark. However, a voice pleaded in Shutra's ear. "Hurry up!" That was the voice of Green Wind. Enkidu's gauntlet glowed, and Green Wind's voice stated, "The artifact will guide you." From the gauntlet, the energy created a light that pointed into the interior of the temple. Shutra followed that energy until he found a tree. Large and imposing, the tree surpassed the temple's ceiling. Its branches were strong and grew into the immensity. Leaving Shutra surprised by the energy, a branch extended towards him like a hand, carrying an item full of power. Shutra looked at that item with surprise. It was a dragon heart, the source of mana that all dragons possessed. That was the heart of a dragon. Einkel's fragment was that item. While Shutra was still trying to understand the situation, Green Wind appeared before him once more. The Enger Plains have maintained peace for a long time thanks to the magic of the observer Einkel. The fairy explained that the temple, as the center of the magic, had been born from Einkel's fragment. If that place were destroyed, peace would crumble. With so much information, Green Wind made a request that left Shutra curious. Awaken the old magic of Einkel remaining in the temple and prevent destruction from happening. Outside the temple, Wild Eyes was shouting, "Do not retreat! You cannot let them enter the temple!" Karak raised his axe, jumping against the monsters. Karma used all her energy to attack the beasts with agility. Inside the temple, Green Wind pointed to the dragon heart and pleaded, "Please, Ninth Prince, protect the Enger Plains and my child with the magic she left behind." Facing the dragon heart, Shutra reached out to touch it. Immediately, the scenery before the protagonist changed. The tree disappeared, and as soon as he looked up, he found himself facing a gigantic dragon with 3 green eyes, deer antlers, and a long greenish mane. Shutra recognized that dragon, the observer, Einkel. The dragon's eyes shone with an intense green, transmitting energy to Shutra, along with a voice that reached his ears. "Receive this." A glow resonated at the top of the temple. Like a pillar, the energy rose to the infinite sky, stealing the world's brilliance for itself and drawing everyone's attention, to the point of momentarily temporarily interrupting the war. Speechless, Karak knew that this was caused by the prince. Suddenly, countless roots began to sprout from the ground, growing until they became as large as the temple. The roots transformed into trees, and these possessed life. Faced with the walking trees, wolves and ogres were afraid. The temple's protectors advanced with righteousness, creating chaos among the invaders. With ferocity, the trees attacked with their branches and roots, hitting the monsters before they could flee. Quickly, control of the battle was obtained, and the war ended. Observing all of that happen, Greenwind commented, relieved. "It's over. Ankle's ancient magic has awakened." Extremely excited, Greenwind approached Shutra, thanking him intensely. "Thanks to you, the Anger Plains will live." However, Shutra didn't seem to be able to hear. Still touching the dragon heart, he seemed to have been dominated by the item. Greenwind couldn't understand what was happening, as all of Ankle's mana was flowing into him. Greenwind gasped when she saw the human attempt to absorb Ankle's power. However, it was visible in Shutra's empty eyes that he was not in control of the situation. Several wounds already appeared on Shutra's face, as if sharp blades of wind were hitting him. Greenwind became extremely worried that he would continue with it, as his body wouldn't be able to handle it. In the middle of the absorption, a golden glow surrounded Shutra. He had leveled up. The wounds on the protagonist's face began to heal at a visible speed, which greatly surprised Greenwind. Shutra continued to level up, once and then again. He heard the voice of a person with a mysterious aura in his mind. "Conquer, subdue, and make them kneel in obedience. Even if this is a fragment of an ancient dragon, make it kneel before you." Shutra closed his hand around the dragon heart, following the voice of that woman with blue and red eyes, who granted him even greater power. Shutra's heart beat in a different way, with a green color. A glow as intense as the sun emanated before the temple's great tree, coming from Shutra's body, until it dispersed, bringing tranquility to the place once more. Shutra had finished the absorption and distanced himself from the tree. Inside the protagonist, the energy still shone. With such energy visible even in his eyes, he repeated the words that the mysterious woman internally whispered, "You are the Knight of Conquest." A new passive skill was obtained by Shutra, Draconic Body. Along with this, an already acquired skill, Protagonist Physique, rose to level 2. Now he was immune to all poisons. Shutra looked at his information with surprise. He had obtained a new subclass, Draconic, a being who awakened the dragon gene and could use dragon magic. That was a Draconic. Despite being an Asura-Draconian hybrid, Zephyr's recessive heritage allowed him to awaken the dragon gene. Greenwind was impressed to see that Shutra had truly obtained both the spirit and body of a dragon. She could feel the power of the observer Ankle within him. However, Greenwind was not disappointed. That was a power that no one had been able to use, sealed for over a millennium. Treating Shutra as the successor of the observer Ankle, Greenwind revealed having only one wish. "Can you protect the Anger Plains and my children?" The protagonist smiled confidently. "Of course I can." Outside the temple, the wandering trees continued to deal with the Cassius. They possessed great fury, but the monsters began to resist. The Trent's bodies were literally made of wood, which made it easy for the invaders to destroy them. A gigantic dark being appeared, carrying an axe while roaring, showing the fury of its red eyes and its pairs of horns. From the top of the temple, Shutra observed what appeared to be an orc centaur and classified it as the commander of the Cassius. Leaping from the top of the temple, Shutra quickly approached Karak, intending to ask him something. The giant monster continued to brandish its axe, knocking down the Trents like rotten trees. It roared fiercely as it continued its attacks, until it noticed, out of the corner of its eye, someone approaching. Shutra hit the large ogre centaur with the gauntlet, destabilizing it. However, the enraged beast promptly brandished its axe, trying to hit the ant-sized human. The protagonist managed to dodge, even with the enemy being extremely agile despite its size. The beast continued to pursue Shutra while he hastily retreated. Channeling his energy into Enkidu's gauntlet, Shutra prepared the next attack. The protagonist used the explosion fist, hitting the beast squarely. However, the impact not only caused little damage to the creature, but also made Shutra's entire body tremble. While Shutra was still complaining irritably about the hardness of the beast's body, it heavily attacked him with the axe. Fortunately, the protagonist was agile in his dodge, jumping backward. Shutra retreated in time, but now knew how resilient the enemy was. Faced with this situation, the protagonist released an energy he hadn't used yet. Dragon blood began to run in his veins, releasing a transcendental aura. The draconic exclusive ability was activated, strengthening Earthquake to unleash part of its true power. The protagonist gathered all the power he possessed, preparing a single attack. The beast wouldn't let him prepare freely and charged in an attempt to stop him. Mid-preparation, Shutra summoned Karak. Summon King's Knight, Karak, appeared from behind the beast, charging with fury while carrying the axe above his head. Karak hit the creature unprepared, delivering a powerful blow that unbalanced it. The beast's attention was drawn to Karak. An opportunity was created for Shutra. The protagonist had finished charging the attack and jumped against the enemy monster. The creature could see the glow of Shutra's attack out of the corner of its eyes and tried to move hastily. Shutra clenched his fist with force and conviction. This time it will be completely different from before. With the authority of a dragon, Shutra's fist advanced. The secret art of earthquakes was activated, and, like a comet capable of shaking an entire world, Shutra pierced the monster leader with a devastating blow, like the gigantic impact of a piston. As soon as he turned the monster into a donut, Shutra knocked it down, bringing an end to the battle in front of the entire centaur army. The centaur leader abandoned his wild eyes look to stare, speechless, at the situation with an incredulous gaze. Barak was satisfied to see his prince become so powerful. Like a mountain sliding, the great monster fell, without much else to do. With his fist clenched, Shutra received the experience points from the victory, leveling up. Shutra had defeated the Dragon Ogre Chief Mustafa. Thanks to this feat, he obtained the title of Draconic Ogre Hunter. The ogre on the ground released an extremely vicious energy, while its body decayed at a visible speed. Looking at the gauntlet, Shutra wondered, relieved, how much aura energy he had used. If he hadn't leveled up at the final moment of the battle, he might have fainted from exhaustion. To use such an ability with a special weapon, Shutra would need a specific movement control technique, but he didn't have such a thing yet. In other words, the giant piston skill he had used was not even the ultimate move of the Earthquake Gauntlet. There were still much more incredible techniques stored within. Barak hastily ran to Shutra, warning him that some enemies were fleeing, as their leader had been defeated. Wild Eyes did not stand still and charged, brandishing his sword to attack the remaining Cassius. He raised his sword, ordering his herd, "Pursue the invaders! We cannot let them escape so they can return to attack us." Leading the entire settlement, Wild Eyes initiated the hunt so that no enemy escaped alive. The chase lasted until the end of the night, when bonfires were made in front of the temple where the centaurs celebrated. A festival was taking place. The centaurs celebrated enthusiastically while drinking and eating. Barak and Karma had joined the celebration and were toasting together. At the same time, inside the temple where the great mother tree stood, Green Wind reunited with Shutra once more. "You should be enjoying yourself, so what are you doing here?" The protagonist revealed he had some doubts he would like her to clarify. Green Wind agreed to answer whatever he wanted, but first she asked if he would free her from his control. The protagonist was confused, and Green Wind came to explain, "Because you absorbed Einkel's mana, I, who was born from his magic, am now linked to you." The protagonist realized what she meant and asked for just a moment to free her. The duo fell silent, as if waiting for something to happen. Nothing seemed to change, so they looked at each other. Confused, Shutra put his hand on his chin. "Well, how do I do that?" Green Wind was surprised by his question. "Oh, temporary eternal master, you really don't know how to do it?" The protagonist replied affirmatively, revealing he had never learned how to do such a thing, which left Green Wind quite frustrated, as he had really just acted as if he knew. While Green Wind showed an irritated expression, Shutra tried to think for a moment until he asked, "Okay, what is your current situation?" Green Wind pointed to Shutra, answering firmly, "I am yours. That is, I obey you." The protagonist tried to correct what he had asked, questioning if she felt uncomfortable in any way, or if she had felt any change. However, she denied feeling any alteration in her abilities or condition. Green Wind revealed, however, that if she disappeared, the planes would lose their vitality, as she was the living symbol of the magic of life that Einkel conjured over the planes. The protagonist thought for a bit and shocked Green Wind with a question. "So couldn't you just stay on the planes instead of coming with me?" He believed there was no real reason for her to continue following him. Green Wind interpreted Shutra's words. "Are you saying you are abandoning me?" Head down, the fairy looked sadly at the ground. The protagonist quickly corrected himself and asked upon noticing, "Wait, you want to come with me, Green Wind?" Irritated, Green Wind argued with him. "You are my master, aren't you? It's natural that I accompany you." Although confused, Shutra felt as if he had accidentally formed a spiritual contract. Shutra remembered that Green Wind had said she was the symbol of the spell cast over the plains and asked if she could, by chance, create something that could take her place. Green Wind was shocked by the question. Although it would take some time, she thought it would be possible. Thus, under the great tree, Shutra asked Green Wind to create a substitute so that she could leave the plains with him. Green Wind, however, warned that she wouldn't be of much help to him, as she would have to leave most of her powers on the Anger Plains. However, Shutra didn't treat that as a major problem. For him, forming a contract with a high-ranking nature spirit was already a great opportunity he was going to seize. Seeing how Shutra wasn't stingy at all, Green Wind felt touched by his kindness. Now that they had settled things, Shutra wanted to move on to his questions. He was direct, asking when and how Ankle had perished. Green Wind was surprised by the question. As she was only a fragment and a spirit born from a piece of nature, she did not possess many of Ankle's memories. However, she remembered that Ankle was attacked 1,000 years ago. Shutra was surprised by the revelation. Green Wind did not know who had attacked Ankle, but she was sure it hadn't been another dragon. Confused, Shutra wondered who could eliminate an ancient dragon, beings that should possess power to rival the heavens. Seeing how Shutra was always formal with her, Green Wind asked him to speak more casually so that she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. The protagonist agreed to the request and changed the subject. Becoming Ankle's successor, Shutra asked the nature spirit if he could also obtain the power of other dragons. Green Wind thought for a bit and revealed that, although it was generally impossible, it seemed to be different for him. She recalled how Shutra already possessed two opposing powers, the power of the great Enkidu and the power of Ankle. If he was capable of balancing such forces that opposed each other, then he could also handle the power of other dragons. The protagonist was surprised by Green Wind's revelation and understood what it meant to be a true protagonist. Shutra had one last question. Do you know anything about the power I possess? Green Wind reminded Shutra that she did not possess many memories, so the knowledge she had about his power was incomplete. Suddenly, Green Wind shone mysteriously, to the point of dazzling Shutra's sight. The protagonist wondered what was happening so suddenly. Green Wind's eyes changed color, while a mysterious power took over her body. A deep voice reverberated, "O Knight of Conquest, born under the destiny of kings." The observer Ankle herself seemed to be speaking directly to Shutra. "You must conquer and govern all creatures. That is the power of the king, something that must be yours." Sunrise quickly arrived at the small temple. Shutra had slept on the cold ground inside the temple. He was only awakened when the sun's rays shone on his face. As he wondered what had happened, he remembered talking to Green Wind the night before. Green Wind immediately appeared upon seeing Shutra regain consciousness. The spirit wasn't sure, but revealed that, apparently, the spirit of Ankle remaining inside her had awakened the night before, and this must have been the cause of his unconsciousness facing Ankle's power. The protagonist remembered the encounter he had the night before, from the change in Green Wind to the sensation of speaking with the nature dragon. Shutra found out about the power of the king and the power of the Knight of Conquest, as well as Ankle already knowing about his powers. Stating that Shutra was now her master for all eternity, Green Wind extended her hand, revealing that she would tell him something she hadn't mentioned the night before. With Green Wind's power, countless holograms appeared before the protagonist. There, basically, a map of all the plains appeared. Green Wind revealed that, in the far north of the plains, there was a relic of the observer Ankle. Like Earthquake, which Shutra already possessed, that was an artifact imbued with the power of an ancient dragon, the Shield of Life. Green Wind told a story to Shutra. More than 1,000 years ago, the observer Ankle gave the Shield of Life to the bravest and most righteous centaur warrior. The warrior led his people against the enemies from the north and won countless victories without suffering a single wound. However, the brave warrior was not 100% invincible. He hadn't taken the shield to bed with him, and one night, while sharing a bed with a woman sent by someone who coveted the shield, he was betrayed. The Shield of Life had been given to the courageous warrior by Ankle himself, so no one but him could hold it. The warrior's followers, then, buried the Shield of Life along with its wielder in the northern tomb. The centaur had become a legend, as had the existence of the Shield of Life. After that moment, the centaurs gave a name to the shield, White Suri. The protagonist was surprised to hear the item's name. That was an item that only appeared as a background in the Night Saga story. It wasn't a possibly obtainable item. Even veteran players like him never found the shield, which turned out to be a dragon's artifact. While Green Wind was surprised to find out that her master knew about the White Suri, the protagonist asked, "So, where is the location of the tomb?" He was extremely excited to obtain the legendary item. Rolling her eyes, Green Wind revealed that they needed to go to the far north to find it. But before they left, Green Wind still needed to create her substitute. As soon as she finished, they could leave immediately. Anxious, Shutra asked how long she would take. Green Wind replied that, thanks to the help she received, it would take about 2 days. The protagonist was excited by the idea that they could leave in 2 days. He was eager to obtain the shield above all else, as things would would become much easier if he possessed. Time passed quickly. The centaurs carried supplies and boxes back and forth. Shutra thought he could use the pretext of hunting the remaining caches to head north. The problem was that the protection spell activated by the temple must have already been detected by the Dark King's castle, which meant that an expert would be sent soon to inspect the ruins. If the report was delivered that same day, the expert should arrive within a week. Shutra planned to leave before anyone arrived. It was at that moment that Wild Eyes arrived to reveal, "Prince, someone from the king's castle has just arrived." The protagonist was surprised by the news. Inside the temple, the protagonist received the visitor. He was shocked when he recognized the person sent by the castle. With her arms crossed, Felicia questioned, "What is that expression? You look like you've seen a ghost." Speechless, Shutra asked why Felicia was there. Seeing how he was talking nonsense, Felicia wanted to exchange a few greetings first. A young woman with green skin ended up approaching and drew attention. She held her dress and bowed slightly. "It is an honor to meet the 9th prince. I am Daphne, the daughter of the Echo and 5th concubine." The protagonist was surprised to recognize Daphne, the dryad druid. Daphne was part of the 3 half-siblings who had to be protected at all costs. Along with Daphne, Felicia revealed that she was an exceptional druid. She will be of great help to this mission, as the Plains Spirit Guardian is involved. Shutra never expected to meet Daphne in that situation, but he wanted to make a good first impression. Changing the subject, Shutra addressed Felicia. "Shouldn't you be going to the Gishka Mountains to study the anvil that gives rise to thunder?" Felicia revealed she was really planning to go there, but Shutra had finished his own mission too quickly, so she changed her plans. Felicia warned her brother, "Shutra, you are attracting too much attention." Being honest, Felicia stated that the subjugation of the caches was not difficult, but finishing the mission in only 2 days was something else, as it would normally take 2 weeks. Shutra lowered his head as he was reprimanded. Felicia revealed that everyone was shocked, as so many irregular events had happened during the mission. Others might be trying to interrogate or spy on him if they had been sent in her place. Shutra, upon hearing his sister, asked, "So, that's why you came?" Blushing, Felicia looked away hastily, stammering, "It wasn't just because of that. I'm also curious about the temple and the caches' behavior. That's all." Shutra could notice Felicia's feelings and thanked her for worrying about him. Changing the subject, Felicia asked what he planned to do. The protagonist gave a good excuse, stating that he would go north to hunt the remaining caches. It was at that moment that Wild Eyes volunteered. "I will go with you. It is our duty. It makes no sense for me, a tribal chief, not to go personally." While Shutra scratched his head, wondering how to refuse, someone else volunteered to go. Felicia. The young dark elf believed that it would be much better to study the living caches than those who had been destroyed. Despite being worried, as claiming to go hunting caches had only been an excuse, Shutra accepted their decision. Barak watched his master for a moment and felt that things would somehow become complicated. A few days later, the formed group had already reached the north. A wolf roared furiously upon seeing intruders. Barak, who was allied with several centaurs, was in the front line. What Barak had expected had happened. Before they realized it, the entire expedition group had already been surrounded. Arrows were fired while axes and swords were brandished to deal with the ferocious wolves. A wolf managed to get into the back line and jumped to attack Shutra from behind. Using the gauntlet's power to punch the wolf, Shutra still wondered where so many monsters had come from. He was tremendously irritated, as he thought they had defeated all the monsters a few days ago. New monsters began to appear. A type of flying creature flew over the group, attacking with sharp claws. The protagonist was shocked to see the monster, a geist, an abomination of the heavens. As things seemed to become problematic, Shutra used the power of nature, showing that monsters were not the only ones who could fly. Using the wind blessing skill, Shutra became extremely light and jumped high. Green Wind, who now accompanied Shutra in the form of a firefly, was surprised. "Wait, how can you use my magic?" Shutra replied by flying towards the geists. The flying monsters were shocked to see a human charge at them in the skies. Shutra used Explosion Fist to hit a still distracted flying monster. The punch sent the monster flying away, crashing into the trees. Smiling, Shutra provoked, "Stop interfering with my path and disappear." Green Wind seemed incredulous. The purpose of her existence had been corrupted. While the entire battle was happening, Daphne remained still in the middle of the clearing. The druid displayed an extremely frightened look. It was at that moment that a flying aberration appeared behind her, trying to grab her with its rear claws. A firm hand held Daphne by the shoulder at the last second and protected her. Barak used his large body to keep Daphne safe and knocked down the monster using his other hand, brandishing an axe. Felicia extended her hand, creating a necessary magic, Circle. With the power of the magic released by her, all the flying monsters fell, being buried all at once. When the battle ended, the sun was already close to setting. In that plain, an uncountable multitude of monsters lay on the ground after being killed. Unfortunately, among them were also some centaurs. Felicia looked around, asking Shutra to observe the faint purple aura that seemed to be around the monsters. Now that Felicia mentioned that energy, Shutra managed to perceive its existence. Felicia revealed to her brother that this was caused by a curse. They become stronger because of that aura, but their life force is drained equally. Also, the emotions they feel are clouded, which is why such a thing is called a curse. Felicia summarized everything she had said. This means someone is controlling them. The protagonist was surprised, as he had previously defeated the monster that seemed to be manipulating the entire horde. Barak entered the conversation, drawing the prince's attention. He showed how Daphne had been tense throughout the battle, which meant that this must have been her first time witnessing something so terrible. The protagonist realized it was true. Daphne seemed to have no experience in battles. Daphne was trembling, hugging herself while murmuring, "I can feel the fear of the spirits." The sinister power intensifies as we advance north. Green Wind approached Shutra. "My lord, I also feel a sinister energy coming from the north. There must be an entity that is the source of this aura." Felicia revealed that she believed they would discover more if they went north. Hearing her desire, Wild Eyes asked if they wouldn't like to check the observatory tower in the north. Shutra only planned to retrieve the white suri, but things had become complicated. In the end, he agreed, and so they left before the sun set. When night fell, the group reached a giant tower amidst the trees. As soon as they climbed to the highest point of the tower, they could see. There was a large army of monsters gathered in the forest, about 200 to 300 of them, all around, a massive amount of energy. Felicia frowned, believing that the only being capable of gathering so many monsters must be an undead, and being high-ranking, it could even be a lich. Suddenly, Daphne fell to the ground, sitting down due to the shock. Barak hastily tried to find out what was happening. Daphne reassured him, but Felicia knew what was going on. Daphne had felt the sinister energy at a very short distance, and remembered how deeply affected she was, as she was a half-dryad. Felicia didn't believe they had enough strength to fight a lich, so she wanted them to retreat. However, before they had the opportunity to do so, Felicia felt a shock. An extremely disturbing energy was approaching. Felicia's eyes narrowed in surprise. While Shutra was asking who was approaching, a notification appeared for him. A map opened, showing their position in the forest and how countless monsters were beginning to gather around them. Barak quickly called Shutra's attention. He could see something flaming flying towards the tower in the distance. The protagonist gritted his teeth, shocked. He quickly shouted, "It's a trap! We need to get off the tower!" The tower was hit by the fireballs and began to collapse. Barak screamed in panic, as did other centaurs. In the sky, a group of monsters flew surrounded by dark energy. Carrick tried to hold on to something while those who could sprang into action. Felicia conjured her wind control magic, creating a vortex to gather all those falling from the tower. The great stone structure completely crumbled, spreading throughout the forest. As soon as they landed, Felicia worried about Shutra. "Are you okay?" Straining, he got up, appearing to be fine. The leader of the centaurs thanked the sixth princess, for thanks to her, everyone survived. Felicia turned her gaze away, staring in a direction with seriousness, for there was no time for thanks. Everything Felicia saw on the horizon was filled with enemies. Their numbers were overwhelming. "We need to get out of here fast, Shutra." However, she warned that they were already surrounded. A grim look crossed the elf's face, for she had a solution, though difficult. "Shutra, buy me some time. I will find a way for us to escape somehow." In Felicia's hand, the glow of a magic sphere emerged. Small, magical butterflies were created, fluttering around them. Seeing Felicia begin her preparations, Shutra understood what needed to be done. He summoned his dagger and warned, "I will hold them for as long as possible." Shutra slammed his hand on the ground and conjured a spell that enveloped everyone under the king's banner. Olhar Selvagem and his companions looked at their own bodies, feeling a force suddenly surge to strengthen them. The small spirit accompanying Shutra asked if he really wanted to fight. Shutra nodded in confirmation. At that moment, all he could do was support and trust Felicia. A layer of steel formed around Shutra's fist. "Ready," he bellowed. "Everyone, prepare for battle!" The centaurs began to advance, willing to face the enemy army. Shutra declared one last word of war. "We will not be pressed!" The Karake, driven by the power given to him by his master, charged into the battlefield, dispatching enemies with every strike. Olhar Selvagem rode towards the foes, leading the centaurs. Shutra himself also entered the enemy ranks, annihilating a group of skeletons with his explosive punch. Bones and skulls fell in every direction before the attack. One of the skulls, however, was filled with energy and floated before him. Chutra gasped from the exhaustion of the long battle. The skeletons he had destroyed began to reassemble, turning back into opponents he would have to face. As if there were no end, the Andes army advanced once again, surrounding Chutra. The young Ranai, worried about finding the leader who was controlling those monsters, thought that only by eliminating him would they have any hope. Suddenly, energy arrows crossed the skies and fell upon the centaurs with extreme precision. Carrick, who was hiding behind the bodies of the monsters, looked up at the sky, wondering what that was. Dozens of centaurs fell before the attack, turning the battlefield chaotic. Even the Andes had been struck. The energy within each of them was dissipating, being drained by a large knight. The skeletal giant, clad in heavy armor, wore a crown upon its head. Chutra had hidden behind a rock and watched the monster. To him, that could only be the leader. With a wild look, after having escaped the attacks that fell from the sky, he charged at the skeletal knight, attacking him from behind. However, the giant monster sensed his approach, spun around, and hurled him back to the ground. Carrick tried to aid the leader of the centaurs, charging with his axe. Carrick's axe struck the monster's armor, but it did not penetrate, and in response, the orc felt his muscles cramp. The skeletal knight swung his heavy sword at Carrick and slammed him against a stone wall. The orc felt the pain of the attack, nearly losing consciousness. Chutra would not let his direct subordinate be harmed and personally attacked. His fist, filled with energy, aimed at the back of the skeletal knight. Chutra extended his clenched fist, launching the blow that would end that battle once and for all. The explosive fist struck the head of the skeleton, engulfing its surroundings in light and fire. However, the monster was unaffected by the attack, bringing Chutra close enough for it to retaliate. With a simple slap, the skeleton knight threw Chuta against the stones. The protagonist got up, panting heavily, as he wondered what that skeleton monster was. With the crown, it was strong, at a level the group couldn't handle. At that moment, Felicia approached Chuta. "That's enough, you can rest now." The skeleton's gaze was drawn to Felicia. Chuta himself wondered what she would do. Felicia extended her hand, and magical circles of various elements began to emerge, moving toward the monster. She entered the battle. "From now on, I will face him. Come to me, empty-headed." The final circle created by Felicia was pink, just like the energy butterflies accompanying her. The great attack fell upon the skeleton king, exploding over his entire body. However, the skeleton didn't even receive a scratch. Furious from the attack, he swung his sword at Felicia, who stepped back just in time and conjured another spell. Felicia's hand shone with her power, and as she moved away, she cast a wind control against the skeleton king. The monster, however, ignoring the attack with its giant size, reached out to grab the elf. At the last second, before being caught, Felicia murmured and disappeared, reappearing behind the skeleton king. With her hands raised, she gathered a large amount of power. Energy spheres fell on the back of the skeleton king, one after another, finally beginning to have some effect and forcing him to stagger back. Watching the battle, Chuta was impressed by Felicia, who proved to be much more incredible than he had thought. He never imagined she could pressure a monster like that on her own. Suddenly, Chuta felt a familiar power approaching him. Daphne assumed her true form and ran to Chuta, asking how he was. Daphne didn't just stand there talking, she used her magic to disperse. Your energy over the centaurs healing each one of them, the wild gaze felt the healing power overflow within his body. The same happened to the orc Karak, Chutra's helper. Feeling rejuvenated, he became somewhat confused. Chutra celebrated excitedly upon seeing the buff in the area that the Dryad had cast. "You're finally contributing, Daphne!" The notification that a level 1 boost had been activated appeared for Chutra. Around the protagonist, elemental orbs floated. Chutra's body shone brightly and overflowed with power similar to that of Daphne. That power had also become his. The notification of the feat appeared. "You have acquired Spiritual Bloom Level 1. The Spiritual Bloom magic imprinted the power of spirits within the user, enhancing all of their abilities. The power that surged within his body excited him. In Night Saga, normally, only one spirit could reside within someone at a time. However, now, the spirit of life and the spirit of wind were both with Chutra at the same time. Grinning widely, he thanked the physical power of the protagonist. Fire explosions continued to strike the skeletal king. Felicia was constantly casting her magic, but she was starting to get tired. The skeletal king attacked once more with a powerful energy slash. To dodge, Felicia used the blink magic. She reappeared retreating far from the attack, cursing the persistent bastard monster. Felicia was preparing to attack again when, without her noticing, the skeletal king had already reached out his hand towards her. Felicia was shocked by the sudden blow. She would be caught if nothing happened. At that moment, Karak roared fervently. The orc attacked with the power he was transmitted, striking the giant monster's leg with an axe swing. Upon being hit, the skeletal king lost his balance. That was enough for Chutra to reach Felicia. In the air, the elf widened her eyes upon seeing her brother. Chutra was wielding his power in his clenched fist. "Leave the rest to me!" The fist of the explosion struck the skeletal king's breastplate with a level of power greater than any other blow seen. The impact shook the ground and brought the great monster down, causing it to collapse. Karak laughed with excitement at seeing his master victorious. "Ha ha ha! At this rate we can really win, right?" Chutra confidently replied. "Let's be honest. It was my fist that defeated him." The orc laughed as he saw Chutra claim all the credit, yet he didn't want to leave it all to his master. He jumped over the skeleton with the intention of delivering the killing blow that would ensure it would not rise again. However, Karak did not see the terrifying glint in the skeleton's eyes. When the glow of the explosion finally spread, Karak noticed it. The great blow completely engulfed the orc and everything around him. Chutra shouted Karak's name and tried to face the power of the explosion to rescue him. However, the power that exploded from the skeleton's body began to create a rain. As it struck him, Chutra saw a mist hit his body. A great impact occurred within his consciousness, causing him to collapse. Felicia was shocked to see Chutra faint and ran towards him. The situation was getting worse by the second. The great skeletal king had risen once more and taken the young man as his target. Meanwhile, in the surrounding forest, small lights like fireflies could be seen. One of the firefly spirits wandered as if worried about something, and soon found, in the middle of the forest, several stacked stones with a large sword thrust among them. That was the warrior's tomb. Energy swords had fallen all over the battlefield. Felicia was trying to fly towards Chutra, but she was unlikely to make it in time. The skeletal king faced him and raised his sword for the final attack. Felicia knew she had to do something and channeled countless magical circles at the fastest speed she could muster. "Don't you dare look at anyone else when your enemy is me." The magical circles piled up, each one strengthening the other. A blast of explosion from 3 elements shot towards the skeleton king like a cannon. The skeleton king prepared for the attack. Just as it was about to be struck, the monster vanished. Felicia felt a chill down her back. The monster had used the same tactic she had employed before. Sensing the flickering magic energy, Felicia glanced back in alarm. The skeleton showed no mercy and struck her with a heavy attack. Due to her great experience, Felicia reacted in time and created a magical shield around her body, blocking the sword attack. Felicia cursed the damn monster, which proved to be stronger than she had anticipated. The giant skeleton's attack shattered the shield and followed through to hit the ground. As it knocked the elf down, the Skeleton King roared, calling forth his monsters dead to surround her. After all the damage she had suffered, Chutra remained fallen on the ground. A voice then reached his ears, pleading for him. "Rise, master! It is not the time to lie down!" Chutra awoke in a dream world. He encountered the spirit of the green wind hastily urging him. "Quickly! Awaken the power of Ankle!" Chutra was confused by the request, for he did not know how to awaken the dragon's power. The green wind conjured a glow of spiritual energy while creating a magical device and commanded, "Remember, my master, you already know the answer." Lying on the ground, Chutra murmured, "Dragon's blood." In that very instant, a green spiritual energy traveled from the forest towards the battlefield. Felicia, who was surrounded by monsters and engaged in the fight, glimpsed the energy crossing through the skies. The energy struck each of the monsters before her, vanquishing them. He passed by her and traveled towards Chutra. The power did not reach Chutra but fell before him, who weakly struggled to lift his face. Chutra was surprised to see the white Suri shield, noticing the green spirit beside the shield. Chutra asked how she had managed to obtain it. The spirit revealed that since the beginning of the battle, it had been searching for the grave where the white Suri was buried. The green spirit wanted to put aside Chutra's rash actions for acting alone and boasted about being able to find the white Suri and make it recognize a new master. Before Chutra could thank her, she interrupted him. "I will accept praise later. For now, we need to deal with that creature." The great skeleton had begun to move again, this time raising the large sword, aiming at Chutra, who had gained a new power. The massive sword attack fell near Chutra, throwing him into the air like in an earthquake. Immediately after the first strike, the great skeleton attacked with a spinning blow, sending Chutra flying upward with the wind. As soon as Chutra was before him, the skeleton opened its mouth, gathering a large amount of energy for its explosive breath. The attacks were so fast that Chutra couldn't even respond in time. The energy breath engulfed Chutra, leaving him no route to escape. Felicia screamed desperately for Chutra, who disappeared after the attack from the Skeleton King's mouth. Smoke was released after the attack, and he faced what was before him. Chutra had not been eliminated. On the contrary, the energy around him shone brightly with the white Suri shield raised in front of him. Chutra had absorbed the entire attack. After blocking the strike, Chutra observed the energy of the shield. The green wind explained that a fragment of ankle had transformed his body into a kind of dragon. Now, at this moment, another new power was added to his transformed body. Can you feel it, Master? This is the power of Ainkel's magic, preserved for 5,000 years. Inside the white Suri, Chutra was astonished to observe the power within his body. At the same time, the power of the dragon's hand within Chutra was amplified, overflowing through his body. Chutra felt he was in his prime. The skeleton also sensed that something was different. With a deep voice, Chutra faced the skeleton. Hey, empty head, go ahead. Keep acting like you're powerful because this time I'm going to completely destroy you. Despite speaking arrogantly, Chutra still needed to figure out how the new power worked. Gathering some energy in his hand, he hurled it at a few monsters. Ainkel's energy sliced through the air, clearing the skeletons in its path. Felicia was astonished, trying to comprehend what power Chutra had received. The Skeleton King, seeing his subordinates being eliminated, roared furiously, summoning more and more undead. As the Skeleton King attacked again, Ainkel's shield shone even brighter, blocking the skeleton's energy. The shield opened, creating iron wings and unleashing an even more powerful spiritual energy. The skeleton was taken aback by the sight of the shield, which caused him to divert his gaze and forget about Chutra, who leaped towards him. Chutra struck the king skeleton's face with an explosive punch, enveloping it in flames, emerging from the attack with minor injuries. The Skeleton King unleashed his fury, creating countless fire comets that rained down on Chutra. The explosions happened one after another, yet none hit the protagonist, who zigzagged between the attacks, advancing once again. Chutra approached the skeleton and launched his attack with Ainkel's power against him. The Suri shield hit the skeleton for the first time and continued to fly, striking him from numerous angles. The skeleton roared furiously, unable to keep up with the speed of the shield. While the skeleton was distracted by the shield, Chutra advanced once more. This time, the fist of the explosion carried even more power. Chutra's attack transformed into a giant piston and struck the center of the skeleton's armor. Once again, a large fist mark was pressed against the skeletal king's armor, which for the first time felt the pain of an attack. Chutra pointed 2 fingers at the monster and declared, "This is going to end now!" As Chutra moved his fingers down, a massive, spiritual attack descended upon the skeletal king. The monster's skull vanished, and its energy began to dissipate. At the same time, the entities on the battlefield started to weaken, until one by one they began to explode. Notifications came in, one after another, for Chutra. You defeated the boss Skeletal King Valkaroba. Your level has increased. Emerged victorious from the battle, Chutra mocked, acting so powerful and yet turned out to be nothing so special. With the victory in battle, Chutra received a new title, Kingslayer. Felicia ran to Chutra, updating him that the curse on them had been completely removed. Let's go. While they fought among themselves, the remaining entities that were still alive had begun to fight each other, driven mad after losing their leader. Sometime later, in a clearer area, Chutra's group lit a fire where they gathered. Felicia, upon seeing the shield, asked Chutra if that was the White Suri. Hearing Chutra confirm, Wild Gaze showed himself, impressed. Incredible to think that the legend of the White Suri is true. Karak, eating the meat, just agreed with everything. Daphne, the most connected to nature, could feel the powerful life force residing in the White Suri. If my senses are correct, it hasn't fully revealed its power yet. Chutra was surprised. He understood that the White Suri was limiting its own power to match with him. Just like the glove the earthquake had done, he couldn't help but feel excited to see how strong the equipment had become. Felicia acted like a good sister. In any case, this is your Chuta. I won't report you to the Demon King's castle, so take good care of him. This left the Chuta quite grateful. After eating, Wild Gaze headed to Chutra. From today, we recognize the 9th Prince as the successor of the great warrior Suri Branco. If you call, we will unite with you whenever necessary. Proud Wild Gaze, leader of the Centaur tribe, pledged his oath to Chuta, who joyfully accepted it. I will be counting on you. With everything going well for him, Chuta almost forgot something important. From the tomb of the great warrior Suri Branco, Chutra found numerous pieces of equipment. Karake benefited the most, acquiring a complete armor set in addition to a new axe. As soon as he opened what he believed to be the last chest, Chutra heard the voice of the green wind. No, it's not over.
Yet, you still haven't praised me. Chutra scratched his head, apologizing to the green wind. which startled Karake while she complained, "How can you forget something so important?" Chutra apologized and, unexpectedly, patted the head of the Green Wind. "You were great. Thanks to you, we were able to win. I truly appreciate that." With her face flushed, the Green Wind stated that she would forgive him just this once. In exchange, praise me even more. Chuta felt like he was dealing with a
little puppy and stroked her head a little more. "You did very well, Green Wind. You are the best." With the arrival of dawn, the incident in the northern region came to an end. However, something still troubled Chuta. Was Valkaroba really the cause of the purple evil energy? And yes, why didn't he attack the north? How could he have discovered the secret of the little temple? No question has the answer for Chuta. It would still be necessary to uncover the truth and the true identity of that purple energy. After returning from the northern border, everyone's daily life became quite hectic. It quickly passed that Wild Gaze was preparing to lead the warriors of his tribe and head north. Somehow, it was only now that the mission to exterminate the herd of Kachios was indeed underway. Chutra also headed north with Wild Gaze, and it took them half a month to eradicate the Kachio order. Upon their return, Felicia, who had been watching Chutra the whole time, had something on her mind. "Is it just my imagination, or do I feel like you've become stronger again, Chutra?" Chutra replied to his sister with a joke. "That's normal, especially since I'm still in my growth period." Chutra asked Felicia how the investigation of the temple had been. The half-elf revealed that it had been great, and that a significant discovery had been made. Felicia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. The magic placed in the temple belonged to none other than Inkle. Inkle, one of the 6 ancient dragons. "Inkle, the Watcher!" Chutra had to pretend to be surprised, his voice becoming flat. "Oh, really? That's amazing!" Felicia found Chutra's expression strange. "Don't tell me you already knew!" Chutra had to feign even more innocence. He looked away, continuing with the monotone voice. "This is the first time I'm hearing about this." Green Wind appeared beside Chutra in the form of a firefly, asking why he was acting strange. Chutra completely ignored her, focusing on Felicia. "All right, let's hurry and deliver the report at the castle of the Dark King." A commotion soon erupted. Several women similar to Felicia, with pointed ears and white hair, excitedly ran over upon seeing her arrival. They all gathered around Felicia, asking how she was, if she had gotten hurt, and everything else about the trip. Karake, accompanying Chutra at the teleportation location, commented to his master how everything looked the same, just like the first time they went to the castle, also accompanying. Chutra Greenwind. In the form of a firefly, it wouldn't stop chattering. "Master, my heart is racing. Master, my chest is trembling. Master, can we really leave the angel planes like this?" Chuta sighed lightly, commenting, "It seems that the only thing that has changed is us." Green Wind was upset about being so ignored. Carrick suddenly looked to the side upon feeling gazes on them and asked Chuta, "Did you do something? Why are they staring at us like that?" Several women with sharp looks were glaring at Chuta. They were succubi, which meant they were likely subordinates of Anastasia. Anastasia Necron, the 4th princess, was the leader of one of the 3 major factions. During the Day of Annihilation, Anastasia's faction held the largest power base. Even Felicia and her twin brother Silva were part of this faction. Feeling the stares, Chutra commented to work, "Seeing how much attention I'm getting, it seems that what happened in the angel planes has already reached Anastasia. Wow, you'd better get used to this. We will attract even more attention from now on." In the Office of Public Merits, Chutra met someone he had seen last time, Isabella, the supervisor of merits. She revealed the achievements he had obtained. 9th Prince, your merit level has risen to 10. Your monthly support payment has increased from 500 gold to 900 gold, and the number of facilities you could use within the Demon King's castle has been expanded. The supervisor also informed him that he could access the treasure room. Chutra was relieved to finally be able to access the treasures. Feeling confident, he headed toward the vault. "I've been waiting quite some time. Let's spend some money." Chutra went to the armory. Upon arriving there, he was told by the supervisor that, since he was at level 10, he could only use the first vault. Igor, a being with a red body and horns on his forehead that curved upward, and the fangs in the corners of the mouth revealed that normally purchasing weapons required merit points, but that he could also obtain them by spending gold. Opening the armory, Igor allowed Chutra and Karak to enter. "Please take your time, your highness," confident that he could afford anything. Chutra instructed Karak to grab everything he needed. The orc was surprised by the command and asked if he could really do that. Chutra put his hands behind his back, stating, "The stronger your gear, the more useful you will be to me." Carrick immediately ran off, accepting Chutra's order, as he could not skimp on equipment either. Chutra decided to pick up some armor. He chose a chest plate that had resistance against all elements. Most importantly, it had to be lightweight, and not hinder the use of the Beast God's Fist technique. Once he selected his armor, Chutra sought the last thing he needed. Chutra met with Cater, a lizard man who was the supervisor of the blacksmith, to obtain boots. Since the Beast God's art relied heavily on footwork, regular boots would get in his way. Having revealed the item he needed, Chutra asked Cater how long it would take to make them. As the structure of the item was simple, Cater informed him he could finish in 2 days. Chutra agreed to the time frame and asked the lizardman if he recommended any material for the item. Chutra suggested that he make the boots from dragon leather and scales. Chutra almost rolled his eyes. How could he obtain something as rare as dragon leather and scales? Changing the subject, Cater revealed that materials that had been sent for Chutra had already arrived, and that he thought of using such items. Confused, Chutra asked what materials had come for him. Cater was surprised to hear that he didn't know. Lord Ishgard ordered that the dragon leather and scales be delivered directly to you. Chutra was extremely surprised to hear the name Ishgard. He was the greatest swordsman in the demon realm, the Lord of the Sword, an elder of the most powerful warrior race, the Zasura, and the legendary warrior who taught King Mitra. When they left the warehouse, Karak asked, curious, why a legendary figure was helping the Chutra. However, he himself did not know the answer. This left Karak quite curious, but hopeful. If the Lord of the Sword became his supporter, it would be comforting. Although he found it interesting, the Chutra wondered why this was happening. In Night Saga, the Zasura side never helped anyone. Yet now he seemed to be reacting solely because the Dark King had shown interest in Chutra. Suddenly, a man ran towards Chutra. "The Ninth Prince! Urgent news!" Chutra asked the man rushing towards him what was wrong. The man, catching up to Chutra, stopped to rest, panting heavily. Despite being out of breath, he warned Chutra, "There will be a hearing ceremony tomorrow morning." Chutra was surprised to hear that there would be another ceremony. The assistant confirmed the news. Yes, his achievements on the Angel Plains were tremendous. This hearing aims to commend all 3 collaborators. Chutra was confused, as he had only traveled with Felicia. Who was the other? The answer left Chutra surprised. The second prince, Zephyr Ragnarus. Returning upon hearing the news of the second prince's return, Karak noticed that something was wrong with Chutra. The protagonist lowered his head, hiding his perplexed gaze. Derig, second prince Zephyr Ragnarus would be the man who would eliminate all the other princes and would eventually have to take Chutra's life as well. Hearing his name, Chutra, filled with fear, wondered if Zephyr was already watching him. The next day, at the Dark King's castle, Karak asked Chutra if he was okay. While they awaited the audience, Chutra expressed his concern for Zephyr, who had not seemed well since the previous day. Chutra sighed, trembling anxiously. He already knew the day would come when he would meet Zephyr, but he never imagined he would be in such a state in the waiting room. Karak asked the assistant if another prince was still to arrive. The assistant revealed that the second prince would enter directly, without passing through the waiting rooms. The third person who would be in, the audience arrived. Felicia remarked upon hearing the conversation. "Well, Zephyr is special in many ways. With her arms crossed and wearing a black dress that revealed her legs, Felicia praised her younger brother, but Chutra replied, 'The merits you have earned are not small either.' Chutra was moved by Felicia's encouraging words. "Don't let anything get you down. Let's show everyone our best in the king's hall." The beginning of the ceremony was announced. Mitra was on his high throne, awaiting the arrival of the princes. Chutra and Felicia arrived together and walked down the red carpet towards the king. When Felicia Dumbblade and Chutra Ignas arrived, their names were announced. Chutra managed to compose himself, affirming internally, "All right, if I get nervous now, how will I handle what is to come?" In one of the boxes of the royal hall, some people were watching Chutra. There was a man in a suit, and sitting in front of him, a striking woman, Anastasia Nekrion. Chutra faced the mountain he would one day have to climb and knelt before the king. Isabella, the event's merit manager, announced the entrance of the next prince. Now entering, the second prince Zephyr Ragnaros. Chutra and Felicia looked slightly back, seeing the arrival of the second prince. Chutra prepared himself to face his first encounter with one of the protagonists of Night Saga, the one who would lead the start of the Dark Kingdom arc. The second prince Zephyr Ragnaros, with the arrival of the second princess Isabella, took a document to review the accomplishments of the princes and the princess. As expected, Zephyr's achievements were impressive. His accomplishments alone were enough to warrant a public ceremony. Next, Felicia and Chutra had their achievements announced, and the issue regarding the northern border caught everyone's attention. But the highlight of the day was not the accomplishments, but rather the words of the king. King Mitra addressed the ninth prince, Chutra, directly. "I will give you your mission." Felicia's eyes widened, while Anastasia in the balcony furrowed hers. Second Prince Zephyr didn't even lift his head to reveal his gaze, hidden in the shadows. This was an unprecedented situation. Up until that moment, the Dark King had never personally assigned a mission during the audience ceremony. The surprise was so great that Chutra felt the need to express it. "Forgive me, Chutra." Sometime later, he reviewed the king's words. "Your mission is to explore the Thunder Fortress of the Dwarven Kingdom. During the development of mining, a path leading to the Thunder Fortress was discovered. Protect the passage and investigate the interior of the Thunder Fortress." Showing the map of the region, Isabella revealed to Chutra that he would depart in 7 days. Chutra was well acquainted with the Thunder Fortress, as it was one of the key fortresses of the Dwarven Kingdom when he played Knight Saga. Isabella provided a bit more information. The mission was originally assigned to the 27th Exploration Unit, led by General Kachubal, but General Kachubal died during the investigation, causing the mission to fail. According to reports, poisoning by toxic gas was the primary cause. She also advised Chutra to prepare adequately for countermeasures and to ensure the safety of the Thunder Fortress. Chutra wondered what was happening. Upon hearing the full details of the mission, Chutra, who was a general of Draconian descent, became intrigued. It was a mission that even someone like him had failed. Chutra wondered in despair why not give the mission to Zephyr, who possessed dragon blood from his mother's lineage. Sensing that something was amiss, Felicia questioned Chutra when they met.
Do you think you might have upset the father?
Chutra asked what she meant. Felicia thought the same as Chutra. Zephyr was the one who would normally be responsible for taking on such a mission. Carrick agreed with them. That was a mission that even the general failed. That means it will be incredibly difficult. No matter how much Felicia tried to think, this mission seemed too hard for Chutra. You think so too, don't you, Chutra? Before Chutra could respond, Felicia continued. All right, I'll go with you then. Winding her hair shyly around her finger, Felicia invited herself on the mission. Let's go together, Chutra. In addition to acting shyly, Felicia pretended to be a difficult person, averting her gaze although she was blushing. I'm a bit busy, but since you want, I have no choice but to go with you. Carrick, oblivious to the princess's intentions, commented, But didn't the prince ask you to go with him? This left Felicia quite irritated with Carrick for not helping her. Shut up, orc! To Felicia's delight, Chutra accepted her help. Let's go together. Thank you, Felicia. At that moment, a second person also stepped forward, wanting to accompany Chutra. If it's not rude of me to suggest this, I would also like to join you on this mission. A young man with short hair introduced himself, smiling as he asked the ninth prince to accept him. Felicia was surprised by the arrival of Katarov. Chutra apologized to Katarov, informing him that the team for the mission had already been decided. Katarov scratched his head, accepting. With nothing to be done, he apologized and noted that he would be leaving. Felicia was confused by Chutra's decision. Wouldn't it be good for us if he came? He is one of the most famous Tritons and is quite capable. He would be of great help. Felicia was not wrong in saying that Katarov was one of the strongest magical-type Tritons among them all. However, there was something more. Secretly, Katarov was a follower of Anastasia. As soon as he distanced himself, Katarov used the ability Blink and immediately moved to Anastasia's chambers, kneeling before her. The fanatical follower, with specialized skills in infiltration and espionage, delivered his report to Anastasia, something that Chutra already anticipated would happen. He smiled slightly, internally mocking the adversaries. So, they even sent Katarov. They must be extremely worried, right? Anastasia, sipping her wine, listened to Katarov's report, coming to a conclusion. So, he is quite cautious about meeting in one base. Felicia asked Chutra if he knew anything about the Thunder Fortress. Chutra commented only that they're used to be hot-blooded dwarves who fought against dragons. Karake was confused upon hearing this, as he thought the dwarves served Enkidu. Felicia explained to Wark that there was not just one dwarf nation among them. The High Dwarf Kingdom, to which the Thunderdome Fortress belonged, fought against dragons to protect their cities and treasures. They even managed to take down several real dragons. Felicia also explained to Karake that a dragon and an ancient dragon are practically completely different species. Karaki put his hand to his chin, expressing his doubt. So, you can defeat a dragon too, princess? Averting her gaze, Felicia didn't want to deny it so as not to seem weak. Well, if enough time and resources are provided. Hearing the princess's response, Karake uncovered her. So, you cannot be underestimated. Felicia grew furious. What do you think dragons are? Just common monsters? Even that dwarf kingdom was destroyed in the war against the dragons. The guy who focused on having his coffee commented disinterestedly, You seem to know quite a lot, Princess. The princess felt proud to assert her knowledge. The Thunderdome Fortress was mentioned all the time in studies of dwarf relics. If we excavate it correctly, we'll hit the jackpot. The princess's eyes sparkled, just imagining the valuable treasures they could obtain. Chutra warned the princess that she was drooling. Chutra knew they had already hit the jackpot in Night Saga. Thunder Fortress was one of the famous dungeons. Honey Pot, because battles with dragons had caused parts of the fortress to collapse, revealing treasures and high-quality weapons that were still buried. The most important thing was that the fortress contained something Chutra desperately needed at that moment. A specialized weapon for fighting dragons, a fatal anti-dragon weapon for those with draconic lineage, the Dragon Slayer sword, to fight against Zephyr, who possessed dragon blood. This was an item he needed to obtain. Chutra was excited about the item and would soon seek to acquire it. Upon reaching a mountain with a large passage, Chutra revealed his new dragon scale boots. The item had fire resistance and fire absorption, both at level 3. They also provided 5 strength points, 10% agility, and 5% damage. With the kicking techniques, the boots, and the light armor, Chutra proved ready for the dungeon exploration. Chutra was accompanied by several people: Felicia, Karaki, Karma, and 2 more participants wearing a mask, just like the rest of the group. Chutra led, "Let's go. Let's start moving inside the cave we entered." The entire path was slightly illuminated. Everyone followed the exploration leader, passing through the mine areas. The deeper they went, the more Karake felt the mist becoming dense. Felicia, upon hearing Karak's comment, revealed that it was not mist, but toxic gas emanating from the mines. Looking around, Felicia remarked that the region was worse than she had expected. As there was a limit to what they could do, she advised Chutra to proceed slowly. Chutra agreed with her, intending to advance with caution. As they moved forward, Karak focused on observing the mist. On second thought, "Doesn't the color of this mist seem a bit strange, Your Highness?" "It usually is this color." As they continued walking, Karak began to cough. Chutra and Karma collapsed due to the mist, falling to the ground. The poisonous mist intensified, unexpectedly filling the entire corridor they were in. Felicia alerted everyone about what had happened. The type of toxic gas suddenly changed. She activated a wind magic and immediately dispersed the poisonous mist, protecting them all. However, as the wind magic spread, a poisonous explosion occurred. A powerful poisonous storm hit the entire group, and everyone was affected by the strength of the poison. Chutra called out one last time to Felicia before he and the whole team fainted. Dark beings appeared in the corridor. Their intense golden eyes shone, as did their sharp fangs. The spiked feet made the ground tremble with every step. The large humanoid monsters completely surrounded the already unconscious group. One of the monsters, resembling an orc, roared furiously. Chutra, maintaining his consciousness, lifted his head to face the monsters with his red eyes. "So it was you who eliminated General Kachubal?" The monsters were surprised to see someone awake. The Suri Bronco shield emerged behind them. The shield proved sharp as it opened its iron wings, and with a single strike, eliminated one of the monsters. The Suri Bronco shield continued to fly, eliminating each of the monsters, the green wind controlling the shield. He approached Chutra. The act of pretending to have passed out was very convincing. Chutra ordered her to shut up and got up. More monsters had appeared. However, the flying shield continued to attack. When the shield eliminated each of the monsters, it returned to Chutra, stopping when equipped on his arm. Chutra looked around and found the passage through which the monsters had come out. Through there, a potent poison continued to be released. Chutra removed his mask, feeling safe after, almost putting himself in danger. However, thanks to the ability that granted him immunity to all poisons, he had remained safe. Just when Chutra thought he was secure, the corridor began to shake, and pieces of stone started to fall from the ceiling. Chutra's expression darkened, and he cursed, "You always have some damn trick!" Chutra turned to the shield and asked Green Wind to protect his team members. Chutra still didn't know what was happening, but he knew he needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. Chutra used the dragon's blood within him to strengthen himself, placing 2 people under his arms. Chutra prepared to flee. In the blink of an eye, Chutra dashed down the corridor, leaving the poisonous fog behind. He followed the information on his map and soon found the entrance to the Thunder Fortress. The white Suri shield had been left behind and was blocking the falling stones from the ceiling. Green Wind urged his master, "Quick, the situation here is abnormal." Chutra returned to grab 2 more people and saw that Karake would have to be left behind this time. "Hang in there, Karake. I'll be back in a moment." Chutra advanced once again, dodging the falling stone blocks. As soon as he saved 2 more people, Chutra sighed. Now, all that remained was to rescue Karake. However, just as Chutra was about to return to the corridor, A great explosion occurred. The entrance to the room where Chutra was located collapsed, sealing the passage. Chutra desperately shouted for Karake. The Green Wind tried to calm Chutra, but he did not hear him. He urged her to move quickly. The Green Wind, however, remembered something he could use. "Master, don't you have that spell you used last time on the Angel Plains?" Chutra understood what the Green Wind was talking about, and turned around, immediately invoking the Knight of the King. A spatial rupture occurred in the ceiling of the room, and Karake was summoned, crossing the portal. Karake fell to the hard ground, and Chutra shouted his name. The protagonist quickly ran to check on the orc's situation. Even unconscious, Karakal groaned as if in a nightmare. This at least relieved Chutra, as it proved that Karakal was not seriously injured. Chutra looked at everyone, and although relieved, he tried to understand what was causing all this confusion. He also wanted to figure out what those things that attacked them were. He had never seen such creatures throughout the Night Saga. Suddenly, Felicia started coughing, showing that she was not in good shape. Putting aside other matters, Chutra wanted to focus on detoxifying everyone before it was too late. However, soon dozens of footsteps were heard. Chutra faced countless monsters that had also invaded the hall where he had left those he rescued. As he encountered the large army of unknown monsters, one of them leaped towards Chutra from behind. Chutra simply extended his hand back, using the Fist of Explosion, and obliterated the monster. When the first monster fell, all the others hesitated to advance. Already busy, the appearance of the monsters made Chutra even more irritated than he already was. The monsters roared against the protagonist, filled with hatred for their fallen comrade. Chutra, however, would give them no rest. "Shut your damn mouths and come face me at once. I have no time to waste." The monsters jumped on Chuta all at once, with the Fist of the Explosion. However, the protagonist, upon hitting the ground, threw them all away with the shockwave. The white Suri shield also moved. Its side blades were sharp enough that a simple cut would eliminate each of the monsters. As it cleared the surroundings of Chuta, the shield continued by his side, providing him support. With a clenched fist, Chuta roared with great fury, eliminating the rest of the monsters. Soon, a spiritual energy from nature was released. Felicia slowly opened her eyes, feeling the power fall upon her. Chutra extended his hands over Felicia, healing her. "Are you okay, Felicia?" Hearing her brother's voice, Felicia asked what had happened. Chutra smiled calmly, telling her not to worry. Nothing had happened. After they finished detoxifying, the group began their large-scale assault on the fortress. The first target was the control room of the Thunder Fortress. To reach the control room, they would need to choose one of the paths. One was long, with few traps, while the other was shorter but filled with dangers. Felicia left the decision on which path they would take to Chuta. If they wanted to stay safe, the longer path was the better choice. However, soon the entire fortress shook, changing their plans. The tremor made Chutra worried, and imagined that it wasn't the time to seek ease. Wow! He heard a strange sound in the distance, and one of the group members revealed that the sound they were hearing was the signal that arose when the most important facility of the ruins was under attack. This revealed to Chutra that someone was trying to invade the dungeon at that very moment. Felicia was surprised by her brother's comment and questioned who it could be. Chutra immediately ordered the orc to lift his shield and stay on guard, which frightened the orc. To Chutra, he asked him not to worry. "Trust me, as long as you do exactly what I say, nothing will happen to you." As soon as they arrived at a new corridor, the statue of a dragon's head on one of the walls began to move. From the mouth of the statue, a fire cannon was fired at the group, blocked by Karak's shield. When they passed the first trap, they almost fell into a second, a pit filled with spikes pointing upward. The third trap they encountered was arrows shot at the group, but they were blocked by Karak, who swung the large shield back and forth. Soon, more traps began to appear, such as spiked iron balls falling from the ceiling. After blocking so many trap attacks, Karak gasped heavily. Chutra praised Karak's good work, to which he desperately replied, "I saw my life flash before my eyes." Still, thanks to Karak's efforts, they managed to reach the control room quickly. Felicia's assistant felt that something was wrong. The gargoyles that were supposed to be guarding this place were not here. Felicia agreed with her, but that didn't stop them from opening the fortress door. As they passed through the large door, the group found a great mess. In one corner of the corridor, they discovered a skeleton. This must have been the last lord of the Thunder Fortress, someone who must have stayed behind, alone, to operate the fortress while the dwarves escaped. Finding a large sphere, Felicia's assistant called out to it. Felicia approached the large sphere, examining it closely. The dwarves did the same. Maybe it needs something to activate it. Searching the skeleton's body, Chutra found something that could be what Felicia mentioned. A key was on the necklace around the skeleton's neck. As they brought the key close to the large sphere, it molded like liquid to receive it. The large sphere released numerous beams after receiving the key and caused countless panels to emerge like surveillance cameras. Felicia was impressed. As expected, the more I see, the more the technology of the dwarves excites me. How advanced in time were they? Despite the group's excitement, the ground shook once again, and a strange noise caught Karak's attention. Daphne, standing next to Karak, saw numbers on one of the surveillance screens. The monsters might have been caused by them. A great battle was taking place between the gargoyles and the monsters. Felicia watched the broadcast screen and asked if Chutra had fought those monsters before. Everyone was astonished, including Karach. They were crowding like crazy, identifying that those monsters were the bastards who invaded the fortress. Chutra wondered what they were. Karake looked at the screens and pointed to one of them. "Wait, that big thing isn't a dragon?" Upon seeing the monster Karake pointed out, Chutra's mouth dropped open. The huge monster was lying down, and impaled in its body was a sharp tool that released great energy. Chutra had finally found the masterpiece of the Dragon Slayer series, the dragon-slaying spear, Ascalon. Thesa Black's dragon partisan, greedy and wicked in proportion to its immense size, was the dragon that took the most active role in the war against the Dwarf Kingdom. Partisan and his legion relentlessly attacked the Thunderdome fortress and ultimately managed to breach the outer wall, infiltrating the fortress. Partisan charged to the front lines and unleashed his full power, which turned out to be his fatal error. From a single moment of carelessness, born of overwhelming arrogance, Tiny Spark, the Dio, strongest warrior of the Thunderdome fortress, seized the opportunity and drove the dragon-slaying spear Ascalon into Partisan's chest. However, when Partisan fell, his legion became furious, and the dwarves were left with no choice but to abandon the fortress and flee. Thus, the Thunder Fortress became a vast tomb, where Partisan and countless dwarves were buried together. Discovering that the dragon was named Partisan Kara, who asked if what was bound to him was the Ascalon, Chutra confirmed the information. The monsters that Chutra had faced were now confronting the gargoyles protecting the fortress. Felicia felt that they were likely searching for the Ascalon, a situation that everyone agreed was true. Felicia had nurtured the spirit of revenge within herself. They dare to attack us, and then think they can simply move on and achieve their goal? No way. Knowing they would need to enter the midst of the battle, Chutra asked Felicia if there was any way to control the guardians, the gargoyles. Felicia shook her head. There was nothing they could do. Holding a large hammer, there was an iron giant on the battlefield next to the gargoyles. He was the one controlling them at that moment. The monsters were thrown against the wall, breaking it down and revealing the room where Chutra and the others were. Felicia managed to see that. Shortly before, the lord of the fortress perished. He transferred all authority to that dwarf golem, probably for being the highest-ranking guardian. Felicia suggested they wait and see. They had gone to the fortress to obtain the Ascalon, but the situation did not look good. Chutra, however, refused to follow her plan. "No, this is actually our best chance." Felicia was surprised and heard from Chutra that there were too many variables and uncertainties to just stand still. Chutra left them behind, going alone to the room where the battle was taking place. He guided himself using the mini-map, avoiding the monsters as he headed toward the room where the spear was located. With a satisfied smile on his face, Chutra was confident that as long as he rescued the spear, the Ascalon could benefit, no matter how the battle ended. There were a few options. If the Dungeon Guardian won, they would not have to fight, only deal with the remaining monsters. But if the evil monsters triumphed, they could find themselves in a predicament. They would have to fight or give up while Chutra kept advancing. Finally, he found the dragon Partisan. He boasted about having the minimap and ended up getting distracted by the danger. The giant dwarf's golem raised its lightning hammer, targeting Chutra. The massive hammer fell beside the protagonist, sending him airborne. The giant golem began to chase him, hammering the ground behind him. Desperate, Chutra tried to stop him with words. "Wait a moment, I don't want to fight you right now." However, the golem continued to attack. A glow of light emerged from behind the giant golem's helmet, but he seemed confused as his target had disappeared. A green flash tore through the air next to the golem. Fire sped past him at high velocity. Using the white shield as a flying platform, Chutra escaped, thanking the wind. In green, Chutra managed to approach the dragon's body, where the spear lay. He stepped forward, standing before the Dragon Slayer spear, Ascalon. Chutra grabbed the spear with both hands. "All right then, thank you for the spear." However, as soon as he tried to pull it from the dragon's body, he realized it was stuck. He tried to apply even more force, but even with his body shaking, he could not remove it. Chutra cursed in rage. "Why is this so heavy? In that case, I will put all my remaining points into strength." Chutra's strength stat was boosted by the point distribution. He roared fiercely, pulling the spear with even more force. Chutra's actions attracted the attention of the giant golem, which discovered his location. Chutra was squeezing all his strength and finally managed to yank out Ascalon. As soon as it was freed, the spear shone with an intense golden light, illuminating the entire hall. Felix and the others, watching Chutra's actions through the security cameras, were left speechless. At the same time, a hooded being appeared inside the spear's hall. Chutra raised the Ascalon spear, the dragon-slaying masterpiece. The item's description revealed its power, a gigantic spear that pierced the heart of the black dragon, Partisan. It was imbued with the bitterness, determination, and fury of all the dwarves who dwelled in the Fortress of Ruin. Chutra saw his goal in his hands, yet the danger had not vanished. It had intensified. The dragon, whose power the spear sealed, rose up, looking back, confronting Chutra who stood above it. At that very moment, the hooded mysterious figure gathered a great source of dark magic in his hand. The dragon seemed affected by that magic and roared as darkness engulfed it. Chutra trembled, utterly incredulous. This cannot be possible. How could Partisan, who perished hundreds of years ago, be alive? Chutra saw the hooded being behind the dragon. He was the source of the magic that had taken control of the dragon. The young man wondered who that man was, but he had little time to think. The dragon, beneath the young man's feet, began to move. Chutra fell to the ground as the dragon flew toward the fortress's ceiling. From above, the dragon started to gather a vast amount of power, preparing its final strike. Chutra was shocked at seeing the attack. The energy that gave it form was precisely the purple energy of death. The energy in the dragon moved to its chest and overflowed like a rain of lightning. Whether gargoyles or monsters of darkness, all were struck by the dragon's attack. The White Shield, Suri, immediately moved, blocking the attacks that would have fallen onto Chutra. The situation was extremely confusing, and made Chutra wonder why that energy was being emitted by the dragon Partisan. As Chutra got distracted by the dragon, the giant golem emerged behind him. He had to swiftly dodge, but he was not the target of the golem. The giant rushed toward the dragon, holding the hammer with both hands. Despite its enormous size, the golem leaped to reach the dragon in the air. The thunder hammer strike hit the creature, unleashing large amounts of lightning. Chutra was confused to see the two fighting each other, but he couldn't intervene. Felicia and the others hurried over to Chutra, fearing something had happened to him after what they had seen. Felicia questioned what had happened. This dragon should indeed still be alive. Chutra revealed that someone had revived the dragon Partisan with some kind of sorcery. Felicia asked who that person was, but Chutra had no information. The only thing he was sure of was that the purple energy was exactly the same as that found in the angel planes. Chutra immediately ordered everyone to move. It was not the time to be idle. We have to eliminate it quickly while it is still incomplete. Felicia revealed that she felt the dragon's mana was unstable, so she wanted to understand how they could take it down. It must have been transformed into a zombie dragon. Chutra believed there was a core controlling the flow of mana. His plan was to destroy that core. As he explained the plan, the zombie dragon gathered a large amount of energy in its mouth, preparing a powerful breath. Chutra looked back and saw the danger. "Everyone, get out of the way!" The great attack surged like a cannon of energy, moving straight ahead and obliterating everything in its path. The breath destroyed the walls of the fortress, leaking out into the outside world. A huge hole was opened, creating a passage in the secret fortress and allowing the dragon to escape. Chutra and the others managed to hide behind a wall that was still standing. Carrick, frightened, asked, "Didn't you say it wasn't complete yet?" Chutra was the one who apologized. "I didn't think it would be so strong." The situation was going from bad to worse. The longer it dragged on, the stronger the dragon would get. As Chutra wondered what they should do, the Ascalon spear began to shine, emitting beams of light with runic inscriptions. The magical inscriptions were released from the spear, beginning to converge around the dragon's gauntlet. In Chutra's hand, a large spiraled spearhead had formed around it. Carrick stood with his mouth agape at the incredible transformation. Felicia shared in the feeling. The shape of Ascalon changed. Chutra asked his sister to grab the dragon's attention for just a moment. The new weapon instilled confidence in him. "I think I might be able to put an end to this." The dragon didn't notice when the blazing flames erupted. The tremendous fire attack struck its body, throwing it to the side. Felicia used a magic circle to unleash countless fireballs. The flames rained down upon the dragon like a meteor shower. Furious, the dragon roared fiercely at her. Chutra emerged immediately behind the beast. He could feel Ascalon's will and sought the strike that would end the battle once and for all. However, he got carried away by confidence and made a careless mistake. The dragon's tail was free and, like a whip, struck the young man. Chutra was thrown to the ground, falling and worrying everyone. Felicia screamed desperately for Chutra, and Carrick tried to move closer. The protagonist emerged from the cloud of dust, coughing, while questioning whether he had acted too hastily. The gigantic dragon's paw was already attacking him. The blow hit the fortress floor, shattering it into innumerable pieces, as if in an earthquake. Chutra closed his eyes, knowing he wouldn't be able to escape. But when he felt no pain, he reopened them and beheld the unexpected. The giant dwarf golem had blocked the dragon's attack, losing one of its armored arms in the effort to protect Chutra. With the remaining hand, the golem gripped the thunderhammer. All the energy was channeled against the zombie dragon, which roared in despair upon receiving the blows of the lightning. The mighty hammer was swung against the dragon, dragged along the ground due to the tremendous impact. Despite the blows he had suffered, the dragon still remained powerful. He prepared a breath attack, once again facing the hammering lightning from the dwarf golem. Felicia, like the green wind within the shield, ran towards Chutra to check if he was all right. Felicia cast healing magic on Chutra while complaining. "You said you could put an end to this. How did it end up like this?" Chutra sincerely apologized to his sister. Putting the apologies aside, Felicia wanted to take him away from there. The dragon was not something they could handle. Chutra, however, struggled to get up, disagreeing with his sister. "We can!" Felicia tried to stop him from rising, urging him not to be stubborn and attempt anything in his current condition. Chutra blamed himself for the previous failure. "I was too hasty. The more urgent it is, the calmer we must remain. Just help me one more time, Felicia." Felicia faced Chutra's courage, who smiled confidently. "This time I won't make mistakes." Facing the battle once again, Chutra called upon the green wind to help him, rising up over the shield. Suri advanced. The protagonist quickly approached the dragon and the giant golem. He instructed the green wind to control the shield and circle as much as possible to find an angle where the dragon wouldn't notice them. The battle between the golem and the dragon continued. The great dragon used its claws to injure the golem's armor, causing it to lose more and more parts of its iron body. The zombie dragon gathered a vast amount of energy once more for another breath attack. The attack destructively obliterated everything in front of it. Then someone had joined the battle. Flames erupted again from Felicia's magic. "Burn them!" Explosive bursts of fire magic were directed at the dragon, enveloping it in embers. The dragon frowned, sensing that something was wrong. The white Suri shield moved swiftly, hitting the dragon from numerous angles as he circled around it. The dragon grew even more irritated with the fly buzzing around. He made the Suri shield his target, once again gathering energy for his breath attack. The Suri shield completely grabbed the dragon's attention, which failed to notice that Chutra had hidden and was now charging towards the dragon. With dragon blood coursing through his body, he harnessed that powerful energy to launch an attack against the creature. He didn't let himself be carried away by haste. On the contrary, he focused entirely on the target, channeling his energy into the Ascalon spear in his arm. Just as the tiny spark had done long ago, Chutra sought that one single strike capable of eliminating the dragon once and for all. His blow emerged like a powerful cannon, striking the dragon's chest. Felicia looked up, mouth agape, incredulous that Chutra had actually succeeded. The dragon was disintegrated before the devastating attack and vanished into eternity. Its head fell, and Chutra received the notification, "You defeated the boss, Zombie Dragon." Partisan Chutra leveled up several times, gaining experience for defeating the boss. He joyfully contemplated the power of the dragon-slaying spear Ascalon. Thanks to it, he received the title of Dragon Slayer. While still relishing his achievement, a man wielding a spear appeared beside what remained of the dragon.
"I can't believe you actually took that thing down!"
Chutra quickly turned and found a man clad in full-body armor. The man addressed him. "I was wrong to just watch, just because the second prince didn't come." Chutra recognized him as the man who had revived the partisan earlier. The man unexpectedly ignored the topic and, with his long spear, attacked Chutra with an energy slash. "I just need to clean it all up as I should have done." The strike exploded throughout the fortress floor and, suddenly, disappeared. Chutra stood still. The attack had not hit him, which left him confused, staring at the spot where the blow had landed. Chutra saw the enemy spearman cough once. In the next instant, a cut appeared, slicing through the armored man's body. His body fell to the ground, and the one who had eliminated him caught Chutra's attention. A man walked into the fortress and remarked, upon realizing he had saved the prince, "It seems I arrived at the right time." Chutra's eyes widened as he recognized who it was, Lord of the Sword Ichuger. The legendary old swordsman smiled at Chutra and greeted him. "Pleasure to meet you, Ninth Prince, the last balancer who protects the Azura's sanctuary and the master of Demon King Mitra." The Lord of the Sword you guard was, in the Night Saga, comparable to an ancient dragon. He was an incredibly strong and extraordinary figure, but existed only in the background of the story, so there was no chance of encountering him in the main plot. He was a being that merely existed as part of the setting. Even when Zephyr Ragnaros became the Demon King, and even when Loki invaded the demon realm, he never revealed himself. Before Chutra stood a force of the Night Saga, shrouded in mystery, i.e., monster from whom even the Demon King needed to learn, Lord of the Sword Echugar. The old swordsman walked towards Princess Felicia, after not having seen her for a long time. "Sixth princess, you've grown up!" The old man lifted Felicia by the waist, startling her. "Back when I first saw you, you were just a spoiled little brat." "You idiot!" Felicia shouted desperately, being treated like a child in front of Chutra. "Put me down! I ordered you to let me go!" And Chutra laughed at seeing the embarrassed princess throwing a tantrum. "I think she's still a child." After all, when placed on the floor, Felicia tried to hide, completely embarrassed, and Sugar turned to Chutra, asking if he liked the gift. Remembering the dragon's items, Chutra thanked her. "Thanks to that, I was able to obtain good equipment." While talking, he didn't notice the remaining monsters that had emerged and were watching him. Hearing a strange sound, he turned around and faced the attack. The closest monster exploded, and one by one, the monsters began to explode, engulfing the whole room in coordinated attacks. Carrick became worried at seeing so many explosions. Chutra had no idea why this was happening, but he knew they needed to get out of there. The man who should have been eliminated, therefore, Guard was still alive despite having been hit. His eyes shone in a deep blue. The knight's body caused massive explosions that completely swallowed the fortress, and countless debris was hurled around, including the body of the dragon. Sugar stayed there and used his magic to protect everyone. He looked at the group around his shield and asked if they were okay. Chutra was the first to thank Sugar for his protection. Confused, Felicia asked what that sudden explosion was, and what exactly the bastards they faced wanted. Chutra remembered what the man had said. He seemed to be waiting for the second prince to appear. He found the words strange and tried to connect them to what had happened. If Ascalon was not that man's objective, then what could it be? Suddenly, Chutra thought of something and called for his sister, answering her question. Perhaps their target was the second prince. Felicia was confused by the sudden conclusion. Chutra revealed what the Lancer had mentioned about the second prince not having gone to the fortress, and urged her to think about how strange it was that those monsters had only appeared at that moment, among so many others that could have. It had been half a month already. Since General Kachubal failed in his mission, it meant that the monsters were waiting. Felicia's eyes widened as she understood what Chutra meant. The monsters that invaded the fortress had eliminated General Kachubal precisely to lure in the second prince. Felicia agreed that Zephyr was always chosen for this kind of mission, so he should have been selected this time as well. The theory was quite plausible, yet Felicia wanted to know who was targeting Zephyr. Whoever it was, Chutra considered him extremely meticulous. They had even self-destructed to prevent any information from leaking. Hearing the young one's theory, Ishugard commented, "You are telling a very interesting story." Felicia was irritated that they were not being taken seriously. Putting the matter aside, she asked Lord Ishugard what he was doing there. Ishugard revealed that, since the king was deeply interested in the ninth prince, he too had become curious to observe him. Chutra was confused to hear that this was the reason for Ishugard's presence. "Pardon me, watch me." Ishugard explained that King Mitra never acted without reason. If he did something unexpected during the audience ceremony, then there was a reason behind it. Now, looking directly at Chutra, Ishugard seemed capable of discerning what King Mitra was thinking. Chutra felt the atmosphere change abruptly as he was confronted by the Sword Lord. Ishugard extended his hand and made an invitation. "Ninth Prince, would you like to learn with me?" Felicia was shocked to hear the invitation, knowing what it meant. As Chutra seemed not to understand his intentions, Ishugard clarified that he was not saying for him to become his formal student, as he did not even consider himself in a position to take on disciples. Getting to the point, he asked if Chutra had not already learned the art of the beast god's fist. Felicia was confused and stared at Chutra, questioning when he had learned that advanced technique. A drop of sweat trickled down Chutra's face. Wondering how this guard could know that, Bug Guard frowned while observing the boy's body. On his body, there are various types of energy mixed together. Besides the beast god's fist art, I can't see exactly each one of them, but these many powers don't repel each other. Instead, they embrace to the point that the expression mutual coexistence fits perfectly. In any case, Ichigo had focused his interest on Chutra and wanted to impart some teachings to him. That was something unprecedented. Besides the Demon King Mitra, the Lord of the Sword had never been the first to offer his teachings. There was no reason to refuse. Chutra bowed slightly, accepting. Yes, I request your guidance. The Lord of the Sword placed his hand on Chutra and made a golden light appear over him. Chutra closed his eyes, feeling the aura of the Lord of the Sword. This time, it was different from when he had learned the Beast God's fist art from Caitlin. The aura of the Lord of the Sword transmitted the sensation of filling every corner of Chutra's body. Various notifications began to emerge for Chutra. The Asura Cultivation Technique, God of Wind, the Great Mountain Technique, and the Thunder Technique were learned by Chutra. Bugguard smiled as he transmitted the techniques. Incredible! The speed at which you are acquiring techniques is faster than I expected. Unexpectedly, two energies left Chutra's body and enveloped him like a whirlwind. Worried, Felicia shouted for her brother, and Sugar was incredulous as he recognized what was happening. This can't be real! Is something like this really possible? The energies swirled around each other. New notifications began to appear. The Asura Cultivation Technique and the Beast God's fist art were working in harmony. The protagonist's physical level increased, and his immunity level to 100 poisons increased. When the immunity to 100 level 1 poisons reached level 3, it could evolve into immunity to 1,000 poisons. Chutra obtained the skill Harmony Level 1, the martial art rank S. This art, from the fist of the Beast God, evolved. As all the notifications appeared, Chutra's body was lifted as if transcending the astral reality. The tower of light that fell upon Chutra devastated his surroundings. The power overflowed through his body, mystically lifting him into the air, while the harmonic energies enveloped him. Chutra opened his golden eyes and awakened the dual S-rank martial art, the divine Asura Fist. As the fusion finished, Chutra fell sitting on the ground. Felicia ran towards Chutra, questioning the Sword Lord. What is happening? What happened to Chutra? The Lord, Sugar, revealed that he only wanted to teach the young man the Asura cultivation technique. But the boy himself had fused with the art of the fist of the Beast God. Felicia was shocked to hear this, and even more so to discover that Chutra had unconsciously fused the abilities. Originally, the only dual S-rank martial art appearing in Night Saga is the martial art of the hero Lock, the hero's sword art. But now the art of the Beast God Fist evolved into the divine Asura Fist Strike, reaching the same dual S rank as the hero's sword art. Sugar crossed his arms and acknowledged, "You are a more impressive figure than I imagined." The Sword Lord did not ask for an explanation. He also stated that he would not investigate, as the only thing that interested him was Chutra himself. The Sword Lord asked if Chutra had named the technique. Suspicious, Chutra stood up, declaring, "This is the divine Asura Fist Strike." Although the name was simple, Sugar recognized it as a good name. As for what had just happened, he stated that he would keep it a secret and recommended that Chutra do the same. "You have already drawn too much attention." "There's no need to draw more attention from the royal court," Chutra nodded, as that was indeed the best approach. Changing the subject, the Sword Lord said, "Well, I'd say we've pretty much finished what we came to do. All that's left now is to tidy things up, and then we can rest." Felicia looked confused and asked what exactly they needed to tidy up, thinking it was the young girl's first time exploring ruins. He instructed, "We shouldn't rush and swallow all this before the expedition team arrives." He was referring to both the dragon's body and everything else. The Sword Lord drew his instrument with the intention of splitting everything into 3 parts for them to share. He asked what the young ones wanted to do with the parts they would receive. Rubbing his head, Chutra wondered if they should leave them in the castle forge. Sugar thought it wasn't a bad idea, but since they had obtained such good materials, he suggested leaving them with an acquaintance of his, someone whose skill he recognized. "Have you ever heard of anyone named Anita?" Felicia felt the name was familiar, but beside her, Chutra shouted, "Anita Ignacia, the greatest blacksmith in the Dark Kingdom who wields the last flame." Felicia was surprised to hear Chutra speak like this. "Guard, it seems the prince knows him." Obviously, Chutra recognized the name. Finding the Mita Ignacia was truly a secret event in Night Saga. The Mita Ignacia could sometimes be men and sometimes women. There were rumors that they were shape-shifting mages who could transform freely, and also rumors that the Mita was not an individual, but a name shared by a clan or group. To find the Mita was literally to have a stroke of luck. Even he had only managed to meet her 3 times out of 10 complete conclusions. As Chutra thought this, Guard felt relieved not to have to explain, merely warning that he would tell Chutra later where the Mita Ignacia was. Chutra was left in awe, for he did not expect that he could meet them in person, and Sugar revealed that the Mita Ignacia changed location frequently. So, As soon as Chutra was ready, he should meet them immediately, despite the fact that the Mita Ignatia were a reclusive people who did not like to meet with others. Sugar assured that if Chutra mentioned his name, they would meet him at least once. Chutra greatly thanked the Lord of the Sword. Not only had he obtained a double S-rank martial art, but he also discovered the whereabouts of Anita. Chutra managed to achieve something incredible in a very short time. After they rested, Chutra and the others went to the treasure depot, and the next place they headed to was the archive. Felicia insisted that they had to stop there. As they descended the spiral staircase, Chutra complained about the amount of dust on the way. However, his sister teased him, "Don't tell me that a little dirt will stop your curiosity." When they reached the bottom of the staircase, they entered a chamber with countless writings. Felicia's eyes sparkled as she picked up the historical records and showed them to Delia, her assistant. Delia carried numerous files while Felicia read a book. "One must acknowledge how meticulous the dwarves are," Chutra observed his sister having the time of her life. Looking around, Chutra wondered how old that archive room was. There were countless records preserved on stone tablets all around. As he walked through the room, Chutra saw a book on the floor and bent down to pick it up. On the stone tablet, Chutra saw a familiar image. On one side, there were dragons. On the other, people. On the dragon's side were Inkwell and Enkidu, along with the others of the 6 ancient dragons. On the opposite side, Chutra saw the image he recognized from his dream, the woman who spoke in his mind, "Conquer everything, you must kneel before you." She was the woman with 2 colored eyes. Chutra recognized her by her long hair adorned with an olive branch. He wondered why that woman was there. Chutra believed that the image must have been painted over 1,000 years ago. There were 4 people and 6 ancient dragons in it. What kind of connections could they have when gathered in one place? Green Wind appeared upside down in front of Chutra. "Why are you so serious, master?" Chutra was startled by Adriani. "What? Where did you come from?" Green Wind followed in one direction, calling for Chutra. "I think I found something worth seeing." Surprised, Chutra followed her until he found a stone table. Green Wind excitedly showed Chutra what was there, a large book with the entire record of the Elder Dragons. The Elder Dragons each had a nickname that matched their personality and characteristics. Enkidu, who possessed the power of destruction, was a tyrant. Inkwell, who was benevolent to all, was a kind mother. Qualian, wise and attentive, was a cautious sage, and Pharaoh's, intense, was a warrior. However, contrary to his fierce characteristic, he was closer to ice than to fire. He possessed a freezing flame. He was a silent warrior who did not draw his sword easily, but when he did, his ferocity would reduce the world to ashes. Chutra noticed that most of the records were about Kalton, things like legends about him or the location of his lair. Something caught Chutra's attention. There was a drawing of a lake with a red mark. It seemed to be the Lake of the Sun. Chutra never imagined that an elder dragon with the fire attribute could be under a lake. Chutra managed to understand why the veterans had never been able to find clues about Kautame. Suddenly, he thought of something. Wasn't it near Anita's residence, which the Lord of the Sword told us about? He said they would surely be close to the spider forest. The region was also near the region of the lycanthropics, a place where Chutra had already intended to go to visit Caitlin and Chris. Green Wind saw his master lost in thought and received a sudden scratch behind the ears. Chuta praised the good work. Green Wind, from the meeting with Mita, the acquisition of the ancient dragon's weaponry. Caution, if everything went well, the next step of the journey would be a complete gift kit for Chuta. The group stayed 4 days at Thunder Fortress. Felicia's passion was more than impressive. It was astonishing. Up until the day before the group's departure, she showed no sign of tiredness remaining in the archives. Chuta also spent most of his time in the archives, looking for information about the ancient dragons, but unfortunately could not find any information about anyone other than Kautem. Still, there was a small consolation prize. Chutra reached out over Karake and conjured the promotion to Knight of the King. The illusory power of Chutra's energy enveloped the warrior Karake, making him much stronger. Chutra approached the orc, asking if he felt stronger. Karake tried to test the new power, throwing a straight punch. The air around his fist felt the pressure of the strike, making the orc realize that all the hard work was finally paying off. The guy had evolved to the rank of commander. The next morning, King Mitra received a report. A new mission plan sent by Felicia had arrived at the castle. The document stated that there was a strong possibility that the attack on General Kachubal had been a trap to lure Zephyr. Meanwhile, the carriage where Chutra and Felicia were getting ready to depart. Felicia hurriedly stopped Chutra and cutely tried to convince him. Can't we look just a little more before we go? There's still a tome I haven't seen. Chutra vehemently refused. No, the Lord of the Sword said we need to find Mita as quickly as possible before they disappear. We have no time to lose. So, Felicia, Chuta's sister, obeyed and climbed into the carriage. When everyone was ready, Chuta announced, "Wow, everyone is ready. We can leave." Leading the carriage, Wow made the horse move forward. Looking back, there had been many dangerous moments, but it had been a mission where the group gained even more than they risked. Chutra was eager to see how Caitlin would react to the Divine Fist's blow. 3 days later, a new expedition was formed to investigate the traces of those who had attacked Zephyr, and Zephyr himself, the member directly involved, took command. Zephyr ended up finding the same stone with 6 dragons and 4 people. He recognized their identities. Among them were Hunger, a hooded being, Death, a skeleton, and War, an armored being with long hair. However, the woman with the laurel leaf on her head was someone he did not recognize. In an area where numerous volcanoes were erupting, creating seas of lava and magma, there was a fire dragon and a person. The great dragon looked at her, the woman, the knight with long hair, and commanded, "Begin, Knight of Conquest." During the journey, Chuta also trained his magic by using a fire arrow. However, only a small amount of flames was released from his hand. The magic became uncontrollable, turned against him, and attacked. Dude, who was watching his master train magic in the middle of the night, a type of training he had never seen before, worriedly asked Felicia if Chutra would be hurt. Even surprised, Felicia declared that Chutra was completely fine, despite being burned by the fire. Chutra managed to use healing magic. The fire arrow ended up leveling up, just like the healing and proficiency in mana control. Chuta gasped heavily, but did not lose his enthusiasm. Sure, once again, no matter how much the dude looked, his master didn't seem normal. Still, Felicia saw Chuta's magic improving, so she let him continue to train. They trained at night and traveled during the day. The destination was the Spider Forest, where Mita Ignacia was. To get there as quickly as possible, the group was crossing the territory of the lycanthropes. Suddenly, a stop order was directed at the carriage. A lycanthrope, wearing armor with a wolf marked on his chest, extended his hand. "The road is closed to traffic. Turn back." While the guy was asking the man what was happening, Chuta and Felicia got out of the carriage. The man warned that this was an official matter of the royal family of lycanthropes. "You must leave this area." Felicia walked irritably towards the man. "Official matters of the royal family of lycanthropes in the middle of nowhere? Strange." The lycanthrope pointed a staff at Felicia, warning, "Did you not hear what I told you to do?" Felicia ignored him, demanding that the road be opened immediately so she could see who was in charge of the operation. The man gritted his teeth, pointing his finger furiously at her. "Do you think you're some kind of royalty?" Felicia calmly replied, "Yes." The man was confused and was stared down deeply by Felicia. "That's right, that's what I said." Soon, the whole group headed towards the lycanthrope camp. Caitlin was the most excited and ran towards Felicia and Chuta, asking what they were doing there. Felicia turned the question back to her sister. "I should be asking what you're doing in a place like this, even blocking the road." Chris also approached, revealing that she had heard Chuta had turned the castle upside down. Chuta smiled, hiding a secret. "Perfect timing to find you. There's something I need to show." Chuta and the others went into the forest next to the camp. Those still at the camp could see several explosions of energy in the distance. Chuta was dueling against Caitlin in an intense fight. The young lycanthrope attacked with her fist, and Chuta prepared to do the same. As their punches met, the energy from both exploded in the forest. Confronted against one another, the entire area was devastated, and Caitlin was forced to retreat. What Caitlin faced made her feel different, though similar to the art of the beast god's fist. "Kick. What's that? Kick." She extended her fist forward, declaring, "Divine Azure Fist Strike." The delight revealed, proudly, that it is a martial art that combines the art of the beast god's fist with the azure cultivation technique that the Sword Lord taught her. Chris, beside her, was surprised. "You combined the art of the beast god's fist and the azure cultivation technique." "Not before this, because the Sword Lord taught Chutra," Felicia replied proudly. "Because Chutra is a genius." Caitlin approached Chutra, incredibly impressed, asking him to teach her the Divine Azure Fist Strike as well. Chutra, however, had to apologize, as he had not created the ability as a structured technique, so he did not know how to convey it to someone. Upon hearing that it was a martial art, that even its creator could not teach, Chris recognized how absurd Chuta could be. Faced with Chuta's frantic growth rate, Chris realized that if he did not want to be left behind, he would have to work even harder. After seeing how much Chuta had grown, they returned to the camp to talk in the meeting tent. Chris warned that they should keep the subject of the conversation confidential. The lycanthrope revealed that a prisoner who was originally locked in the lower levels of the Grey Tower had escaped. Chuta knew a little about that place. Wait, the Grey Tower is the prison that holds only the most violent among the lycanthrope criminals. He wondered who could have escaped. With a dark look, Chris revealed the name of the fugitive. It's Gerald Moonlight. He is our maternal uncle. Felicia was surprised to hear that Chris and Caitlin had a maternal uncle. Chris explained that Gerald had been imprisoned in the Grey Tower 20 years ago. That's why few knew him. They said he was originally a powerful warrior from the werewolf royal family. Had he not gone mad, the throne could have been his, instead of going to Chris and Caitlin's mother. Chris also revealed that he sought endless strength, dissatisfied only with the art of the beast god's fist. He turned to all kinds of heretical methods, and Gerald's insanity was a disaster in itself. Hundreds of werewolves were sacrificed just to subjugate him. Still, it was by luck that everything ended inside the palace. They managed to cover up the incident internally. Felicia interrupted the story told by Chris. So you're saying that such a dangerous person is out there right now? Caitlin revealed that, according to reports, their uncle, Gerald, had been seen in the east. Chris confirmed and stated that Gerald had already lost half of his aura in the last battle, so it wasn't that worrying. Felicia remembered where they were, and that the eastern area was in the opposite direction. Chutra asked Chris if they knew how Gerald had escaped. Chris remarked that they were still investigating, but that Gerald may have received outside help. There was an event in the game Night Saga, when playing with Zephyr Ragnaros, in which it was possible to free Gerald from prison to weaken the werewolves. Chutra wondered if that event had just been triggered. The moon shone high in the sky as a werewolf, followed by another one at his neck, coughed for breath. Before him stood a man who had defeated many of his kind, recommending, "Speak if you wish to live." Raising his guard, he questioned, "Where is the moonlight herb?" In the middle of the night, Chutra found himself in a world of light. Before him was the mysterious woman who always appeared in his dreams. He had a hint of her name, Conquest. Chutra kept sane and tried to ask where he was, but the mysterious woman pointed to something behind Chutra. When he turned around, he came face to face with the creation of a black hole. The energy of the vortex grew rapidly, and a name sprang to the protagonist's mind, Hunger. Chutra soon awoke, panting heavily in a large bed. Although he didn't know what that dark aura he saw in the dream was, he felt it was extremely hostile. Sitting up in bed, Chutra wondered why the word hunger came to his mind upon seeing the darkness. While Chutra was lost in thought, Karake entered his tent. "Prince, something bad has happened." Chutra got up, asking what was happening. Karake's response was immediate. "The enemy is invading!" Karake conveyed to Chutra the description of the invader. It is a man with a large scar on his left cheek. He is expelling a strange black energy and slaughtering soldiers with his bare hands, without any weapon. Upon hearing the description of the invader, Chutra became certain of who it was, Chris and Caitlin's uncle Gerald Moonlight. When Caitlin and Chris arrived at the site of the invasion, all they saw were the wreckage of monsters, warriors, and fallen trees. Sharik and Chutra ran toward them, joining to help. Chutra recalled that in the meeting, Chris had said that Gerald should be to the east. Why is he here? Chutra demanded that Chris stop hiding information and tell the truth. What is the real reason you two came here? Faced with the question, Chris frowned, concerned. Caitlin didn't mind and revealed, first, it's because of the Moonlight Herb. Second, Caitlin said that their original goal was to obtain the Moonlight Herb and that they only heard about Gerald's escape after that. Chutra was familiar with such an herb, a medicinal herb that blooms once every 100 years and is one of the treasures of the lycanthropes, a consumable item with a monstrous recovery effect, so powerful that it can revive someone even on the brink of death. In Night Saga, this was an item that could be obtained by defeating Chris or Caitlin. This meant that Gerald had also gone to the forest to obtain the Moonlight Herb in order to recover the aura he had lost by half. Suddenly, a tower of light shot into the sky, visible above the trees. Chutra recognized that power as magic cast by Felicia. At the camp, Felicia was fighting with all her strength, using the wall of fire to stop the invader. After using so much magic, she was already getting tired. Gerald crossed the wall of fire, extending his hand toward Felicia. The young princess realized she wouldn't be able to escape, and fear arose on her face. However, at the last moment, Suri's shield magic struck Gerald, forcing him to retreat. When the shield returned to Chutra's arm, he joined his sister. "Are you okay, Felicia?" Felicia felt relieved to see Chutra. Gerald was forced to retreat, but no serious damage seemed to have hit him. At that very moment, Chris and Caitlin attacked him from behind. Sensing the energy of the two, Gerald asked, "Are these Elaine Moonlight's children?" The sibling duo attacked together with their uncle. Caitlin shouted in rage, "Gerald, traitor, you better surrender!" Gerald, however, did not even flinch at the attack. His figure was much larger than that of the sibling duo. Looking down from above, he stared at Caitlin. "You really look like your mother." In the next moment, Gerald's punch, charged with dark energy, hit Caitlin, throwing her far away. Chris ran to rescue his sister just as a werewolf attacked Gerald from behind. Gerald managed to grab the werewolf by the neck and lifted it up. To the furry creature, he said a few words. In the next instant, all the energy of the werewolf began to leak out, becoming exceedingly dark. Chutra watched the scene, mouth agape. The werewolf in Gerald's hands was being weakened with each passing second. Chutra recognized the energy charged by Gerald. Even though it was unexpected, it was hunger. As soon as he obtained the energy from the werewolf, Gerald gathered it in his hand and pressed it, causing it to spill between his fingers. Chris attempted to attack him, but with a punch to the ground, Gerald created a massive shock wave that threw him back. Chris suffered numerous internal injuries, unable to protect himself at all. Chutra ran to his older brother while still trying to understand what was happening. In Night Saga, Gerald had never been so powerful. His body should have been in ruins from the long time in prison. Chutra got distracted on the battlefield and ended up being grabbed by Gerald in the same way the werewolf had been. Gerald lifted the white-haired boy, who was trembling trying to break free, and commanded, "No one will just stand by while Chutra is being pressured by Gerald." Chris leapt against Gerald's back, hitting him with a headbutt and forcing him to release Chutra's neck. Chutra was thrown away, and Gerald, irritated at losing his new prey, charged with the feral god's fist, roaring, "Don't fool yourself, Gerald! Your opponent is me!" The young lycanthrope continued to advance, pressing his own uncle with his punching technique and movement. Gerald defended against the attacks and smiled at his nephew behind the strikes. "You saw me, your uncle, and you didn't even greet me first." Chris was not willing to chat. "Shut up, Gerald. Moonlight from the royal family of lycanthropes has not existed since that day 20 years ago. You are nothing but a fugitive." At that moment, Chutra drew a dagger and pressed it against the ground, using the ability from the king's banner, further empowering Chris. Chris felt a surge of power and wondered if it was magic from Chutra. The power overflowed through Chris's body as he charged without reservation. Gerald frowned as he saw Chris's movements change suddenly. He had been surrounded, as Caitlin, also empowered by the hero's banner, had appeared behind him. Caitlin managed to hit Gerald when he was caught off guard. Throwing him forward as he suffered the blow, Gerald ended up looking back, and Chris seized the moment to launch his own attack. Chris's punch sent Gerald flying, bouncing off the ground while leaving a trail of dark energy in the air. Felicia, who could barely keep up with the speed of the battle, eagerly asked Chuta what was happening. Chuta revealed, "Chris and Caitlin are winning." Chris and Caitlin fought together, using the art of the fist to pressure Uncle Gerald. After a few minutes of fighting, Gerald confirmed that he was up against Elaine's children. "Looks like I won't have to hold back anymore." A light vibrated in Gerald's gaze as he transformed. Fur sprouted all over Gerald's body, and his face changed into that of a wolf, turning him into a werewolf. Gerald grabbed Caitlin's face with his furry hand. He pulled away from Chris in an instant, taking Caitlin with him. With overwhelming force, Gerald threw Caitlin against the ground. Even from a distance, Chris felt the danger his sister was facing. Caitlin was left on the ground, already unconscious. Seeing his sister's state, Chris shouted, consumed by rage, "I'm going to take you down!" However, before he could do anything, Gerald's fist struck his face, sending him flying away. Chris's body slammed into numerous trees, breaking each one and suffering damage with every impact. Gerald chased after Chris, catching up to him quickly. However, just as he was about to deliver a finishing blow, Gerald's fist met the Suri shield raised by Chuta. The protagonist invoked the Karak through the summoning of the King's Knight. The great orc fell from atop the werewolf, wielding his axe, but Gerald turned just in time and punched the center of Karak's armor. Seeing Gerald turn his back to him, Chuta took the opportunity to attack. The explosive fist took shape, transforming into a giant piston. Gerald turned to block the attack, but the punch hit his chest with an impact the size of an earthquake. Gerald's eyes darkened. He endured the blow and countered, using the secret art of the beast god's fist. In the wolf's wild fist strike function, the energy-charged punch struck Chutra, sending him flying. Chutra, having recovered from the blow he received, stood up concerned for the prince. Shadows exhaled from Gerald with each step. He faced the young man he had just confronted, offering his praise. "You're not too bad considering you managed to get back up after taking the wild wolf's fist." Trembling slightly, Chutra remained standing, but the internal wounds made him cough worryingly. Gerald quickly approached, this time with the intent to end the battle as well as his life. Chutra, however, was ready to make his move. It was his turn to attack. A white energy overflowed from the protagonist's eyes, and the same energy coursed through Gerald's arm. The secret art of the beast god's fist was used against the lycanthrope himself. Gerald was taken aback, as the same wild wolf's fist blow was used against him. Chutra's fist struck the werewolf's jaw before he could react. Chutra had just learned the skill by watching Gerald use it and savored the power of the technique itself. The air was stained with the red that left Gerald's body internally. The lycanthrope wondered how the young bastard knew the wild wolf's fist. Chutra did not give Gerald time to recover and used the fist of explosion. The punch hit the werewolf's face, making him stagger back even further. Gerald felt the power of the attack, and the rage in his body transformed into strength. He counterattacked, and the swing of his arm forced Chutra to block it and retreat. Chutra stepped back with regret, as in his last strike he sought to completely destroy Gerald. The lycanthrope unleashed the dark energy of hunger, and upon touching the ground, created a source of darkness that overflowed towards Chutra. Chutra had to hurriedly summon the white Suri, for the waves of darkness came to engulf him and exploded over the trees, reaching the clouds. Having blocked the attack with his shield, as soon as Chutra saw all the energy dissipate, he realized that Gerald had vanished. By managing to survive the threat, Chutra leveled up twice, having avoided the danger. Chutra ran towards Caitlin, who was being healed by Felicia. When he asked Felicia how the other sister was doing, Chutra discovered that the situation was terrible. Caitlin had suffered severe injuries. At the rate they were going, they might not have enough time to heal her using only magic. Chutra knelt before Felicia, worrying her. Even Caitlin's external wounds after being healed did not improve her condition, which meant that the inside of her body was a complete mess from forcing herself to use aura. Felicia stood up, concerned for Chutra. He tried to reassure her, insisting he was fine. "I just need to rest a little." Chris approached the group carrying a box to feed Caitlin and Chutra. With that, he handed the box to Felicia. Inside was a white flower. Felicia recognized that flower, the moonlight herb. Caitlin and Chutra were laid on the ground, and the box with the herb was placed near them. Alicia used her magic to control the moonlight herb. It was split in two, and each part floated towards one of the injured. Transformed into energy, the herb was used to nourish Caitlin. The lycanthrope's body shone as if she were becoming the light itself. Alicia watched the light emanate from the duo's bodies, but was shocked to see Chutra's body being lifted into the air. Chris watched with his mouth agape at what was happening. He had never seen such a thing in person, but he had heard stories about the legends of the moonlight herb, the one called by the primordial wolf king. Gathered the werewolves who lived scattered in one place and founded a nation. Then, one day, Castian, a fierce red dragon, invaded his territory. After a desperate battle that lasted 7 days, King Wolf defeated the red dragon and claimed victory. Perhaps because he had fought tirelessly for so long, his heart was also shattered, and death followed closely behind him. In that desperate moment, what King Wolf found was a white and pure flower. The flower that contained the light of the moon became the new heart of King Wolf. After obtaining a heart made from the essence of the moon, he declared that his life had been united by the moonlight and began to use the surname Moonlight. It was said that he protected the kingdom for an unimaginably long time over generations. However, that was the first and the last time. For generations, the werewolves consumed the same flower, yet none of them managed to awaken the moonlight like King Wolf, nor obtain a new heart. This was the legend of the moonlight herb. Now, the legend was happening right before Chris's eyes, and it was occurring with Chutra, who was of a different race. As the spiritual power overflowed within Chutra's body, the protagonist's environmental adjustment strengthened the enchanted encounter. The protagonist's physique reacted to the power of the moon herb. 2 hearts, 2 points of origin, were created. When Chutra awoke, he felt the warmth of someone next to his body. He looked to the side and saw Caitlin, sleeping beside him. Chutra nearly jumped out of bed, blushing and surprised. He looked around, trying to understand what was happening. Chutra found himself in a room, in a golden bed, with a mirror nearby. Sounds of footsteps emerged beyond the door. Several royal guards entered the room and lined up to greet the queen. The gentle voice of the commander entered like a ray of sunlight. "You slept comfortably last night. Ninth Prince Chutra Ignas was left speechless upon seeing a face he had encountered countless times in the game. She was the fourth queen, Elaine Moonlight, the queen of the lycanthropes, as well as the mother of Chris and Caitlin. While Chutra was still getting up, Elaine revealed that she had heard that both Chris and Caitlin had managed to survive thanks to him. How can I express my gratitude? Chutra reassured her by simply stating that he had merely done what he was supposed to do. Elaine crossed her arms disapprovingly. No need to be modest. You did something worthy of praise. To avoid further disagreement, Chutra accepted that. Once he agreed, Queen Elaine decided to get straight to the point. Extending her hand, clad in a black glove, she asked, "Ninth Prince Chutra Ignas, do you intend to become the Demon King?" In light of the Queen's proposal, Chutra, confused, asked what she meant. Elaine realized that the thought had never crossed Chutra's mind. It made sense, considering that up until then, he had been merely defending his own position. However, now that Chutra's position was changing, Queen Elaine suggested he start thinking about it. Begin to reflect on what kind of actions can further benefit you from now on. Turning away, the Queen delivered the advice with a smile. Sometime later, Chutra found out he had been asleep for a full 4 days. Green Wind, recounting the news, confirmed the information and revealed that she had been watching him for the entire 4 days, so she was sure. Understanding the initial situation, Chutra asked her to explain the rest. Green Wind disclosed that they were in the royal lycanthrope family's village and that the reason he and Caitlin were sleeping in the same bed was precisely to enhance the healing effect for both. Confused, Chutra inquired what healing effect she was talking about. Green Wind questioned whether Chutra didn't remember having used Moonlight Herb. Chutra was taken aback by the question, for he truly did not remember. Looking at his information, Chutra discovered a new data point, the Moonlight Pill Level 1. Thinking about it, Chutra realized that a new power had been added to the existing aura in his body, as if a second aura heart had formed. Green Wind explained that Chris had said that the closer the two were, the more their life force would be activated. If you try to hold Caitlin's hand, you'll understand what that means. Confused, Chutra touched Caitlin's hand, and the aura of his body ignited. Observing the energy within himself, Chutra heard Green Wind's explanation. That's right. Thanks to the Moonlight Herb, you two are now connected, just as you and I are. After leaving the room, Chutra met Chris. They walked down the palace corridor, with Chris updating him. No one knows if Gerald is still alive. There were casualties during the pursuit, but it seems they found part of his lower body and some of the upper as well. Even so, I intend to keep searching until I'm sure he won't be coming back. Switching to a more pressing subject, Chris revealed he had heard about the offer that Chutra's mother made to him. The protagonist understood he was talking about Elaine's question regarding becoming king. Chris made his aura overflow and watched it with melancholy. I am strong, but I am not overwhelmingly strong. At best, I will be on the same level as Sylvan. Even after 10 years, Chris did not see himself bridging the gap between himself and the first prince Baikal, and the difference between him and the second prince, written as a monster, was beyond imagination. However, Chris believed that Chutra could reach both and become king. The praises from his blood brother surprised Chutra. Chris continued to highlight his strengths, mentioning that he could even receive support from other races and the backing of the Lord of the Sword. He thought ahead, and who knows if his public merits continue to accumulate. Perhaps even the Gandharvas currently confined might receive amnesty. Finally, Chutra understood why he hadn't seen any Gandharva since he was reincarnated. He wondered what had happened for them to deserve confinement. Chris continued walking, commenting, I'm not saying you need to do something immediately. I'm just suggesting you think about it at least once. After all, there is a huge difference between considering the possibility and simply doing nothing. Chutra fell silent and looked at the landscape through the window, imagining himself as king. At that moment, a carriage was crossing the kingdom. Inside it was Ludwin Moonlight, captain of the Blood Wolf squad. Ludwin asked someone accompanying him, Your Majesty, do you truly believe that the ninth prince has the potential to become king? The fourth queen, Elaine, claimed to know King Mitra, and that behind his actions there was always a reason. He's not the type to do something so spontaneous. Twice during an audience ceremony, without reason, he could have seen something in the ninth prince that we didn't notice. Ludwin didn't find that strange. After all, Mitra and Chutra were father and son. What he didn't understand was what was so drastic about it. Elaine mocked her subordinate's naive thought. Even if his son stole the throne from him, the Demon King would rejoice because it would mean a stronger king than he was born. That's the kind of person he is. Despite taking an unnecessary risk, Elaine believed that a future where the ninth prince became king would be the best for everyone. Ludwin agreed. The world they lived in was a place where the strongest ruled. Everything followed according to the will of those who held power. Elaine entertained this thought and, Although she felt slightly irritated by it, at the same time, she liked it. In the forest where Gerald had disappeared, the lycanthropes had transformed. Using his keen sense of smell to seek him out, as soon as they entered the forest, one of the lycanthropes spotted a man sitting against a tree. It was who they were looking for. They had found Gerald. A dark voice approached Gerald. The shadow whispered in his ear, "By now it seems you've had time to gather your thoughts. Do you accept?" Now the shadow extended its hand to Gerald, and he grasped it. As the shadowy being took possession of Gerald, he touched the ground, and shadows spread out, attacking all the lycanthropes one after another. The beastmen fell before the darkness. Gerald gasped heavily, accepting the offer from the shadow. "All right, take it." The smile of the shadowy being revealed a row of sharp teeth. Its belly opened like a great mouth, enveloping Gerald in shadows. It's time to begin. Time to achieve a different end from the previous one. A few days later, Caitlin woke up because of Gerald. Chris returned to the main palace, and the next day, Chutra's group set out for the spider forest to find the Mitas. Robin, a knight accompanying the group, warned, "From the twin bridges ahead, you will need to dismount and proceed on foot." He was a boar lycanthrope that Chris had introduced as their guide. Before departing, walking alongside Robin, Chutra asked what the spider forest was like and if he had been there before. Robin revealed that he had gone to the forest half a year ago, and his impression was that the place was quieter than he expected. Was so peaceful that there weren't even any wild beasts or monsters. Chutra seemed disappointed, but also suspicious. Finding a place at peace after such a long time made it seem like something was wrong. As they arrived at the spider forest, the group encountered something unexpected. Numerous animal carcasses were scattered across an area of dry trees. The Bob looked around. Asking what had happened, Chutra sighed, knowing he would never find a peaceful moment. Wondering what had occurred this time, he entered the forest. The group entered the forest cautiously. Green wind emerged and began to analyze the energy in the air. "I can feel the power of the forest's guardian spirit, but it has been severely weakened. Because of this, the spirits are fearful that the guardian spirit of the spider forest may disappear." Chutra asked Robin if there was a guardian spirit in the forest. After thinking for a moment, Robin recalled the story passed down through generations about the spider guardian spirit. The legend spoke of a giant spider that lived in the heart of the forest. Analyzing the information he had so far, Chutra relayed an order to Karma: "Go and inform the lycanthropes about what is happening." Upon hearing the story mentioned by Robin, Greenwind began to feel the powerful magic residing in the center of the forest. At that moment, such magic was being destroyed. Something was happening to the forest. A camp was set up in an open area. While talking around the campfire, Chutra asked Felicia what would happen if a guardian spirit disappeared. Felicia revealed that there were two ways for a spirit to disappear. One was self-destruction, the other occurred when it needed to protect something. That is, when the source that manifested the guardian spirit disappeared. Felicia continued, "Although Green Wind seems small, she is a high-ranking guardian spirit. Even if her source disappears, she can weaken, but she probably will not be destroyed. However, most guardian spirits disappear along with their source when it is destroyed." Hearing Felicia, Green Wind nodded, proudly agreeing. Felicia's words also explained that artificial guardian spirits could be found in masses or ruins. Chutra listened to his sister's words. "So, understanding what you are saying, the guardian spirit of the spider forest has been weakened because its source was damaged." While agreeing with her brother, Felicia ended up looking up as she noticed that the moon appeared to be greenish. She asked Chutra if the color seemed strange. At that very moment, Caitlin appeared out of nowhere, attacking the group uncontrollably. Chutra acted quickly, pushing Caitlin to the ground. He held her, trying to bring her back to her senses. "What's wrong, Caitlin? Wake up!" Other werewolves left their tents and advanced against Carrick. Carrick did not understand why he was being attacked by Robin and the other werewolf, trying to show that he was the orc they knew. Felicia acted swiftly, using a burst of light. Robin and the other werewolf were blinded by the flash, retreating. The attack on Felicia kept the light intense and asked what was happening. Daphne approached and revealed that the werewolves had been affected by the spirit of madness. She extended her hands and conjured a spell in an ancient tongue. The power that had taken over the werewolves dissipated, and thick smoke oozed from their bodies. As they were purified, the werewolves collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chutra watched Caitlin, noting that she had also returned to normal. Carrick asked Daphne what had happened. The druid revealed that for now, the spirits of evil had been driven away, but it would not last long. They needed to find the cause to prevent it from happening again. With Daphne's indication, everyone heard a strange sound emerging from the depths of the forest. Daphne looked back somberly. "The defenses have been breached. Something is happening there." "Green wind," Franzel Semno announced. "Illusion and reality are mixing. The power of the spirits is so overwhelming that you can no longer distinguish what is real. Chutra felt that danger was approaching. A great army of beastly monsters charged at the group. Chutra used the dragon's glove. "Guys, get ready, we'll have to fight." He unleashed the fist of explosion against a large bear that was advancing towards him. Carrick rushed into the battlefield, and even Felicia's assistant had to help. Felicia herself used her magic, shooting energy arrows. Suri's shield was also propelled by green wind, striking the monsters and protecting Chutra's group. Carrick was one of the most pressured and warned the prince. "There are too many monsters for us to fight them all," Chutra called for Green Wind. "Can you fly up and see what is happening?" Green Wind agreed and rose into the skies while the others continued fighting. As soon as he went over the trees, he was able to see the battle happening in the center of the forest. A white giant was fighting something that exuded a torrent of light towards the sky. As the fight in the center of the forest intensified, a dark energy spread throughout the region. Chutra looked around, wondering what was changing. Carrick was worried that more monsters would attack them, but the opposite happened. All the monsters attacking the group halted the battle and went away, heading in another direction. Felicia was relieved that they were no longer being attacked, but she asked where the monsters were going. Chutra shared her relief, but soon felt that something was wrong. He looked around, sensing someone's presence among the trees. As the figure moved, it leaped over Carrick's head, using it as a springboard. Chutra was surprised to see that the one watching them was a small raccoon. The raccoon looked in their direction with a serious expression. "What did you call me?" The raccoon's irritation caught everyone's attention. "A raccoon? Can't you see my greatness?" He crossed his arms, fuming angrily. "My name is Anita. I am the craftsman who protects the last flame." Seeing a raccoon self-declaring as Anita surprised Chuta, the raccoon himself was irritated. I, being a raccoon, felt disturbed in some way. Chuta hurriedly tried to correct himself. Anita's appearance always changed. In Night Saga, sometimes as a human, other times as an animal. The raccoon pointed at Chuta, questioning him and the group. "So what should you be?" Chutra ended up introducing himself, revealing his name and his title as Ninth Prince. Felicia Dumbledore, the sixth princess, also politely introduced herself. "We came to look for you on the recommendation of the Sword Lord." Felicia approached the raccoon friendly, using her sweet voice. "We apologize for not recognizing you. Also, could you explain what is going on?" "Now," the raccoon huffed irritably and crossed his arms while blushing his furry cheeks. "Given the situation, I will explain." Mita revealed that, a few months ago, he had started staying in the Spider Forest Center. He needed to gather materials to work there. Mita planned to stay for another 6 months and then move once again. It was then that a group of people surrounded by dark purple energy invaded the Spider Forest. Chutra was surprised to hear the raccoon asking about the energy. Mita recognized Chutra's surprise and asked if he knew such people. Chutra revealed he had fought against them before to protect the guardian spirit of the plains. Angel, discovering Anita's presence in the forest, Chutra asked if he was also protecting the guardian spirit. Anita did not disagree, revealing that he owed some favors to the guardian spirit of the spider forest. He averted his gaze, also remembering that the werewolves regularly patrolled the area, and began to imagine that if he built a barrier and stayed around for now, they would eventually deal with the situation. Asking Anita about which barrier he was talking about, Green Wind approached, placing a hand on Chuta's shoulder. "It would be quicker if you saw for yourself." Master Green Wind took Chuta to an area above the trees. There, they saw the white giant attacking the center of the forest. The giant's fist was charged with great power and was striking at the barrier created by the raccoon, breaking it apart. Chuta was shocked to see the giant's action and quickly warned Anita that the barrier had been breached. The raccoon crossed his arms, revealing that one more barrier remained. The problem was that those behind the last flame had long begun to unite. Their forces, the moon turning green and the spirits in the forest going mad, were their doing. Daphne approached Anita, asking exactly who the people attacking the forest were. The raccoon revealed that they used to be guardian spirits, but now they were natural spirits that had gone insane. Anita revealed her thoughts. "I think they believe that if they absorb the last flame, they will be able to return to who they were in the past, before they lost their origins and went mad." Mita revealed, the main problem, these spirits had allied with the men of dark energy, and that made them even stronger. Then, the guardian spirit of the spider forest even used the power of the ley lines to reinforce the barrier, but the result was that the last flame merged with the ley lines. Now it was a situation where they couldn't even run. Felicia asked what would happen if the last flame were taken, but even Anita didn't know, as it had never happened before. "Maybe the world will really end. That's what the rumors say." The raccoon turned to Chuta, pleading, "You're going to need to help me." Chuta was surprised by the request, but someone stepped between him and the raccoon. Karaka interrupted the conversation, warning the raccoon. Don't you know there's no free lunch? The guy who demanded, laughing maliciously. Make each of us a piece of equipment. You can at least do that, can't you? The raccoon was outraged upon hearing the orc. Do you have any idea what kind of situation this is? Did you not hear me? This is an unprecedented crisis where the last flame might extinguish. The guy who cleaned his ears as if he didn't want to hear the raccoon thought out loud, maybe the flame just fades away and nothing happens. Who knows? We are going to risk our lives, so I think we'll need to give up. Fury overtook Mita, who retracted his teeth furiously, trembling with rage. In the end, he accepted the deal. Right? Right. I've already spoken. Just follow me. The guy who was satisfied, and even the green wind asked for a piece of equipment for itself. The next day, Chutra explained the situation to the 3 werewolves in the group, who had been unconscious the whole time. Caitlin and Sarah were shocked and scared about what they had done, how things had worsened since they sent Karma. Chutra also sent Robin back to the base to inform the werewolves about the current situation and request reinforcements. The rest of the group remained in the forest, gathering to devise a plan. Mita initiated the meeting. So far, the enemy's pattern can be divided into 2 main phases. In the first phase, the crazed monsters and beasts, driven mad by the spirit of madness, attack the barrier. It is exactly what it sounds like. Brutal and senseless body blows to weaken it. And for the record, due to their latent ferocity, werewolves are easily tempted by the spirit of madness, so it's better you create countermeasures for that. Having heard the information, Sarah and Daphne nodded. Mita went on to inform what they would do in the second phase. When the barrier weakens, a white giant appears and destroys it. That's what happens when the mad guardian spirits merge into one. It is a powerful monster that becomes even worse with the arrival of those men enveloped in purple death energy. I'll deliberately open a hole in the barrier and channel the attackers of the first wave to a single point. You need to charge in with all your might. According to Mita, if they managed to remove the area where the barrier had been weakened, the white giant wouldn't be able to destroy it. Mita revealed that in the morning, when the barrier was still intact, the giant retreated. Then, during the day, they would restore the weakened part and continue the cycle. The raccoon unexpectedly hugged Raccoon Anita in his arms as he was still finishing instructing about the mission. If we can hold on for 2 days, we win. The raccoon couldn't speak anymore as Caitlin pinched his fluffy cheeks as if petting a little animal. Karaki approached Chuta, whispering, "Doesn't it seem like Mita is enjoying this?" Somehow Chuta agreed and whispered back to Karake teasingly, "Is Mita weak against beautiful women?" Felicia, sitting near Caitlin and Mita, asked if he was thinking about winning the battle in 2 days, counting on reinforcements. However, Mita treated them more as support. The raccoon crossed his arms while being forced to smile as Caitlin tugged at his cheeks. In the center of the last flame, the weapon I've made is charging. When it finishes charging, we can use it to defeat the white giant. That night, when the moon was high in the sky, the group headed to an altar in the middle of a gorge. Karake wielded a golden axe. That was the weapon he had received from Anita. He was already eager to test it. Daphne handed a tiara to both Sira and Caitlin. "If you wear this on your head, it will block the effect of the spirit of madness." The group blocked the bridge that connected the gorge to the forest. From the trees of the grove, sinister sounds began to emerge, heavy footsteps, like those of a great army. Soon, a large army of monsters appeared, running towards the group. Chutra shouted, "Everyone take your positions! We can't let them pass!" The protagonist got into a battle stance, and he set out to boost the group's morale. 2 days, we will hold them for 2 days, and victory will be ours. The great number of monsters filled the entire horizon of the forest. They advanced toward the barricade erected on the bridge leading to the group. The first to act against the monsters raised a magical staff, unleashing powerful magic. Felicia made use of her new weapon, a gift she received from Amita, and summoned a fierce storm of lightning upon the monsters in the front line. Felicia managed to halt the initial advance, but the amount of energy she used made her sigh. In Felicia's mind lingered the instruction that the raccoon blacksmith Amita had given her. "When you understand the power of all things, try using the staff I lent you. Then you will be able to wield even stronger magic than you can now." Amita had conveyed those words confidently, so that Felicia would make good use of the new equipment. The elemental mage gripped the staff with a red crystal and closed her eyes. As soon as Felicia finished her incantation, she shouted, "Oh, flames, burn!" A fire cannon was launched by the mage. obliterating even the blockade before her. The whirlwind of flames engulfed the monsters trying to cross the bridge, causing a massive explosion and evaporating each one of them. Chutra congratulated Felicia on her great magic and headed to the battlefield, accompanied by Caitlin to confront the monsters behind those defeated by her sister. In Chutra's fist was the Dragon Gauntlet. With the energy gathered in the gauntlet, he charged forward. "From here on, leave the rest to us." Chutra unleashed the explosion punch, and the first monster hit by it was completely destroyed. Caitlin, beside him, made a similar move, executing the feral god's fist. However, the surroundings around Caitlin were still dangerous. Several giant insects flew toward her, their fangs and claws focused on eliminating her. However, Caitlin has someone to support her. Using the tiara given by Daphne, Castira can harness her lycanthropic transformation, taking on a bestial form to tear apart the monsters that dared to attack her princess. Karak also didn't stay idle. The orc roared fiercely and readied his axe for battle. He slammed the axe into the ground, and the shockwave generated by it caused a massive explosion that engulfed all the monsters around him. Karak's axe was brimming with energy, and, even after that great blow, not a scratch was made on it. This weapon that the raccoon lent us is no joke. The battle continued with Chutra and the others on the front line retreating for a moment. Chutra commented to Daphne, who was beside him, "You guys are really good." Mita recalled that the prince's name was Chutra. Seeing the prince wearing worn-out equipment, she noted that the boy's gear needed some work. Some respect for Chutra had been created in Anita's heart. "Well, if we can get through this safely, I would like to make at least one piece of equipment for him." Chutra and the others managed to knock down the first wave of monsters. The battlefield became calmer the moment they retreated. Mita warned, "The white giant is about to appear. Everyone retreat inside the barrier." Quickly the barrier was formed, closing a dome of energy above the group. At that same moment, the white giant began to rise, and the moon changed color, turning a shade of green. Chutra and the others saw a great glow emerge. The white giant had taken form in the center of the forest, in front of the barrier that was its target. Seeing the white giant in person, Chutra could attest to how enormous he truly was. The white giant did not wait long, and its first attack was to elbow the barrier. Karak looked up, staring at the giant. "He's so big. Surely he would take down anyone in an attack." Despite the fear, the orc was reassured by Mita. "Don't worry, the barrier won't break. All we have to do is wait here until he disappears." The white giant continued to attack, even using his shoulders, throwing his weight against the barrier. The group inside the barrier stood still, just watching. Chuta was the only one to notice something. "Something's wrong. It's different from what it was yesterday." Felicia was confused by Chuta's comment, which he explained what he saw. Yesterday, the white giant didn't have that blue aura around him. The blue aura mentioned by Chuta was gathered in the palm of the giant's hand. An extremely powerful attack struck the barrier, causing it to shake. The barrier began to crack from the aura attack. Pieces of the dome's energy started to crumble. The raccoon, Mita, was shocked to see the energy possessed by the giant. "No way, that power is death!" Pieces of the barrier began to fall on Chutra's group. The protagonist quickly sought the aid of the white shield, Suri, while urging everyone to take shelter in some way. Chutra was at the front of the group and became the target of the white giant. The giant's punch hit him directly, and even with the use of the Suri shield, he was thrown to the other side, crashing against the stairs that led to the altar. Seeing Chutra being thrown away, Felicia and Karak shouted for him, worried. Chutra coughed heavily, and as soon as he got up, saw the white giant gathering blue energy in the palm of his hand once more. Karak unexpectedly spotted something in the sky, above the white giant. "Look, there's a ship floating in the sky." Looking at the ship, Chuta ended up thinking of someone. There was only one person who sailed through the skies, the dark elf's sword that cut through the heavens. Felicia looked up with immense joy, recognizing the person on the ship. Brother, arms crossed, staring at the giant, was the fifth prince. Sylvan Dumbledy, the pirate, stared at the white giant with his red eyes and ordered the crew to advance. The great ship soared through the sky, striking the shores of the white giant. The giant was destabilized, feeling the powerful blows hitting him, one after another. More and more attacks launched from the ship, initiating the aerial battle. The great ship struck the white giant, who collapsed. Various pieces of the giant began to fall. Felicia looked up, mouth agape, at the magnitude of the attack caused by her brother. Great explosions occurred, creating a curtain of white dust over the entire forest area. The great ship landed in the protected area, where Chutra and the others were. The protagonist watched the pieces that fell from the white giant, and something astonishing began to happen. The solid fragments transformed into slime, and each one rose, morphing into other spiritual beings. Daphne, carrying the raccoon, approached Chutra, warning that these were the guardian spirits. They had gone mad and fallen into ruins, but there was no doubt about their origin. Mita congratulated everyone, believing that this would be the end. The green light of the moon, just like the illusion, also disappeared as the moon returned to normal. The spirits took shape, startling everyone. Mita, in Daphne's arms, screamed, "What are these guys? The attack should have been over!" Chutra felt the energy present in each of those beings, a dark purple energy. The energy within the spirits astonished the protagonist. They seemed even stronger, as if they had been holding back until that moment, just waiting for it. The spirit at the front of the group roared fiercely, ready to attack. Felicia quickly acted, asking Daphne to take Mita to the forest temple. Chutra bellowed to everyone, "Prepare to fight! The second round is about to begin!" Felicia and Chutra charged into battle. Fighting against the spirits alongside Kara and Caitlin, one of the spirits stood with its arms crossed as if observing the battle. This spirit caught the attention of Caitlin and Chutra, who warned, "Be careful, I don't know what he is, but he seems to be the leader." Caitlin wanted to act first, but Chutra interrupted her. "You don't need to do that." He extended his hand to her, inviting her, "Let's finish this together in one attack." Caitlin smiled at Chutra's strange words. "What's this? You've become quite charming." Caitlin took Chutra's hand, and they both advanced together. Energy overflowed from Chutra and Caitlin, as if they were synchronizing. The leader of the spirits noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere of the battle. Chutra and Caitlin's eyes glowed with an intense golden hue and declared in unison, "Well, let's do this." As soon as they let go of each other's hands, Chutra and Caitlin attacked together. Each of their punches struck the great spirit. The spirit was impacted, and its liquid body spread ripples with the attack. Caitlin and Chutra continued to pressure it, not allowing it to recover. Several other spirits, surrounded by purple energy, rushed to rescue the leader. Caitlin continued to fight the leader, signaling to Chutra, "I'll deal with this one. You attack the purple ones." Chutra asked if she could really fight alone, but confidently, Caitlin faced the leader, while Chutra followed her plan and attacked those empowered by the dark energy. Chutra charged a new power as he and Caitlin circled their auras together. She also gained access to the Azure Divine Fist attack. Caitlin's punch carried the power of the S-rank ability. Caitlin kept pressing the leader of the spirits, confident that she could handle him on her own. However, in the midst of the battle, the spirit dodged one of the attacks and modified its body, stretching to coil around Caitlin's arm. Keeping Caitlin under control, he struck with his other arm. The massive attack fell upon the lycanthrope, engulfing her in spiritual energy. Chutra glanced back, worried about Caitlin, but one of the spirits did not allow him to focus on her, leaping at him. Chutra summoned the Suri shield, protecting himself from the bastard spirits. He threw the shield at all of them, roaring, "Stop clinging to me and disappear!" Defeating numerous spirits, Chutra immediately advanced to level 25. The golden light fell upon him, and the bonuses appeared. At level 25, Chutra could unlock secret abilities. Instantly, he learned level 1 special movement control, along with the awakened ability Destruction Burst for Enkidu's Earthquake. Finally, he also obtained the absolute domain of the White Suri Shield of Ainkle. While the golden glow enveloped Chutra and he appeared immobile, all the spirits surrounding him attacked. Equipped with the gauntlet and the shield, Chutra's gaze turned fierce. "You're done for." The ability of the White Suri was activated, releasing a green energy. Similarly, the absolute domain encompassed the entire area around Chutra. Even the lead spirit that was battling Caitlin was engulfed. The great absolute domain devoured each of the spiritual beings, leaving Chutra impressed with its power. It was the first time Chutra used such an ability, but somehow he had already understood. Just the name of the ability was self-evident. The entire place had become wholly the territory of its bearer. Chutra raised his hand, and all the energy of the domain that was engulfing the monsters was transformed into a hurricane. The leader of the spirits could not escape the hurricane, becoming powerless. Chutra extended his hand towards them and declared, "All of you perish." The leader of the spirits was thrown against the ground, and all the tornado fell upon him as soon as he eliminated the leader of the spirits. The Chutra made his attack dissipate. He ended up falling to his knees, feeling exhausted. The consumption of aura had been so great that he was completely drained. As Chutra looked up, he realized that the leader of the spirits was still standing, having rebuilt itself. The leader of the spirits grunted. Chutra clenched his teeth, unable to believe that the enemy was still alive, even after his attack. The spirit's arms split into several sharp parts, falling on Chutra. The protagonist tried to move, but his body did not want to respond. The great explosion from the attack caused debris to fly over the trees. The leader of the spirits observed the result of his attack, but did not see the young man eliminated. Caitlin had taken the attack in Chutra's place and stood firm to fight. Caitlin reached out her hand to Chutra. "Come on, take my hand, we don't have time." Impressed by Caitlin's fighting spirit, Chutra took a moment to respond. He extended the hand that wore the gauntlet to take Caitlin's. At that moment, the aura overflowing from their bodies created a tower of energy. Feeling Caitlin's aura, Chutra realized that his own aura was being restored. The spirit would not let them act freely. It attacked the duo with its sharp arms. The attack fell before Chutra and Caitlin, who jumped back, dodging. Chutra's eyes shone with intensity. The aura he gathered became sufficient for him to fight again. The spirit jumped towards him as he gathered his energy in the gauntlet. Earthquake. This time, Chutra was confident that he would end the fight with a single attack. The gauntlet charged with a powerful crimson energy. The special final move was activated. The explosion of destruction faced the leader spirit head-on. Its shockwave spread across the area where the spirit was impacted. The power of destruction spread. Rays of energy reached up to the sky, devouring all spirit. Chutra gasped heavily after the attack, having expended a large amount of aura. The leading spirit fragmented and its pieces flew into space. Caitlin ran to Chutra, impressed by the powerful technique he executed. However, as soon as she reached him, she saw Chutra fall. He fainted in front of Caitlin, worrying everyone else. At that moment, a spiritual servant rushed past Felicia, heading towards Chutra. Felicia shouted, "No, watch out, Chutra!" The servant was eliminated by a sword strike from a pirate. Felicia's eyes widened as she saw who moved. Felicia's brother boasted, raising his sword. "Eliminate them all!" The entire pirate crew leaped from the ship, charging at the spirits. Much later, Chutra awoke, drooling at the corner of his mouth. Chutra stood up in a wooden room. "Did I faint again?" He was starting to get used to it. Chutra was inside the docked ship. When Chutra left the room, he was greeted by Caitlin and Felicia. They were worried about him. "You should have rested more. Why did you get up so early?" Chutra declared he was fine and asked how Caitlin, who had fought with him, was doing. Caitlin also confirmed that she was fine. At that moment, the captain of the crew approached. "You've woken up, Ninth Prince?" Chutra looked at the pirate that Felicia introduced. "That guy is my twin brother. Introduce yourself to him, Chutra." The white-haired pirate with a black eye patch put his hand to his chin with a confident smile. "I am the prince who sails the skies, Sylvando Blade. I am also the benefactor who saved you last night." Seeing the man proudly self-proclaiming to be a benefactor, Chutra showed gratitude, but confusedly asked how he had gotten there. Felicia joined her brother and revealed that when she passed through the lycanthropic village, I had reached out to him. I was just dropping by to tell him what was going on. I didn't think he would actually come looking for me. Sylvan adjusted his hair with his hands, proudly declaring, "If my beloved little sister is in danger, I cannot simply stand by and let trust slide." Silva praised, "Chuta, you are quite impressive. I've heard a lot about you for some time now, but honestly, I never imagined you would be this good. You are strong." Chuta, Ignas, the protagonist, was surprised by the sudden compliment, his mouth slightly agape. Sylvan didn't stop with the praises. "You should be proud after all. I, Sylvan Dumbblade, recognized you." Felicia dismissed her brother's recognition. "What are you talking about? The Lord of the Sword has already recognized him." Sylvan was surprised to realize he had fallen behind. In Chuta's eyes, Sylvan was a strange person, yet he seemed like a good one. Daphne, carrying the Mita, approached. The raccoon crossed his arms, stating, "I'm glad everyone is well." The raccoon thanked everyone for protecting the last flame and the guardian spirit. "As promised, I will make equipment for you." Everyone thanked Anita, but the raccoon revealed he had something to do first. Chuta was surprised, but Anita didn't reveal exactly what it would be, only instructing him to follow. The last flame wants to meet the ninth prince. A powerful blue flame resided in a large pyre. Upon arriving at a temple, the Mita instructed everyone to stay focused. From this moment on, be polite. The last flame is watching everyone. The temple where the last flame resided was the same one that had been protected by the group the previous night. Upon entering the temple, they all came across a large tree. Next to it stood a woman dressed in white, who welcomed them warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet all of you for the first time." Kaprang, the guardian spirit of the spider forest, introduced herself. Chuta was extremely surprised, for the guardian spirit seemed extremely young. Green Wind appeared beside him in the form of a firefly, revealing that this child is not the main body. She is like a terminal. Judging by Kaprang's appearance, Green Wind felt that the main body of the spider guardian was also a young guardian spirit. The gigantic spider had met its end in the legends, and Kaprang was supposed to be the one who succeeded her. Green Wind explained that the reason she had not appeared in the battle the night Before was likely due to being young and weak, having no strength to fight. Thinking about the previous guardian spirit, Chutra wondered in confusion if guardian spirits could have children. The raccoon Mita walked toward Kaprang, announcing that from that point on, only he and the 9th prince could proceed. He asked everyone to wait for them. Chutra followed Mita, calling to his companion, "Come on, little wind," which made her respond irritably, "My name is Green Wind." Chutra wanted Green Wind to speak with the guardian spirit, as a meeting between spirits was not an opportunity that happened every day. Hearing Chutra's intentions, Kaprang looked anxiously at Green Wind. The wind spirit thought for a second and agreed. Mita, who was already quite ahead, called out hastily for Chutra, who followed him. Chutra walked into a deeper area of the temple. Mita was on Chutra's shoulder, and together they headed toward a stone door that concealed a mysterious light. Mita, on Chutra's shoulder, instructed him, "Don't make mistakes and move carefully." Chutra wasn't very interested in the advice and just nodded. Yes, I understand." Chutra pushed the stone door and found the blue flame dancing on the pyre. Silently, Chutra observed the flame, impressed. Mita instructed Chutra to approach the flame and place his hand on it. "Don't worry, this is not an ordinary flame. It won't burn you." Hesitant, Chutra extended his hand. As soon as he touched the flame, it seemed to trigger and flickered fervently, filling the entire hall and swirling around Chutra. The protagonist looked around, wondering what was happening. Amidst his doubt, the flame shaped itself into the form of a woman who greeted him, "I'm glad we finally met." The spirit of the flame extended her hand to Chutra, addressing him. "Hello, Knight of Conquest." Mouth agape, Chutra asked the woman if she was the last flame. The flame woman brought her hand to her chin, intrigued by Chutra. Her eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. "You don't know what a Knight of Conquest is?" Chutra didn't know how to respond, affirming that he truly didn't understand what she was talking about. The fire spirit smiled excitedly, even more interested. Several small flames appeared around Chutra, making him worried. However, the flames took the shapes of the crown of conquest, the sword of war, the scythe of death, and the basin of famine. The last flame revealed that those were the knights of the end, those who yearn for the destruction of the world and provoke the end of times. However, she felt that Chutra was different, very different, to the point that she couldn't even understand why he was the Knight of Conquest. According to the spirit, the Knights of the Apocalypse are those who thirst for ruin. It is not that they become knights and then come to desire destruction. Instead, such people are chosen in the first place. But you not only do not desire ruin, you are also not being heavily influenced. Normally, the Knights of the Apocalypse are strongly influenced by the 4 beings that choose them. Acting on behalf of the power and will of those beings, they are under their influence and try to provoke the end of times. The fire spirit shrugged, commenting on how the conquest particularly didn't seem to try to conquer him. "It's almost as if the conquest has been conquered by you." Instead, Chutra ended up imagining the woman he had seen in dreams. The last flame asked with interest, "So, what do you want to do with one of the knights continuing to chase the end of days? What do you desire in this world?" Chuta wondered for the first time what he truly wanted. He thought of his past life and returning to his original world, which seemed like an option. However, as he reflected on what he wanted to do in that world, Caitlin appeared in his mind, asking him to always stay close to her. Felicia also came to Chuta's mind at the moment she hugged him, wishing that he would always be safe. Karak, the orc he had learned to respect as a subordinate, also appeared as someone important. A desire surged in Chuta's mind. "I want to prevent the subjugation of the lycanthropes. I want to stop the day of slaughter." Caitlin, holding his hand, appeared again in his thoughts, guiding him to all those who had become important to him in that world. Chuta wanted to change the future in which all these people were eliminated by Zephyr Ragnaros. He answered the last flame's question. "I want to protect everyone." The last flame was satisfied with the answer. A knight of conquest is one who was born with the destiny of a king, to conquer all things and subjugate them. "And do you know what the simplest and perfect way to fulfill your desire is?" She then asked Chuta to answer one more question. "Will you become the demon king?" Chuta realized upon hearing the question that there was only one way to achieve what he truly wanted, to change the endgame and ascend to the throne. He made a decision and replied directly to the last flame, "Very well, I will become the king." A faint smile appeared on the lips of the fire spirit. The flames that were part of her began to envelop Chuta. She declared, "A knight of conquest seeking a life that is not the end of days, no, the king of conquest." The fire spirit approached Chuta, surprising him. "I pray that your wish becomes reality." With fire engulfing Chutra, he gained numerous abilities, divine power, the embodiment of the flame, and at last, a bond was formed between him and the last flame. Chutra returned to reality and the golden glow surrounding him announced that he had leveled up. While still surprised, he heard the voice of the raccoon behind him asking what was so commendable about a guy like him. Mita instructed Chutra to follow him. The last flame told me to adorn you with a complete set. Inside the spider forest, in an orchard of secret fruits, a raccoon was eating an apple, complaining about how they had so few materials. There was a map on a wooden table. Mita instructed him. If you go north from here, there will be a place called Sun Lake. Monsters with metal bodies live there, so go get some. Confused, Chutra asked if the skin and bones of the black dragon wouldn't be enough. Irritated, Mita nearly struck him with a twig. That's just the ingredient for crafting equipment. You need a wide variety of materials. If I'm going to replace all your gear, I'm going to need a lot of things, so bring everything you can. Got it? Chutra was quite confused, as Mita was said to be the greatest blacksmith in the world, yet he wanted materials. Seeing the distrustful look directed at him, Mita questioned whether he didn't want the equipment. When Chutra apologized, Mita shouted, "What are you doing waiting? Go get the items right now." Sylvan's boat took off in the late afternoon, rising into the skies. The guy sitting next to the captain asked, curious, about the monsters of Sun Lake. Sylvan crossed his arms, recounting that the most famous monster of the lake was Catus, who was weak to divine power. He was entirely made of metal, and that metal was a rare material, used as a natural waterproof agent. Carrick was impressed by how much Sylvan knew. The pirate loved the compliment. "Ha-ha! Didn't I tell you? I am the prince of the skies flying through the heavens." Felicia joined Caitlin, revealing this. "It will be great, as I needed to go to the Lake of the Sun anyway." Curious, Caitlin asked Felicia what she would do there. Felicia revealed that the map of the ruins she delivered to the Demon King's castle was of the Lake of the Sun. "I had to go sooner or later, so this saves me time. It's much better." Remembering the map, Caitlin was eager to go with them. Chutra was with Vento Verde, analyzing the minimap of the region he possessed. Thanks to the system, he had numerous points to distribute, but he preferred to balance his stats and save the rest for eventual use. Chutra recalled that upon reaching level 25, the King's Knights had also evolved. Checking the information about the skill, he saw that he could now summon 3 knights. The performance of the summoning had also been improved. He could summon a knight every 3 days. Chutra analyzed the information, pleased that he could add a new member. Ideally, he wanted to choose Caitlin or Felicia, but that could be difficult to achieve. Vento Verde suddenly caught Chutra's attention and sniffed him. "Master, there's a different smell coming from you." Confused, he asked what she was talking about. The smell that Vento Verde sensed was unlike that of Caprang. Vento Verde crossed her arms irritably, questioning, "Don't tell me that's the smell of the last flame?" Chutra shivered upon hearing Vento Verde's correct inquiry. She was outraged. "A master who smells like another spirit is disgusting." Vento Verde gathered a large amount of air in her mouth and blew into Chutra's face like a gale, sweeping away any scent that might remain on him. After having his hair messed up by Vento Verde, Chutra was questioned by the orc Karak about what had happened. Chutra merely deflected while rearranging his own hair. Silva warned, "We are almost there. The Sun Lake lies ahead." The great lake, surrounded by mountains, emerged over the sunset that illuminated it. Silva looked at the surface of the lake and sensed something was wrong. A great lake monster attacked the ship. Even from dozens of meters high, the sea serpent roared furiously for not having been able to reach the ship. Sylvan was shocked to see such a rare monster, for it's something you only see in the ocean. Here, Sylvan quickly warned the crew about the danger. "We can't stay here, we need to move fast." However, someone stopped Sylvan. Looking back, he saw Chuta gearing up a spiraled spear on his arm. Confident, Chuta announced, "We don't need to run. I'll handle the serpent." Caitlin was worried to see him act, but when she felt his hand on her shoulder and the aura they shared being activated, she calmed down. Chuta climbed onto the hull of the ship and warned, "I'll be back in a moment." Caitlin wanted to stop Chuta's risky attempt, but he had already jumped towards the lake before she could do anything. As Chuta dove into the air, the serpent awaited him with its mouth open to devour him just a few meters away. He activated the dragon's blood. Ancient golden inscriptions emerged all around the spiraled spear. For Chuta, that was the perfect moment to face a monster, as he needed a target for tests since he had grown stronger. Chuta transformed into the spear itself and activated the final movement technique of Ascalon. He advanced, piercing through the body of the sea serpent and shredding it apart with the skilled Dragon of Ruin. Sometime later, Silva's ship docked on the shores of the Sun Lake. Caitlin immediately got down, complaining to Chuta, "This is too much. I am not your aura battery." Chuta tried to apologize to Caitlin, but in the end she understood what he meant to do, given the situation at that moment. However, he still asked that from then on he be warned before wanting to use her aura. Chutra smiled awkwardly, complying. Felicia had to interrupt Caitlin and Silva's conversation, telling them to be quiet. She spotted a group of monsters further ahead. Cacto Silva was the first to want to draw his sword. All right, time to have some fun. However, Chutra interrupted him, warning. Cactos appear to be made entirely of metal, but they're not actually metal all over their bodies, just on the surface, so it's better to concentrate attacks around the mouth. Chutra warned that the cactos were also weak against ice, so freezing magic would be a good method to defeat them. Silva nodded. I know that, but I have a more effective method. As soon as Silva drew his sword, it revealed itself wrapped in intense dark energy. This is the aura of the sword which I will use to cut through everything. Silva raised the sword with aura, proudly declaring, no matter how tough their shells are, it's nothing to me. Caitlin was impressed. Felicia grinned grimly, but contrary to expectations, smiled warmly. My brother is so cool, so we can leave the cactus hunting to you. I want to see how good you are. Silva was convinced by his sister. Great! Leave it to Big Bro! Silva jumped at the horde of cactos, drawing the attention of all the monsters. I will defeat them all alone! Staying behind, Chutra asked Felicia if it was okay to send Silva alone. Felicia crossed her arms, reassuring him, don't worry, he can handle it. Felicia already wanted to return to the ship to have dinner and rest. They would be busy the next day watching Silva fight alone. Karak almost felt sorry for him. However, Silva seemed to be having a lot of fun. Silva's laughter echoed until the next day when the sun was already high in the sky. Once again, Silvam laughed, for around him were only the bodies of hunters. Wherever they looked, Felicia and the others began gathering the iron pieces fallen from the hunters' bodies. The dark circles under Silvam's eyes were evident, even as he forced himself to stand. Even if they come in many orders, they are no match for the Prince of the Heavens. All right, everyone, let's collect the fallen materials. Felicia remarked that since they had managed to gather all the materials requested by Anita, they could now move on to the next stage. Felicia lightly raised her hand and cast a spell, creating a bubble of air around everyone's heads. Aitlin curiously asked what that was. Felicia, as she entered the river, explained that it was a spell that would allow them to breathe underwater during underwater explorations. While tying her hair into a ponytail, Felicia smiled, inviting them to swim. Is everyone ready? It's time for the underwater exploration. They all dove into the lake and made their way to a trench that led to an even deeper area. Chutra opened the mini-map, able to see the path they were taking. When they reached a cavern area, Chutra signaled to the group, leading the way. Soon, they found the final cave, and as they passed through it, they discovered an air pocket where they could breathe normally. Karak was amazed by the place that existed within the lake. Felicia, dispelling the breathing magic, asked Chutra how he had managed to find the entrance. Chutra gave a common excuse, merely claiming to have felt it should be this way. Silvam quickly took the lead, eager for battles. He asked Felicia to instruct him on the coordinates, but since Chutra was good at finding the way, Felicia wanted him to go ahead, instructing Silvam to stay back. Silvam couldn't believe his sister was telling him to hang back, but Felicia knew how to convince him. She started to laugh and flatter him. Yes, you are the strongest one here. Then you need to protect us from behind. Silva naively fell for his sister's smooth talk. Oh, that's why, as expected from my little sister. What a clever strategy. Silva immediately fell back. All right, everyone, relax. I'll take responsibility for our safety in the rear. Felicia simply ignored her brother, joining Chuta at the front line. The cave they had entered was long. As they walked, Chuta noticed something upon seeing several swords and skeletons. Wait, this place is in worse condition than the Thunderdoom Fortress, which has been abandoned for hundreds of years. Felicia agreed with him. Yeah, it looks like the lair has been inactive for at least 1,000 years. Vento Verde was flying above the group and, upon finding something, caught his master's attention. Vento Verde pointed to a wall where there were numerous carvings. Chutra approached the wall, asking what those inscriptions were. Felicia, the archaeologist, had never seen those letters before either. It was while Chutra was looking at those unknown words that a golden light enveloped him, granting him a skill. You have learned the script of the ruined precursor race, level 1, Chutra murmured while reading. Ruins, nights, 10,000 years, end of days. The 6 pillars collapsed. We failed to protect them. Upon reading what was written, Chutra claimed to feel as if there were nothing but negative words, but there was no way to be sure. Felicia was shocked to see Chuta read and understand those unknown words, even for her. Amidst Felicia's surprise, another unexpected thing happened. The earthquake gauntlet shone with an intense gold. At the same time, a path in the cave lit up like a light at the end of the tunnel. Chuta looked towards the light at the end of the cave, and in silence walked toward it. Felicia was surprised by Chuta's actions and tried to stop him to prevent any risks. Chuta, however, seemed entranced and walked without even realizing. When Chuta arrived at the location of the light, he found himself in a spacious area. Chuta looked at what was before him. On top of an altar, there was a cloak brimming with energy. Chuta recognized that equipment, the equipment of the fierce Kalton. Well, folks, I'm going to leave it here. Just looking at the item, Sylvan could tell it was incredible. He ran towards the cloak excitedly, saying, "This kind of thing goes to whoever grabs it first." As he approached the altar, an invisible barrier blocked him. Rubbing his sore head, he wondered why there was a barrier there. Unlike him, Chutra entered the barrier just by walking calmly. Silva stayed outside just like the others. The protagonist reached out for the cloak, and as soon as he touched it, he saw it transform into shadows surrounded by energy. The cloak shaped itself around Chutra's body, clothing him. The Night Watcher recognized him as master. Mental power, magical power, and agility increased by 10 points. The resistance level to all attributes increased by 1 level. The level 3 blink ability was learned. The fly ability was learned, and the awakened ability was Black Fury. The cloak's energy surpassed the barrier, and its shockwave forced the others to retreat. When the energy calmed down, Chutra looked at his own clothes, noticing the change in his equipment. He confirmed the acquisition of the equipment from the fierce Kalton Night Watcher. The equipment became a scarf around Chutra's neck, not a cloak. It seemed to have transformed into the best form that suited his fighting style. Delisha approached with a smile, praising, "As I thought, Chutra was chosen as the master of the equipment." Again, Caitlin also praised him, and Silva was the only one with a sour expression. The ogre Karak received a message from the king's castle and informed Chutra, who curiously asked what it was about. The response was surprising for Chutra. They are ordering all princes and princesses to gather at the Demon King's castle within 10 days. A mobilization order was not something seen often. Chutra wondered what had happened. In the Spider Forest Temple, the raccoon Mita complained, "What is all this commotion at dawn? If you were coming, you could have come in the morning." Felicia spoke for everyone, apologizing. She warned that they needed to return urgently, as this was causing them trouble. The raccoon, in Daphne's arms, was surprised and asked about the equipment he would make for them, rolling his eyes in frustration. Carrick asked if Mita couldn't just send the equipment to him. The annoyed raccoon warned, "If that's what you're expecting, don't forget, Barack made a proposal. So, how about you come with us?" The raccoon did not expect the request. The orc reminded that the raccoon had said he needed to protect the last flame. If that was the case, there was no safer place than the castle of the Dark King. Seeing how clever Barack was being, Sylvan asked his sister how an orc could be so smart. Daphne supported Barack's idea, asking Mita to follow him. However, the raccoon protested, "No good idea. This will only benefit you." At that moment, a gentle voice reached the raccoon's ear. "Yes, that would be the best choice." Mita was surprised because this was the voice of the last flame. Irritated, he questioned her. What was she trying to say? Felicia was confused as she did not hear the voice of the last flame. At that moment, Chutra joined the group, smiling at the raccoon. "It seems you might change your mind after all." Seeing Chutra, he also tried to convince him. Mita protested even more. "You bastard! What did you do to the last flame? Why is she telling me to follow you?" The protagonist shrugged. "Who knows, maybe I just said a word or two, suggesting we form an alliance." Folding his arms, smilingly, he asked if Mita would follow them. The raccoon trembled as he did not want to obey him, but because of the last flame, he accepted. "Fine, I will, you damn kid." Barack, who made the suggestion, was also excited. Then he asked the young prince if they would go from there to the castle. Chutra denied, revealing that there was something they needed to do first. Sylvan was called by him. Chutra asked him to take them to the palace of the lycanthropes. The boat ascended to the skies once again. Inside the captain's cabin, Sylvama explained to her sister that the trip was not a problem. However, she still complained, "But do we really have to bring Chris on my ship? He can just use the teleportation circle." In that castle, Felicia explained that they were going to the same place. Going together seemed much better. She put her hands on her hips, questioning if her brother was uncomfortable. Sylvan's irritation clearly showed what he felt. Felicia didn't like that he couldn't at least maintain a good expression and warned, "Don't unnecessarily irritate the fourth queen, and don't make things annoying." Sometime later, the ship arrived at the waters of the Lycanthrope Palace. They were all welcomed by Queen Elaine Moonlight, who asked how the journey through the Spider Forest had been. The protagonist thanked her for her concern and confirmed the good achievements. This made Helene very happy. What a relief! I heard there were some problems in the spider forest, so I was worried. She averted her curious gaze, asking, "Is that a pet? It's so cute." Carrying a snack backpack on his back, the raccoon Amita got furious and kicked in Daphne's arms. "This is a bag that carries the last flame." The queen approached little Anita, and her apology made him blush slightly, letting the rude act go unnoticed. The queen acknowledged that everyone worked hard and asked them to rest. When everyone was going to their rooms, Elaine called for the 9th prince. She asked Chutra to stay behind for a moment and whispered in his ear, "We have something to discuss, right? In private." Chutra followed her to the outside area of the castle, where a small river cut through a garden. Elaine was followed by him, thinking aloud that the fact you did not go straight to the Demon King's castle and stopped here means you have the answer to my question. She turned to him, asking for the answer. Chutra bowed his head in contemplation. In her last meeting with him, Elaine asked if he wanted to become the Demon King. With conviction, Chutra replied, "At this moment, yes, I will become the king." Curiously, she asked what the reason was, and he answered, "There is something I want to protect." The 4th queen smiled upon hearing his interesting answer and declared, "In that case, we werewolves will support you." The protagonist was surprised by the decision. Elaine pointed at him, revealing that, just like him, she also had something she would like to protect. Shifting her gaze, she was honest. If the next kingdom is the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, or the 4th prince, there is a high chance that the werewolves will lose their current position. Unlike the current Dark King, there were various people full of ambitions. She tried to advise Chutra. The Dark Elves are probably also worried about something similar, so try to bring them to your side. They will be a great help to you. The protagonist thanked her for the tip, noting that he would keep it in mind. Elaine asked if he would return to the castle, and he replied with a smile, "I plan for everyone to be able to return together on Silva's airship." Surprise. The queen smiled slightly upon seeing his interest in the ship. Chutra was eager for this. "Either way, I am already in the spotlight. Now that we have reached this point, I might as well shake things up." That night, in a conversation, the queen, one of her advisors, stated she found something quite strange. Why did the 9th prince choose an airship? Using a teleportation circle would have been faster. The queen was sipping light tea, not believing that Ludwig. She was saying something so naive. Once again, she urged him to think carefully about certain things. The 9th prince is already being watched, so what would be the best move? Should he spend time once again calming the caution of his rivals, or should he turn his attention to others who are not his rivals? Ludwig asked her to explain in a way he could understand. Elaine was straightforward, that young Sylvan will not abandon ship. Ludwig seemed confused, so the queen continued, "If the 9th prince used the teleportation circle, Sylvan would have to return alone on his ship. If that happened, it wouldn't look right." Ludwig still seemed confused, but the queen nodded with a smile. The real reason for her, the 9th prince wanted to show everyone the king's castle. The airship prepared to continue its journey, departing from the port, and the group of princes, orcs, servants, and the raccoon bid farewell to those who would be left behind. There, it was possible to see a new faction forming. Elaine said goodbye, placing the fate of the werewolves on the shoulders of the 9th prince. "Chutra Ignas, please become stronger than you are now. Stronger and firmer." The boat cut through the clouds as it traveled between the cities. Excitedly, Sylvan showed the others his favorite dish, grilled fish. He cut and ate the fish with a big smile on his face. However, before putting the meat in his mouth, he saw Chris watching him. When their eyes met, they both looked away. The captain of the ship quickly changed the subject, furiously complaining, "Captain, there are so many bones in the fish." Felicia, seeing how her brother and Chris were avoiding each other, wondered what she should do about them. Barack, eating an apple, revealed how nervous he was getting. What kind of unexpected trouble will explode in front of the king this time? Every time we go to the castle, something happens in front of him. Next to the orc, Chutra hastily ordered him to be quiet to avoid bad luck. Barack rolled his eyes, defying his young master. "You speak as if you haven't made a mess before. Why are you acting like this now?" Chutra slammed the table, wanting to bet against Barack. And what if nothing happens? The orc simply shrugged, claiming it would be good for them. He corrected himself. "I'm only saying this because I'm worried. Don't get me wrong." Suspensively, the protagonist asked if Barack was really an orc since he could oppose him so much. They both set the topic aside as they felt the boat approaching the Dark King's castle. They landed on the river near the castle, and their arrival caught everyone's attention in the kingdom. Soon everyone disembarked, with Chutra leading. The people watching them were curious, not understanding how dark elves and werewolves walked together, even with the 9th prince leading them. Lady Chanda called her subordinate, Katarov. She gave an order, noticing what was happening before her. "Go immediately report to Anastasia." The 9th prince formed a new faction. Thus, with Chutra's arrival, the news and rumors spread quickly. In Chutra's private residence, a mess was happening. He had gone to an empty, dusty room filled with spider webs. The furious raccoon accompanying him was infuriated to see the place. "You didn't say there was a forge here?" The protagonist pointed to the surroundings. "It's right here. I said you could renovate it. However you wanted from now on." The raccoon put his hands on his head. Even if Chutra allowed him to ask for whatever he wanted, he felt that somehow he would never escape from there again. Chutra remembered to ask something. "Ah, right. Back at the castle, you said you wanted to pretend you were just a raccoon, didn't you?" Mita just didn't want to be dragged into unnecessary troubles before she could even notice. A collar with a bell was placed around his neck. Chutra held it, laughing. "All the pets in the castle need to wear a collar, you know, and you must keep it on at all times, don't forget." The raccoon trembled with anger and shouted furiously, its voice reaching every corner of the residence. 2 days later, the day of the meeting at the castle arrived. The princes gathered before the king's throne, while dozens of dark beings attended the audience. Present were the 8th Princess Caitlin, Moonlight, as well as the 7th Prince and his brother Chris Moonlight, the 6th Princess Felicia Dumbblade, along with the 5th Prince Silva Dumbblade. The 4th Princess Anastasia Necreon was also present, remaining silent, as was her brother, the 3rd Prince Victor Necreon. Additionally, Chutra had not yet encountered the 1st Prince Baikal Ragnaros. Chutra, who was behind Chris, glanced slightly at one of the people who was further ahead, facing away from him. It was the one who attracted the most attention in the room, the 2nd Prince Zephyr Ragnaros. The king began the audience, greeting, "It has been a long time since we all gathered together." Thus, he looked at each of the 9 children before him. King Mitra acknowledged, "All of you traveled a long way to be here." Although he felt he was getting used to the meetings, Chutra was still a bit nervous. He remembered what Barak had said. "Whenever we went to the castle, something big happened." Before getting straight to the point, Mitra revealed he wanted to introduce someone to the princes and princesses. Someone entered the throne room, where the audience was taking place, catching everyone's attention. Silva stood with his mouth open upon seeing the old man, and Sugar, the Lord of the Sword, was introduced. Anastasia reacted for the first time. Since the audience began, wondering why the Sword Lord was in the castle, he walked up to part of the group of princes, asking, "It's been almost a month since you were in this meantime, Prince Chutra?" Ignis, the protagonist, was surprised to see Ishugard addressing him first, and the other princes were even more surprised. Wide-eyed, they stared at him in complete disbelief. The protagonist didn't quite know how to respond. Just nodding, he internally wondered what the old man was doing, trying to cause a stir. Suddenly, Baikal and Sylvan were the most shocked to see the Sword Lord greet Chutra first. Baikal frowned, his eyebrows forming horns. He had heard that Chutra formed a faction, but never thought he would be able to bring the Sword Lord to his side. Silently, Zephyr clenched his hand, containing his anger. The great General Gallerhead approached, asking what everyone wanted to know. "Sword Lord, could it be that you took the 9th Prince as your student?" The old lord smiled slightly, denying, "The 9th Prince does not use a sword, so all I did was teach some movements." Nearby, a man with a large orange beard and elongated horns questioned, "Just because he doesn't use a sword then? If he used a sword, are you saying you would have accepted him as your student?" This was Richard, the supreme general of the Dark King's army. The Sword Lord scratched his beard mysteriously. I didn't expect you to ask that." In this way, Richard demanded that the Sword Lord respond, but before anything, the king's voice made them tremble. "Enough of this idle chatter. All of you, be quiet." Isabella was summoned by the king. She carried a magical staff. As she raised it up, an image of the entire globe appeared, and several windows were connected to the planet's hologram. Showing regions in detail, as Isabella explained, over the past 2 months, the 5 border regions had been attacked by those involved with the purple death energy. As a result, 3 of the 5 regions had turned into a desert or a ruined land. She chronologically recalled that the first place attacked was the Angel Plains, and as everyone knew, that territory was protected by the 6th Princess and the 9th Prince. The most recently attacked location was the Spider Forest, near the far territory of the Lycanthropes. This place was also defended by the 2, along with the 6th Prince and the 8th Princess. In particular, the Spider Forest was quite peculiar in that it was not merely a border, but rather a point located deep within the demonic kingdom. She explained. Chutra observed the globe and the explanations given by Isabella. From his perspective, All the places shared one commonality, and the enemy's objective worried him. They all seemed intent on attacking the guardian spirits. Adjusting her glasses, Isabella continued with the data. After compiling the series of incidents, I am convinced that an enemy faction has emerged, and we cannot ignore it. To crush them, we issued a mobilization order. In the hologram, she showed the regions expected to be attacked. In the Demon King's castle, we will assign the princes and princesses to defend each region and block the enemy's attacks, while initiating operations to track the enemy fortress. Furthermore, they were also granting the right to choose first those who discovered the attacks, the 9th prince and the 6th princess, who had deterred the enemy twice. Chutra was pointed out by Isabella at that moment. She instructed them to look at the map, where they would see characteristics of the region, as well as information about the commanders who would be dispatched. She asked if there was any region they would like to be assigned to. The protagonist thought for a moment. Normally, the correct choice was to opt for an easily defensible location, thanks to the natural features. But he ended up noticing something. One of the commanders present at the mission was General Chutra, who was being sent to a rather brutal place. With a smile, Chutra made his decision. "I will go to Evian," he announced. This was his chance to make Bandel his subordinate. Chutra's choice spread throughout the castle. Isabella confirmed his decision. Silva looked at his sister as both were surprised. Evian was not an easy place to defend, and it was also not important. The unexpected choice also puzzled the second prince, Zephyr. The next to be called to choose a region was the 6th princess, Felicia. She stepped forward and declared, "I will also go to Evian." Sylvan was surprised by his sister's choice and questioned her. The dark elf explained that, as everyone knew, she was closer to a civilian officer than a military officer. Instead of directly taking responsibility for a region, she preferred to support the 9th prince. The king observed her for a moment and assured her wish. "Very well, do as you wish." Isabella obeyed the king's command, designating Evian also to the 6th princess. From then on, locations were chosen based on the public merits accumulated by the princes. After the meeting, Chutra took a carriage to return to his residence. Perhaps due to the tension of the last meeting, Chutra felt a bit exhausted. As soon as all the princes and princesses finished choosing, the audience ceremony also came to an end. Sylvan went to Horn near Evian, and Chris went to Kautu. Caitlin ended up choosing Evian to follow Chutra. She insisted that it was better for her, a warrior, to help him, as he was still inexperienced and Felicia was a sorceress. Fortunately, this argument was accepted, and in the end, it was Chutra, Felicia, and Caitlin who went to Evian. However, as soon as Chutra chose Evian, he felt Zephyr's furious intent. This indicated that he also intended to conquer General Bandal. Imagining that this could be true, Chutra realized he needed to hurry before the trip. Chutra made a visit to his personal residence. He saw the Mita working and asked how he was doing. The raccoon became enraged, thinking the young man wanted to rush him, and demanded, "Stop talking nonsense and hand me the earthquake and the white suri, which were already in the forge." The raccoon wanted to enhance these items. "If I recalibrate them, they will be much easier to use than they are now." Chutra was excited to receive his improved items. Anita urged him on before he changed his mind. While the two were talking, someone entered Chutra's forge, Flora, who was looking for him. She was there to inform him that the first prince had sent a letter. Chutra was quite surprised to see Baikal hiring at Chris's house. He also received a letter from Baikal. The first prince said that they, brothers, should meet at a tea party. Caitlin, beside him, was surprised by the invitation. Felicia believed it was to build some camaraderie, since Baikal valued that kind of thing. Caitlin found the idea amusing and asked if everyone would go. Felicia did not want to refuse. There was no reason to do so. Normally Chris would ignore these parties, but now he was no longer alone. "I will join you, if that is everyone's decision." Caitlin eagerly asked about Chutra's decision, whether he would go. The protagonist was pondering an answer, and ended up seeing Caitlin pleading for him to accompany them. The sparkle of cuteness that the young girl emanated would not allow Chutra to refuse. "All right, I will go too." She excitedly congratulated him on his choice. Chris sighed, realizing that the meeting would be exhausting. The tea party would be in 2 days, and the lively princess requested that no one forget to attend. Chutra went to the Great Library to gather information in preparation for the Night of Death, but unfortunately, with his current level of public merit, he could only utilize the superficial part of the Great Library. The books he found indicated that he would need to go to the lower levels to find something useful. There were various key points that Chutra was looking for. The purpose of the Night of the End was to eliminate a guardian spirit, the Incel. The Watcher had perished 1,000 years ago. The intense love-hate relationship that death and famine showed towards the conquest, as well as the ruined precursor race. While he was guarding the book he was reading, Felicia, who was also in the library, ended up meeting him. Chutra asked what she was doing there. Opening her arms, she revealed that the library was her favorite place in the castle. The young dark elf revealed that she was curious about something and directly asked if Chutra chose Evian because of General Bandel. The protagonist was honest and nodded. Since we have met before, I think it will be a bit more comfortable to be there. The princess praised his good idea. It was also a good chance to strengthen ties with the general. However, Chutra revealed to her that there was also a place near Evian that he wanted to visit. The young woman became curious, but Chutra satisfied her curiosity. Do you know the slave auction house in Takar? Takar was the entertainment city, a place known as the Fun District in the Dark Kingdom. This was where one of the best subordinates the protagonist met in Night Saga lived, Nyatra, the escort knight of Succubi. Chutra wanted to secure her before Zephyr made a move, in case something unexpected happened. Felicia misunderstood Chutra's intention. Her expression darkened as she crossed her arms, murmuring, "Chutra, so you really are a man." After all, she looked at you with a mix of disappointment and irritation. "It seems you want to buy something, isn't it, Chutra?" She tried to explain, but she was already very disappointed. The next day, the tea party took place. Walking through the property filled with pillars and statues, Chutra realized how grand it was, as expected from the first prince. In the midst of his walk, someone interrupted him. It had been a long time since we faced each other. Thus, in front of him was a man as big as a wardrobe. He smiled with a big row of teeth. "Welcome, Chutra." The protagonist was surprised by the personal reception, but soon smiled slightly in gratitude. "Hello, Baikal." With all the brothers attending the tea party given by the first prince, Baikal began. Zephyr was silently drinking tea. Beside him was Victor, and next was Anastasia. On the other side of the table were Felicia, Chutra, Caitlin, and Chris in Night Saga. The purpose of a tea party was, as expected, to socialize. An event where you could exchange all kinds of information, discover and recruit new talents, maintain one's own reputation, and even perform various types of media pieces. A tea event was something you could use for an incredibly wide range of purposes. The conversation mainly flowed around 4 people: Baikal, Anastasia, Felicia, and Caitlin. Meanwhile, Victor kept watching Chutra all the time, as if looking for some excuse to pick a fight. The Demon King did not want his children to hurt each other. Thus, among such heirs, there could be rivalry and mutual contention, but there was nothing like a power struggle where they truly tried to take each other's lives. However, Zephyr completely changed this atmosphere due to the massacre event that would happen someday. On that day, the children of the Dark King failed to unite. In the end, they all lost their lives at the hands of Zephyr. When Chutra returned to Anita's forge, he met the lively Barak, who was showing him a shield. The raccoon had an assessment of the item that made it seem somewhat crude, but this just meant that it was probably very sturdy. Chutra requested to look at the equipment and discovered that it was indeed very solid. Upon touching the shield, strength, constitution, and durability increased by 5 points. Chutra learned that the equipment had the ability Combine. Seeing the young man's curiosity about the ability, Mita realized that he recognized it. The shield could be combined with extra parts. According to the raccoon, this was a trick that would also work with his armor. He instructed Chutra to hand the shield to the orc. "Now raise the shield and say, Countess." Barak did as ordered, and when he pronounced the word, various pieces of armor jumped out of the hot forge. The armor pieces merged with the shield that the orc was holding, making it even more imposing, radiating a powerful glow. Even Chutra was impressed. The great shield was even more powerful than before. This guy was extremely happy. "This is amazing!" The proud blacksmith revealed that not only did he possess reflection magic, but his physical defense had also greatly increased, so combat would be much easier than before. Rubbing his neck, Chutra inquired about his equipment. The raccoon assured him not to worry. His was also ready. Chutra was quite excited and waited, imagining he was already anxious. Mita first carried the white shield. The shield that exuded mystical energy was completely different from the old one. The next day, at his personal estate, Chutra received a visit from Felicia, who instructed him after making him wear formal attire. "You know that today you are the protagonist, right?" The princess indicated to him that today's tea party is a place for introductions. "This is the process to confirm who is on our side. Make it clear to everyone that you are the leader of our faction." Chutra felt that he understood what needed to be done. Chutra entered the hall, which seemed to be hosting a ball, creating bonds through direct contact with the people of the faction and leaving his presence marked on those who used to follow Felicia and Chris. The tea party lasted just over 2 hours, but they managed to achieve all the objectives they had set. Lastly, the day before departure, in a tower, something everyone had been expecting happened. Silva brandished his new sword, praising it greatly. "This is the best blade I have ever seen." He thanked the blacksmith Anita, swearing that he would take good care of the sword. The raccoon was happy for the recognition. Changing the subject, Anita reminded them that they had said they would depart for Evian that same day. The raccoon asked if they couldn't wait for another half day, as the adjustments on the earthquake gauntlet had not yet been completed. Chutra agreed to stay and reminded, "Anyway, you are coming with us." The raccoon just nodded, not understanding. Yes, then we will wait for another half day." It was only a few seconds later that he realized the confusion and shouted, "What did you say?" The protagonist reassured him, revealing that the last flame had already given them permission. He told Mita to check with her to see if she believed it. Thus, he waved and said goodbye to the raccoon, who was crying sadly. Once everything was set, the whole group headed to the teleport center, leaving only Chris and Silva behind. Silva made a small sign to say goodbye to his beloved sister, Felicia. Chris asked Chutra to take good care of her and Caitlin. Confident, he said goodbye. "Don't worry, you can trust me." Along with them, Mita, in Daphne's arms, was kicking. "Wait! The last flame would never do this to me. There is definitely something wrong." Chutra just ignored him, taking advantage of teleporting in a magic circle, something he hadn't done in a long time. The Mita was taken with him when the Tower of Light appeared. The group's destination was Evian, and in the midst of the teleport, Chutra wondered what would happen when they arrived there. While traveling, Chutra remembered that, according to what he discovered in the library, the only ancient dragon capable of helping locate the lair seemed to be the ruthless Thalia. Although he could only use the Great Library in a limited way, it wasn't a total waste. Fortunately, there were some books related to the ancient dragons, and thanks to them, Chutra learned that the time they disappeared was about 1,000 years. Of course, Kuai Yan, the guardian whose main domain is the human world, was an exception. Over the last 1,000 years, he had shown up in the human world several times, but the other 5 ancient dragons had completely vanished, starting 1,000 years ago. The incel was eliminated by someone, and the dungeon of Kautum was destroyed. Chutra imagined that perhaps a great battle, never recorded in history, had occurred between the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the 4 beings who chose them, and the ancient dragons. Suddenly, Chutra thought of something and wondered what Loki was doing at that time. The other protagonist of Night Saga, the hero of the human world, Loki, the one who crushed the Demon King's army that invaded the human world, then invaded the underworld in retaliation and defeated the Dark King himself. Chutra wondered when Loki had obtained his holy sword. Amidst doubts and questions, he fell on his backside when the teleportation finished. Barak, who had arrived first, urged the prince, "How long are you going to sit there? Get ready for battle." Chutra was confused, not understanding what he was talking about. "Completely surrounded," Barak firmly warned him. "We were ambushed. Dozens of enemies were running down the only corridor they could use to escape the teleportation circle." Felicia's magic roared like a powerful wind gathering in her hand. When she extended her hand, a thundering tornado of wind struck the enemies, tossing them into the air. Humanoid jackal monsters and all kinds of monstrous beings struggled to hold their ground against the overwhelming attack. Barak, Caitlin, and the melee fighters, like Sira and Karma, charged in, attacking before the monsters could recover from the initial impact. Green Wind approached Chutra, warning that there were too many enemies. Chutra was still trying to understand what was happening. The commander of the enemies appeared, ordering, "Don't give them even a second to catch their breath." Continues to impress. The protagonist realized he had seen that guy before, that monster who looked like a purple orc with horns. He was known as Dix, the crazy dog. Chutra understood the situation he was in. It was time for that bastard to start moving, asking Green Wind to eliminate the weaker enemies. Chutra also advanced to the battle. He equipped the White Suri, intending to see what kinds of changes the Mita had made to the shield. He threw it onto the battlefield, letting the shield attack on its own. In the midst of his advance, the shield seemed to disassemble. The crystal that was at the front detached, and each of the parts began to act independently, decimating dozens of enemies. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sudden change in the battle caused by the artifact. Daphne was impressed by how amazing the Mita had made the shield. The raccoon crossed his arms, completely confident. "Adding a feature like this is nothing. I call them the White Suri and Black Suri. What do you think? Incredible, isn't it? The 2 parts of the shield. They acted like blades in a hurricane, destroying everything around them. Green Wind controlled them, confident that he could protect his master twice as much as before. Now, Chuta was impressed by her, and asked how exactly she managed to control both. Green Wind only knew while the 2 talked. Ten jumped wildly towards Chuta, landing in front of him and destroying the ground at his feet. The crazy dog barked, "You little brats, I'll take you down myself." Ten's punch destroyed the ground where Chuta had been before jumping, and continued to pursue him as he moved away confidently. Chutra taunted, "It won't be easy to do what you want." Both Surus attacked from behind 10. The humanoid monster noticed the sudden attack, but due to his large size, he couldn't evade it. The sharp shield hit his body, cutting through whatever it touched. Furious, 10 unleashed his dragon fighting arts power. "Do you think a cheap trick like that will work on me?" Raising his arms, 10 managed to deflect both parts of the shield and attacked Chuta. His punch reached his face almost instantly. Chuta could only raise his arms to lessen the force of the blow before being thrown away. He collided with the stone wall surrounding the teleportation area. Green Wind hurriedly turned to where he fell, extremely worried. 10 grinned excitedly, as his strike had been perfect. Although Chutra had a red trail dripping from the corner of his mouth, he smiled. "Thank you." 10 was puzzled by his reaction. The protagonist exploded with powerful energy. Thankful, because thanks to 10, he had learned something extremely useful. Chutra acquired the dragon fighting arts. 10 was incredulous to see the young man who attacked, performing the technique that was his. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Chutra provoked, "So, do you have anything else you can teach me?" Upon staring into the young man's eyes, 10 realized he was not normal. He was dangerous. The commander understood he should retreat. His ring shone and was thrown to the ground, releasing a poisonous mist. Chutra scratched his teeth, shielding himself with his arms. The ticks laughed before fleeing. "That's right. This is a poisonous mist made from collecting the toxins of all kinds of notorious insects around Evian. Even if you inhale it just once, there's no way to describe the pain." Level 1 poison immunity was activated when Chutra crossed the mist. He reached out toward 10. Amidst the advance, the notification appeared. By resisting a rare and powerful poison, immunity to 100 level 1 poisons evolves to immunity to 1,000 poisons. Immunity to 1,000 poisons greatly increases your resistance to poisons. 10 couldn't believe what he was seeing with his fist. Surrounded by the energy of the technique he had just learned, Chutra thanked, "Dragon fighting arts and even immunity to 1,000 poisons. You are a very good boy, aren't you? How cool. So here is your reward." He intended to end the battle with just one punch. The blow struck Dick squarely, causing him to bend forward, his stomach pushed back. 10 coughed uncontrollably, and his body was thrown against the ground. The entire army, led by the Mad Dog group, stopped upon seeing their captain fall. With the power he received, Chutra faced the mandatory event in Night Saga, the attack on Evian. Judging by the fact that Mad Dog Jix had been mobilized, it seemed that General Richard had finally started to take action. With Jix's defeat, everyone else began to flee in fear of Chutra. Felicity approached her brother, asking what had happened for everyone to run away. Chutra didn't have an answer. Perhaps they realized they couldn't win at that moment. An unfamiliar voice reached the group's ears. "As expected from royalty, you managed to deal with the infamous crazy dog 10 so easily." Someone emerged from behind a rock, and Felicia questioned his identity. The elven-looking man, with gray hair and a sharp mustache, awkwardly scratched his head, introducing himself. "I am your guide, princes and princesses. It's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing that they had received a guide, Chutra smiled, asking if he knew the place well. The man assured him that he did, and asked if he wanted to know about anything. Filled with greed, Chutra asked him, "That guy named 10, what's his bounty?" Surprised, the guide revealed it should be substantial, but curiously asked if the prince really cared about such things. Chutra joked, "Hey, I'm more worldly than I appear to be. Besides, the more money he makes, the better for him." The bounty on 10 was quite a good payment. In a mansion, General Richard was receiving the news that 10 had been defeated. The Supreme General crossed his arms, acknowledging, "As we thought, it seems that the 9th Prince has become stronger than we expected." The subordinate asked if the general had anticipated this outcome. The general had his objectives. It wasn't just the 6th princess there. The 8th princess was also with her. "If I really intended to eliminate them, I would have mobilized someone much stronger than 10, thought the subordinate fell silent, waiting for the next orders delivered by the general. "Tomorrow we will return to the northern border. Henry, make preparations." A bad feeling took over Richard, who wondered how strong the 9th prince was becoming. From the perspective of King Evian's castle, it was like a thorny and difficult place to deal with. Evian, one of the border regions of the underworld. It could be called the edge of the eastern frontier in this hard-to-reach place. Chutra seemed to ride with a calm smile on his face. However, it was in this territory that lawless scum, like a rabid dog, spread uncontrollably. It was a chaotic land, devoid of law or basic order, but they also could not just abandon it. It was truly a territory where they could not live in peace, but also could not abandon. In any case, there were 2 ways to reach the Evian fortress. The destination, one was to pass through the city of Takar, and the other was to go straight to Evian. From Russell's perspective, going through Takar was the better choice. While they were riding, Chutra received a message and informed Felicia, "We need supplies, and if we want to exchange the treasures we obtained by clearing it," but Mora, the dark elf sister, smiled teasingly, hearing his excuse for wanting to go to Takar, but teased him, knowing the real reason. "You're not going there for some other reason, are you?" The protagonist blushed slightly, correcting, "It's not for any weird reason, seriously," claiming to just be joking. She asked him not to worry. "We had already decided that the meeting point would be in Takar." Confused, Chutra asked who they would meet. Felicia asked Caitlin if the werewolf group would attack as well, right? The werewolf princess confirmed. Since this was a military mission, the correct action was to bring support troops, and there was a pretty large teleportation circle near Takar as well. The protagonist sighed in relief, recalling a bit of the past. Caitlin revealed that it had been a while since she had been to Takar. She wondered aloud. The journey took all day. Only when night fell did they reach the city of Takar. Despite the hour, the city, it was extremely bustling inside its walls. There were succubi everywhere, attracting the merchants. Underground fights also took place at almost every corner. Barack looked around but wasn't excited. As he had heard, the city was something quite different from any other place. Happy, he warned everyone, "Be careful. This can be a dangerous place since all kinds of people gather here." The group headed to a hotel in the area. Since the accommodation issue was resolved, Felicia remembered that there was nothing to do until the auction opened, so she suggested that each of us take some free time. Chutra liked the idea, saying he would take a look around the city with Barack. Felicia felt she suggested it just because of him. Having fun, Chutra left with Barack, quite excited. Curious, Caitlin approached her sister, asking what exactly Chutra had said he wanted to do in the city. Felicia just playfully shrugged. Who knows? But ended up provoking. Maybe he really came here because of a woman? The simple comment made Caitlin shiver. Her eyes widened in surprise. What? A woman? Chutra headed to the area where the servant market was. In Takar, going to another market, he found no one there named Nyatra. Karak questioning his prince. "Are you sure there is a woman here named Nyatra? It seems we have searched everywhere possible." Crossing his arms irritably, Chutra told him to wait. The protagonist thought for a moment, maybe this was really how it should be in Night Saga. Zephyr would meet Nyatra a year in the future. This could mean they still couldn't find her. Thus, he decided to head back to the inn. As they walked, Karak recalled that Chutra had said that such a succubus named Nyatra had pink hair, and that her horns were black, confirming the information. The protagonist asked, why was he trying to confirm them so suddenly? It was then that Karak pointed to a person. "I just saw someone exactly like that." Chutra looked in the direction Karak pointed and came across a young woman who did not look like a servant. She was negotiating with someone. Chutra ran towards her. As she walked towards an alley, he tried to catch up to her, asking her to wait, but as soon as he arrived at the alley, he did not find her. Chutra wondered where Nyatra could have gone. He commanded the green wind to search for her. The little forest spirit did not fully understand what was happening, but obeyed the command. Chutra scratched his head, dissatisfied, wondering why the woman had vanished. Karak managed to catch up to him and warned, "Something seems off." That vendor said this woman was also looking to acquire servants. Chutra was surprised by this news. The situation arose in a manner he did not expect to encounter. At this point in the story, Nyatra truly may not have lost her status. From atop a building, someone was watching Chutra, and it was the orc, precisely the woman he was searching for. Chutra felt someone's gaze and looked up, but found no one. All he could do was wonder what had happened to Nyatra, or what would happen from there. The area where the group's inn was located was quite peaceful. Upon their return, Karake was questioned by Caitlin. Did something bad happen? To Chutra, he did not say a word since returning here. Karake responded mysteriously, not revealing the truth to the AKDE princess. Caitlin approached with a smile. "Chutra, if you are tired, we can postpone going to the auction for another day." Hearing the suggestion, he declined and reminded her that they did not know when they might return to the city again. Seeing that the plan was still on, she agreed but asked him not to strain himself. Before he could go anywhere, Mita approached, carrying a gauntlet. "Ninth Prince, before you go, take a look at this." The improvement of the earthquake handle was completed, making it much more convenient to use. From then on, Chutra thanked the raccoon for the improved item. At that moment, Felicia began to gather everyone to go out. Once again, the city was getting busier as night reached its peak. In an auction house, people were starting to gather. Caitlin's black dress caught the attention of even Karak, who had never seen her dress so well before. The princess displayed her fashion sense. "I couldn't wear it earlier because of Chris, so I look beautiful, right?" the orc teased, asking if her brother was conservative. But with a sigh, she corrected him. "He's just a brother who thinks like an old man." While the two were chatting, Chutra, beside them, was chewing on his his nail. He wanted to find Yatra before leaving that city, but things had changed from what he knew, making him unsure how he could find her again. Seeing Chutra lost in heavy thoughts, Felicia sat next to him, asking what was wrong. He hid the reason for his thoughts, but Felicia could clearly see on his face that there was indeed something. As she adjusted her outfit, the host of the event stepped up to the stage, drawing everyone's attention. He thanked everyone for their patience, announcing, "Let's start the auction now!" As Felicia fixed Chutra's tie, he happened to look over her shoulder and noticed the presence of someone in Yatra. He immediately stood up, informing Felicia that he was going to the bathroom. His sister was puzzled by him leaving just as the auction started, but let him go, wondering why the succubus was there. He headed straight towards her, but on the way, he encountered a man standing on the stairs. The man with a scar on his cheek exuded an extremely powerful aura. At that very moment, an explosion occurred on the event stage. The guests stood up trying to understand what was happening, as cries for help spread. Chutra tried to figure out who was invading the auction. The host tried to calm everyone down, asking them to remain seated. However, amidst his words, a giant man grabbed him and threw him to the ground. From that moment on, the host was someone else. The big man roared furiously, "You dared to touch our products! From now on, we will dominate this place."